In the heart of the neon nightlife of the underground black market of Qing City, a hooded young man amidst the crowded streets covertly observes his surroundings before entering a shop. He informs the owner about his intention to sell a kidney and also a cornea, both amounting to 27,500 yuan. As the shop owner marks the items being purchased, he questioned the young man if he was serious. Because in the past 6 months, the same person had already sold a kidney, a spleen, a gallbladder, a part of the liver, 1/3 of his liver, and a part of his small and large intestines. If he was to sell another kidney, he won't last for more than 2 days. Lying on the stretcher, the guy calmly stated that it was fine. To save his seriously ill sister, any sacrifice was worth it. The shop owner gave up on trying to advise the poor guy and picked up a huge butcher's knife. He raised it high in the air, and without hesitation, went through the procedure, causing our poor fellow to scream in agony. After that, the supposed deadman walking headed back home with a stick to guide his way. His eyes were covered with bandages. He removed the bandage and checked the people around. He smiled when he found out no one was paying enough attention to him to follow him. He then used a regeneration effect to heal his wounds. He also pulled out a stack of cash he got from selling his cornea and kidney, silently declaring that the money, including the money he'd saved, should be enough for him to pay for the job transfer ritual. He was laughing while continuing walking as it turned out that all his reasons were just a lie, and he couldn't believe someone believed that horseshit he made up. His name is Ye Lin, and he's a transmigrator, a textbook orphan, and he doesn't have a sick sister. For context, the world he transmigrated into was overflowing with spiritual energy, full of demons and beasts everywhere. There are also countless dungeon realms. As an orphan, surviving in this new world was really tough, until he discovered his unique ability, his body regeneration. No matter how severe his injuries were, his body can fully recover within minutes, and even missing organs or limbs can regenerate. He used his regeneration to sell his own organs to save up 100,000 yuan just to pay for the expensive class change fee. Because only by going through the class transfer ritual and awakening his power can he become stronger. Only then can he stand firm in this perilous world and protect the ones he cares about, if he has any of course. And today was the big day for the class transfer ritual. When he arrived at the location, there was a group of 3 people who approached him, asking him why he had come. They knew him as a poor student, so they could not think of a reason why he could afford to attend the transfer ritual. Ye Lin held the lady's hand and spoke pitifully. "Miss Wang, in order to attend the transfer ritual, I had no choice but to take a class transfer loan." Of course, this was just a lie. Ye Lin didn't want anyone being suspicious of him. Miss Wang was shocked, and the guys with her were afraid that Ye Lin would be stuck working the rest of his life just to pay back the loan if he ended up with a useless profession. Luckily, Miss Wang permitted him to join and even wished for him to give all his best. She told him to go inside before the class transfer ritual would begin. After a few minutes, all the students who were participating in the class transfer gathered and were called one after another. The first participant was called Gao Diyu from class 5. Some students behind him gossiped that he's also not from a rich family. When Gao Diyu reached the stage, the principal instructed him to place his hand on the golden ball and relax his whole body. After just a minute, the principal declared that he obtained a support type class, which was an A-rank poultry breeder. The students then murmur that Gao Diyu will be a poultry breeder for the rest of his life. Don't get discouraged just because it's a support type class. There are only useless people, not useless classes, the principal stated calmly just to motivate Gao Diyu. The next student called was a lovely girl with an incredibly sexy figure, wearing a tight red dress and leather boots. She was Zhuge Nini, and everyone admired her so much. The moment she reached the stage, the principal then wished her luck. She thanked him and immediately placed her hand on the golden ball. A phoenix then appeared. The principal was surprised as it turned out Zhuge Nini got an SSS rank fire mage. Now, Arching City Academy can finally hold its head high, he added. The other students were also impressed, including Ye Lin. He knew that an SSS level fire mage could rival an entire army. After Zhuge Nini's class transfer, the principal then informed her he would discuss her training plan later with her since her SSS class was a big deal for their school. Zhuge Nini then went downstairs, and Ye Lin's name was called. While walking, Ye Lin heard everyone talking about him for getting a class change loan just for this ritual. Ye Lin slightly looked at Zhuge Nini and assured himself he was not going to be her or anyone's side character. Ye Lin positioned himself and put his hands on the golden ball. He has waited for this moment, wondering if he would still live a miserable life or defy fate. He was excited, waiting for his new class. Shockingly, a powerful azure dragon appeared. Ye Lin was shocked while staring at it, and a blue light wrapped his body, encasing him in a powerful glow. The students cannot believe that a student who got a class loan was lucky enough to get a powerful class. Zhuge Nini was also amazed, thinking that Ye Lin's class was another SSS rank. The principal was also glad, thinking that this was another anomaly. Ye Lin asked the principal about his class, and the principal then declared Ye Lin to be a combat class SSS level Forbidden Curse Master. Today, Ye Lin had also honored Qingqing Academy, and the academy was proud of him, the principal announced. However, before he could complete his words, he finally realized that Ye Lin had a Forbidden Curse Master profession. He was shocked as he really couldn't believe the poor student's rotten luck. The other students laughed at Ye Lin when they heard this news. You see, no Forbidden Curse Master, if any, had ever lived past the age of 25. Because the Forbidden Curse Master was the kind of profession that consumes one's own life to use a skill. Due to this, someone who has this profession always die young. Ye Lin's class was considered a trash class, and the mere thought of using a loan to acquire such a useless skill was truly tragic. Zhuge Nini decided to walk away. She sighed as she was disappointed with the class Ye Lin got. Ye Lin, ever the master of deception, feigned being down. His act was so convincing that the old guy felt sorry for him. He patted him on the back and wished him good luck. Although he's such a good kid, he's unfortunate to only get the Curse Master profession. Ye Lin then asked the principal if all Curse Masters really die at the age of 25. The principal just told him not to be negative, as it was better to burn brightly than to live a meaningless life. Ye Lin thanked the old guy, stating his desire to burn brightly like the sun, and also bring honor to the school. The principal then told him that he would make a special training for him together with Zhuge Nini. Ye Lin agreed to this and smiled knowingly. He found it funny that he would die early just because his profession was a double-edged sword. Thus, of course, if he didn't have a cheat ability to counter this death threat. This dying early thing for Curse Masters has got nothing on him and his immortality. After the class transfer, everyone decided to head back home. Ye Lin was planning to head straight back to his house. He was tired and wanted to have a good night's sleep. While walking, someone called him by his name. It was Zhuge Nini. She offered him to team up with her, as she believes that the more the Curse Master fights, the quicker they die. She told Ye Lin that her intention wasn't bad. She was just trying to help since they were classmates. However, Ye Lin refused to accept the offer. Zhuge Nini didn't force him at all. She walked away, stating that Ye Lin was such a stubborn idiot heading for death. Ye Lin ignored her and continued walking. But then, another group of students blocked his way and told him that he really thinks he has risen up just because he has switched to a Curse Master. These guys were Ye Lin's classmates, and they got mad as they could not accept Zhuge Nini's earlier offer to team up with him. Ye Lin was annoyed. Women really were troublesome. Because of just 2 lines from Zhuge Nini, these idiots were looking for trouble. Ye Lin replied that he was on his way back home. The guys laughed at Ye Lin's expense. Was the poor student referring to his 10 square meter shack a home? Ye Lin, now that you're SSS ranked, how about you call me daddy, and I'll get you a security job at G Corporation. The leader of the group mocked arrogantly. The others laughed, and added that being a G Corp security guard was a privilege. He also ordered Ye Lin to kneel before their young master. Once Ye Lin takes the offer and gets paid, he can buy some nice incense for his dead orphanage family. The 3 continued to tease Ye Lin, even stating that he was just an orphan who didn't deserve to have a family. Ye Lin was already mad, and as he stares at them with a serious look, his eyes flamed with a blue and red aura as he activates a curse magic power. He told the idiots that they were the ones who forced his hand. Confused at Ye Lin's willingness to use a curse magic, knowing full well of the implications, made the 3 idiot question what he was trying to do. Was he really going to use a curse magic and shorten his lifespan? Why wouldn't I? Ye Lin also questioned with a puzzled look. Didn't you fools speak of my dead family? Conjuring a slight lightning strike, Ye Lin's attack was only to scare them. The guys, now scared shitless of Ye Lin, pleaded about the need for their classmate not to use a forbidden curse on them. But Ye Lin simply stretched his hand and challenged the idiots to come at him if they dare. However, they decided to run away in fear. Ye Lin then deactivated his curse ability and uttered, "What a bunch of trash." They actually ran off with just 1 move. As he continued to walk, he felt like his duodenum was scorched. He wasn't aware that Zhuge Nini witnessed the commotion. She was annoyed that he was getting provoked by a few insults and was ready to throw his life away. She was sure that even if someone acted like Ye Lin, who isn't a curse user, they would definitely not go far. For her, Ye Lin wasn't worthy of standing beside her. The night came, and Ye Lin was already at his home. Ye Lin placed his bag down on the couch and sat while checking his system interface. Apparently, sacrificing a piece of duodenum would summon a regular lightning bolt. But sacrificing a bladder summons thunder from burial waters. Next, sacrificing a heart can summon destruction purple lightning. If that is the case, Ye Lin concludes he would die summoning the most powerful chaos god thunder. He lay down on his couch when he felt his head spinning, but he was aware that it was the side effects of his body recovery. At the same time, Ji Lingyu went to his father and asked to avenge him. He wanted his dad to send someone to take Ye Lin out. However, his father reminded him that killing an SSS-rank curse user was very risky, and there is no benefit in it for them. He's aware that someone who goes all out using forbidden spells, just because of a few insults, is clearly emotionally unstable. He snuffed out his cigarette on the ashtray and told his son not to forget that Ye Lin is from a poor background. He wants his son to learn how to use his greatest advantage to target the enemy's weakest spot. Early the next day, Ye Lin went to the Qingqing Academy. He kept yawning due to a lack of a well-deserved sleep. The students around started murmuring about what he'd done the day before when suddenly, someone tapped Ye Lin on the shoulder with a bottle. It was none other than Ji Lingyu. Inside the bottle was milk he brought as peace offering. He also brought breakfast for Ye Lin. Ye Lin was clueless as to why, but accepts the milk regardless. At first, he thought Ji Lingyu was trying to poison him just because he couldn't beat him. But the poor guy replied that he wouldn't dare. It was just his way of thanking him. "Thank me?" Ye Lin questioned with a skeptical look. "Yeah," Ji Lingyu replied with a forced smile. Ye Lin drank the milk and told Ji Lingyu to just say what he wants. Unexpectedly, Ji Lingyu stated that he was grateful that Ye Lin struck him like a bolt of lightning. Apparently, that lightning strike was Ji Lingyu's wake-up call. He also added that Ye Lin's appearance made him realize that he has been wasting his life in a daze. Ye Lin called Ji Lingyu on his bullshit and again, told the idiot to say what he really wants. Ji Lingyu suddenly kneeled and stated that he wants to call Ye Lin big brother. Ye Lin was shocked and questioned him if he happened to hit him in the head. But Ji Lingyu replied that he was serious, and that the beating he received the day before made him reflect on himself. He deeply reflected and wants to become a better person. But he needs a great role model. Ye Lin agreed to be his role model, but there need to be some tuition payment. Surprising enough, Ji Lingyu didn't refuse and immediately asked for Ye Lin's account number. Ye Lin headed to the field as he gave his account number. He told Ji Lingyu to transfer 2 million as a first-term tuition payment. When Ye Lin asked if it was too expensive, Ji Lingyu reassured him that it was not. He will inform his dad to send it right away. At this time, a novice secret realm opened on the field as a test for the students. The principal hopes all the candidates from each academy could perform well. Of course, everyone was wishing for their victory. Ye Lin and Zhuganini were in the front, so the old men beside the principal believed both students were from Qingqing High School, who got the SSS class profession for this year. For them, both looked extraordinary. The principal was annoyed, stating that he had already told Ye Lin and Zhuganini to keep a low profile. But these kids really don't know how to behave. 2 of them ended up getting SSS class jobs at once, and it seems to be just infuriating. Absolutely infuriating. Isn't it? He then laughed and turned to face the rest, questioning why they weren't saying anything. Were they all born mute or something? The 3 old guys walked away, saying they still had some things to do. As you might have guessed, it turns out they were annoyed by the principal for being full of himself and rubbing their faces in. Anyway, the moment entering the novice secret realm was issued, the examinees began to swamp the entrance like a tidal wave. Before Ye Lin could enter, Zhuganini asked him once again to team up with her. Still, Ye Lin refused, which made her think he was very arrogant. Since he was so eager to die, she won't stop him. Ye Lin ignored her and immediately entered the secret realm. As he landed, he noticed he was alone. No one was around, so he thought it was a random teleportation. A level 1 leopard cat then appeared. It roared, but Ye Lin wasn't scared at all, but rather excited. He believed it was a perfect enemy to test his forbidden spell. He then attacked it and instantly killed it without any struggle. Ye Lin was awarded 10 experience points, but he was disappointed, deeming it too little for him. He walked away while stating that it doesn't even justify the damage to his kidneys, and that he has to kill 100 of these leopard cat just to reach level 2, which is why he decided to figure something out. A while later, Ye Lin let 100 kinds of monsters chase him. As he ran, he couldn't stop smiling, believing this wave of monsters should be enough to give him a good amount of experience points. Some of these monsters have a human half-body. He stops running and turned to look at them, stating his desire to test his newly learned forbidden curse. He then casts his destructive surge. The curse was so terrifying that it increased Ye Lin's strength, agility, and spirit twofold. With burning reincarnation activated, he believes that even a level 10 monster probably couldn't withstand his full-powered world-ending thunderstrike. He then attacked some of the monsters, slashing them without any hesitation. He noticed he aged in just 5 minutes of using the skill, so he decided to stop using the Burning Reincarnation Forbidden Curse after about 1 minute at most, if he didn't want to reveal his undying body. He continued by using his Vitality Preservation. He sacrificed his left arm and tapped the ground as he activated his world-ending Fury Forbidden Curse. He killed a level 3 Grey Wolf and was rewarded with 30 experience points. Then a level 5 Two-Headed Snake and received 50 experience points. A level 6 Armored Scorpion and gained 60 experience points each for the 6 Centaur. And finally, a level 2 Killed Bee and gained 20 experience points. With that, he leveled up to level 3. He was satisfied and amazed with this development. He also learned a new forbidden curse, which was a Hellfire Scorches the Sky. An hour later, Zhuge Nini encountered the area where Ye Lin had killed all those monsters. She was shocked when she saw so many monsters incinerated to ash. She was in disbelief, wondering what had just happened. Then she noticed a hellfire. Confused, she checked it out regardless since she didn't know anyone who had the fire element in Qingqing besides her. But now there was such an intense fire element fluctuation. Also, the fire element wave might be even stronger than hers. She then saw something that gave her a hint that this commotion was surely caused by a human. Looks like Qingqing is full of hidden dragons. Zhuge Nini will definitely find out who you are. She vowed with determination. But at this moment nearby, Ye Lin was spending some time roasting some meat to eat. He was enjoying a three-eyed demon pig meat. He realized he was eating more than his usual since his body used up too much energy earlier. After eating, he then decided to head to a farther area and grind some more. When he was about to leave, Zhuge Nini suddenly appeared and called him. Ye Lin, what are you doing here? She asked. Ye Lin was annoyed that he'd ran into her. It was a hassle for him as he didn't want anyone to find out his secret. He smiled at her and replied that he was just casually roasting something to eat. Zhuge Nini then told him once more that a Forbidden Curse Masterclass was totally not suited for solo grinding. Ye Lin was annoyed when Zhuge Nini walked away, telling him it is too late for regrets now, and following her won't help him anymore. She really assumed Ye Lin was tagging along with her, so she told him she didn't have time to team up with him anymore. Ye Lin was thinking Zhuge Nini might be missing a few brain cells. Zhuge Nini, on the other hand, looked back at him and asked him if he had seen anyone else pass the area, and she stated that that person is extremely powerful, very skilled with fire element manipulation, and likely mastered Hellfire. Hellfire? Yeah, I saw him. He was a very handsome guy. He went that way, Ye Lin replied calmly. He knew he could not let Zhuge Nini cling to him, so he decided not to use the Hellfire spell anymore going forward. As Zhuge Nini continued walking, she blamed Ye Lin for wasting her time. Otherwise, she would have found the Hellfire user by now. She noticed a shadow looming above her, but when she raised her head, she was shocked to see a level 8 Dragonblood behemoth. She dodged when it tried to attack her. Zhuge Nini was puzzled as to why a level 8 monster would appear in the area she was. She looked behind her, deducing that Ye Lin might have run away far by now. She then attacked the monster with her Fireball Storm. However, it didn't deal much damage, not enough to kill the monster. The monster looked at her with anger. It charged toward her at a fast speed and bumped her, trashing her away. She fights back with her flame, but the monster roared, blowing the flame back at her. Zhuge Nini was dumbfounded as all the flames hit her. The monster stood there as the smoke settles. When it eventually did, Zhuge Nini was on the ground with her clothes ripped, trembling in pain. She admitted that she was too arrogant to believe that she can definitely defeat a level 8 Dragonblood behemoth in this secret realm. She was afraid she would die at the hands of the level 8 monster, knowing it would be a humiliating death. Lucky for her, someone intervened and attacked the monster using a Forbidden Curse Hellfire. The poor monster was literally burned to ash. As expected, Zhuge Nini was shocked, knowing this Hellfire user was the one she was searching for. Turning to face her savior, Zhuge Nini thanked this mysterious person and wanted to know his name. The questionable masked individual was none other than Ye Lin. Ye Lin was standing on a tree branch with a mask. He told Zhuge Nini to call him Ling Yi, which meant early dawn and night. Ling for early dawn, Yi for night. Placing a finger on her lips, Zhuge Nini acted all pitiful and curious, asking the mysterious Ling Yi which school he was from. Although she was grateful to her savior, she also wanted to know who exactly was underneath that mask. So she concealed her intentions by stating she simply wanted to thank Ye Lin properly when they exit the dungeon. Ye Lin just stared at her like she was an idiot. He didn't need her fucking thanks. He told Zhuge Nini that there was no need to thank him. It was just the small effort after all. Anyway, the moment Ye Lin was about to bounce, Zhuge Nini pleaded for him to wait. She tried to get on her feet, but Ye Lin told her not to follow him. There are even stronger monsters ahead, and it was definitely not a place for someone of her strength to step into. Also, she might want to put her clothes back on properly before anything else. This sudden revelation drew Zhuganini's attention to the current state of her clothes. She blushed in embarrassment and laid on the ground to cover herself, wishing the ground could swallow her whole. When she raised her head, she realized the mysterious Ling Yi was gone. Zhuganini shouts Ling Yi's name, vowing to catch up to him one day. She will stand proudly by his side. Ye Lin, on the other hand, seamlessly leaped from one tree branch to the next, and after putting some distance between himself and Zhuganini, he believes what just happened would keep Zhuganini from clinging to him. He'd wasted time on her and needed to hurry up and level up. Opening his status window, Ye Lin saw that he'd gotten a new forbidden curse named Undying. He needed to sacrifice 2.5 years of his lifespan to negate one fatal injury. Seriously, what the hell? The Forbidden Spellcaster really is a short-lived class, always screwing with a person's lifespan. But this skill was practically an added bonus for Ye Lin. With this forbidden curse, Ye Lin can negate one fatal blow. That also meant even if someone stabs him in the heart from behind, he wouldn't be bothered. What's more, with this, even forbidden curses that required sacrificing the heart or his freaking head, he can actively use them once. This was just too freaking good. Now, he can grind levels recklessly without restraint. Nobody can stop his leveling pace. 3 days later, which also happens to be the last day of the test, the old guys gather at the entrance of the novice secret realm. The principal of Qingcheng Academy greeted his old mates with his usual condescending demeanor. The short-hair man among them, Principal Su, questioned what the principal was showing off for. So what if he has 2 SSS-rank job changers? Exactly, the other added. Level can be more important than class rank sometimes. The red-haired also agreed, adding that the highest record for Qingcheng's secret realm test was level 11, which still remained unbroken. He shifted his gaze towards Principal Su, stating that if he remembered correctly, that student was from Principal Su's Yutsai Academy. Principal Su replied that the red-haired principal was right. He also wondered if the record will be broken this year. The principal of Qingcheng Academy added that they will see. He believes his student can definitely surprise everyone. Just then, someone unexpected suddenly appeared at the scene and greeted the principals. He asked if he could join them. This person was Zhuge Qianxing, Zhuganini's father. Surprised to see Zhuge Qianxing, Principal Su stated that it had been a long time. The principal of Qingcheng Academy added that it was an honor. After all, Zhuge Qianxing was their school's astrologer. With pleasantries out of the way, Zhuge Qianxing asked about his daughter, wondering if she caused any trouble for the principal. Seeing how Zhuge Qianxing dotes on her daughter, the principal replied calmly, "No, not at all. Zhuganini is the pride of our Qingcheng Academy." But just then, they noticed someone coming out of the dungeon. The time for the dungeon wasn't up yet, but someone was already coming out. The principal of Qingcheng Academy deduced that the person must be injured. This person turned out to be none other than Zhuganini, who greeted the principals and was surprised to see her father. Her father wanted to know the reason why she came out early, and her principal wanted to know the level she was at. Zhuganini calmly stated that she was at level 12, which shocked all the principals present. With the record broken just like that, her principal was very proud. His student was worthy of being a fire mage. Zhuge Qianxing approached her daughter and stated that she was too willful. After all, if she had stayed inside the dungeon and grind some more before coming out, she would have definitely shot up to level 13. Zhuganini replied her father that the dungeon just became too boring. It took her ages to find monsters around level 10, and the experience reward was also pitifully small. But in all honesty, the real reason Zhuganini came out early was to find Ling Yi. Being the first to come out meant she could see everyone who comes out afterward. Meanwhile, back inside the secret realm, Ye Lin suddenly sneezed heavily like he already had a cold. He found this behavior strange since the area he currently wasn't cold. So why did he suddenly sneeze like that? Was someone cursing him? With level 10 area monsters all gone, could it be that he grind too hard? It looks like he needs to expand his search range. Ye Lin raised his hand and decided to try out another new forbidden curse he'd learned, instantaneous range. This forbidden curse casting sacrifices an organ based on the organ's importance. He can also gain agility with its maximum being 10 times extra agility of an hour duration. Ye Lin spared no time activating this forbidden curse of 10-time agility, sacrificing his kidney. The feeling was awesome. Even a level 50 assassin couldn't possibly have such speed. Moving like a bolt of lightning, Ye Lin made an insane dash forward, creating a sonic boom and destroying everything in his path. He was so fast that before a 3-headed storm mantis monster felt his presence, it was too late. Ye Lin sacrificed his bladder, summoning a bolt of lightning which incinerated the monster into ash. This forbidden spell was the Ashen Fierce Thunder. Back at the entrance of the Novice Secret Realm, many students exit the dungeon in droves, some in excitement, and others in fear to finally escape with their lives. However, all this while, Zhuge had been patiently waiting at the entrance, hoping to see Ling Yi. But after a long while, she found it strange that he hadn't appeared yet. There was only 5 minutes left, and all the candidates who had completed the test were asked to return to their designated school area. With the test ending soon, it looks like the highest record this year would belong to Zhuge. This meant that Qingcheng Academy got really lucky this year besides the acquisition of 2 SSS rank students at a go. But speaking of Qingcheng Academy's SSS rank students, the other had yet to exit the secret realm, right? The countdown time had 3 minutes left, and the moment Zhuge heard this, she wondered if she had perhaps missed her target exiting the dungeon. But after briefly thinking it over, she found it to be impossible. She had been staring at the dungeon's entrance the moment she got out. In that moment, the entrance of the secret realm began to shimmer with a golden glow, indicating that someone was coming out. Seeing this, Zhuge was certain it must be Ling Yi, but was surprised when it turned out to be her classmate Ye Lin. Shocked, she asked why. Why was it Ye Lin? Ye Lin was puzzled with this stupid question. The time was up, so of course he had to exit the dungeon. Was there a problem? Zhuge got over her initial shock and began to walk away. She told Ye Lin that he was a coward and should stay away from him. Hearing this, Ye Lin gritted his teeth in annoyance. Seriously, what's wrong with this bitch? Was she a psycho? His principal approached him at this moment and asked what level he was at. He didn't have much expectation and was just curious as to what level his second SSS rank student was at. Ye Lin calmly replied that he was at level 16. The crowd present was stunned. You see, leveling up from 1 to 16 requires a total of 120,000 experience points. And the highest level monster in the Novice Secret Realm was level 10. Killing level 10 monsters gives 100 XP, meaning Ye Lin killed 1,200 level 10 monsters. How was that even possible? The principal suddenly began praising Ye Lin like crazy, stating that he was the pride of Qingcheng Academy. Surprised with the young man's talent, Zhuge Qianqing also congratulated Ye Lin. This annoyed his daughter. She coldly remarked, "With Ye Lin's profession, what's so special about being level 16? Ye Lin was a forbidden curse master. If he recklessly uses forbidden curses, isn't it normal for him to level up quickly?" When the other principals heard Ye Lin's profession, they found Zhuge explanation reasonable. The rest of the crowd also believe Ye Lin must be crazy when they heard of his profession, frantically casting forbidden curses in the beginner's secret realm to level up. Other curse masters don't live past 25, and the way Ye Lin was leveling up meant he probably won't make it to 20. Seriously, trading one's life for empty fame, truly a foolish behavior. Some also believed Ye Lin was frantically leveling up just so they'll envy him. But he will pay with his life eventually, so they should let him have his glory for a few days. The long-haired principal approached Ye Lin and questioned earnestly. "Student Ye Lin, why bother? Tell me honestly, did Principal Gao put you up to this? It seems you've been deceived. Principal Gao is trading your life for the school's honor." Irritated, Principal Gao asked what nonsense his old mate was spouting. He was a person of integrity. How could he possibly joke with the lives of his students? Ye Lin finally spoke after putting on a pitiful act. He stated that nobody forced him. It was all voluntary. "I grew up in a poor family and was always looked down upon. Now that I have the chance to go all out, I won't be a coward. Even if I wither at my most brilliant moment, I don't care. I want everyone to know that I can do it." The moment Ye Lin finished his emotional speech, Zhuge Qianqing clapped and stated calmly, "Well said. This young guy truly has grand ambitions. In any case, he's the highest level student in this beginner's secret realm test. That's undeniable, isn't it? He's number 1. Zhuge Qianqing introduced himself to Ye Lin as the father of Zhuge. If Ye Lin needs anything in the future, he can contact him. Zhuge was pissed off when she heard this, questioning her father why he believes Ye Lin was number 1. When Ling Yi comes out, his level will definitely not be lower than Ye Lin's. "Oh, is that so?" his father retorted, although his tone was smoothing. "Who is this talented Ling Yi?" Hearing this question, the principals began asking themselves if any of them had a student by that name. However, none of them seemed to have heard of this student. But Zhuge still spoke confidently that Ling Yi was a true heaven's pride, and when he comes out of the dungeon, everything will be proven. Meanwhile, inwardly, Ye Lin was again insulting Zhuge as a stupid bitch. She just couldn't keep her freaking mouth shut. Having enough of this farce, Ye Lin said his goodbye to Principal Gao and Zhuge Qianqing before taking his leave. He wanted to go home and rest well. Shortly after that, the time was up and the novice secret realm test was over. But Zhuganini was puzzled with this outcome. Where was Ling Yi? Could it be that while I was talking to Ye Lin, Ling Yi quietly slipped away? Cursing, Zhuganini started blaming Ye Lin. She believed Ling Yi's escape was Ye Lin's fault. When her father placed a hand on her shoulder, she asked if he believes him. Ling Yi was truly a genius and even saved her life. Zhuge Qianxing figured out that her daughter's early exit from the dungeon was simply to find this mysterious Ling Yi. But this was a bit strange. He asked Zhuganini if it was possible that Ye Lin was the mysterious Ling Yi she had been looking for. Hearing this, Zhuganini vehemently denied this possibility. What was her father thinking? How could that coward be compared to Ling Yi? Ye Lin saw the dragon blood behemoth she faced in the dungeon and ran away in terror like a coward. And Ling Yi's mastery of the fire element was extremely high. How can Ye Lin of all people know about stuff like that? Meanwhile, back inside his apartment, Ye Lin let out another heavy sneeze which jolted him awake. He wondered who was talking behind his back. Seriously, it must be that stupid woman Zhuganini. Just then, a knock on his door drew his attention. Ye Lin asked who the person was, and the moment he opened the door, he questioned the fat business guy in front of him. The fat guy introduced himself as Wang. Mr. Wang, the manager of Qingcheng Brain King Oral Liquid Limited Company. He had been searching for Ye Lin for a while, and now he'd finally found him. The moment Ye Lin led Mr. Wang inside his apartment, he questioned what he was there for. Mr. Wang replied that he's got good news for Ye Lin. He heard Ye Lin successfully changed profession and even broke the highest level record in Qingcheng's beginner's secret realm. So his company was sincerely inviting him to endorse their product. Of course, the remuneration will definitely be substantial. Ye Lin asked how much exactly was substantial. Mr. Wang raised 3 fingers which implied 3 million. He hands Ye Lin a tiny bottle, telling him to try it. It was the company's new product, a Brain King oral liquid, and not only does it nourish the brain and enhance intelligence, but it also promotes cell regeneration. Consuming 1 bottle and a person would feel several years younger. Also, this century-old enterprise had a 10 times refund guarantee if the drug is proven ineffective. Ye Lin should try it. Ye Lin opened the cap of the bottle, knowing full well 3 million was worth several of his kidneys. It looks like fame really does pay. He drank the content in the bottle, which tasted a little sweet. Then he suddenly felt dizzy. Ye Lin passed out immediately after. Lying in his couch, Mr. Wang called someone on the phone and told the person that Ye Lin drank the content in the bottle. He prepared backup plans, but they weren't even needed. It seems Ye Lin was a simple fool. Mr. Wang was ordered to bring Ye Lin over. A while later, deep into the night at an unspecified location, inside an abandoned warehouse, Mr. Wang had successfully brought Ye Lin to his boss. Although he doesn't understand why his boss was going through such lengths from a mere student, he knows he didn't have the right to ask questions. His boss, who happens to be the shop owner in the black market Ye Lin used to sell his organs to, told Mr. Wang to leave. Without his orders, no one should be allowed in. If anyone violates this order, they will be killed. Mr. Wang replied he understands and left the warehouse. The greedy shop owner crouched beside Ye Lin, recalling how Ye Lin sold him his liver, coronary arteries, gallbladder, corneas, kidneys, spleen, large intestine, small intestine. And surprising enough, they've all grown back. The organs Ye Lin previously sold to him have all regenerated. Incredible. This is simply incredible. With Ye Lin, he can master the secret of organ regeneration. As he got drunk on his delusional fantasies, someone added that the old bastard will have supreme power and wealth. Even the most powerful people will kneel before him. Hearing this, the old bastard Ji Yuzhen agreed. Exactly. But the moment he said this, he realized what just happened. Turning around, he was stunned to find Ye Lin casually sitting on a chair with his arms and leg crossed. Ji Yuzhen wondered how it was possible. How was Ye Lin awake this early? His sleeping drug could keep even an elephant unconscious for 6 hours. But Ye Lin was not concerned about the stupid sleeping potion. He was more curious about how Ji Yuzhen managed to track him down. Ji Yuzhen got over his initial shock, pointed his blade at Ye Lin, and stated that since his cash cow was awake, he won't be polite anymore. He should surrender obediently, and he will guarantee Ye Lin won't lose any limb. Ji Yuzhen's profession was currently a level 20 phantom blade. Ye Lin realized Geogans also had a job change with a higher level than his own. Left with no choice, he decided to get serious. He knew using fire element would easily burn this entire place down, so it was better not to cause too much commotion. Ye Lin decided to use his eternal freezing gaze. It was a forbidden curse that sacrifices his eyeballs to freeze everything within sight before becoming blind. Petrified, Ji Yuzhen was shocked to find the entire lower half of his body frozen. Ye Lin kept the spell active as the ice around Ji Yugen started extending. Ji Yugen wondered what's going on. What kind of spell was it? He plunged his blade into the ice around him, but was unable to break it. His eyes widened when the ice finally encased his entire body, leaving only his head. Ji Yugen kept muttering that it was impossible. Ye Lin was only at level 16 while he was at level 20. Even if Ye Lin was a forbidden curse master, he couldn't possibly defeat him in one strike. What kind of monster was he? Now that Ji Yugen was trapped in place, Ye Lin can have a proper chat with him. He asked Ji Yugen who else knew about his organ regeneration ability. Ji Yugen replied that besides him, no one knew. After all, with such amazing discovery, why would he tell someone else? Hearing this, Ye Lin chose to believe the old bastard and decide to make his death quick and painless. He raised his fist and smashed the poor old bastard into broken ice lollies. Also, after consuming all the sleeping drug, he decided to sacrifice his stomach first. Sacrificing his stomach, Ye Lin rained lightning on the guards outside. He left one alive for questioning. The poor fatty didn't want to die, so the moment Ye Lin asked who was his boss behind the scenes, he initially tried to reason with Ye Lin that he couldn't say, otherwise he would be killed. But after seeing Ye Lin enveloped with lightning sparks, he spoke up immediately. Their boss was king of Qingcheng Underground Market, Kensen. The poor fatty was struck with a bolt of lightning the moment he was done talking. Grabbing his chin, Ye Lin walked away, trying to recall where he'd heard Kensen. The name seems familiar. It didn't take much effort to recall that Kensen was one of Qingcheng City's top 10 outstanding philanthropists. This just got complicated. Meanwhile, elsewhere at Qingcheng's underground black market, a middle-aged man with a thick cigar lounged in a leather sofa as one of his men informed him about some urgent news. This fucker was Kensen, and with his brows furrowed, he was shocked upon receiving news that all contact with his agent, Jihu, had been lost. The bald fellow informed him that they hadn't been able to contact Jihu for half an hour, so they went to his farmhouse, only to find the entire area burned to the ground. And judging by the wreckage from the fire, it was done by a job holder. Kensen grew furious and stumped on the table in front of him, wrecking it. He ordered his men to find the culprit immediately, with no delay. The next day, Ye Lin arrived at the grand residence of the Ji family, where he was warmly welcomed by Ji Lingyu, who had become a loyal follower after their previous encounter. As soon as he heard that Ye Lin was visiting, he immediately sent someone to pick him up. Ji Lingyu shyly brought up the 2 million yuan that Ye Lin had asked for earlier, adding that he'd already talked to his father. However, Ye Lin interrupted him, questioning if Ji Lingyu was trying to disrespect him talking about money in that moment. Since he'd agreed to accept Ji Lingyu as an underling, money was just a small matter. Hearing this, Ji Lingyu placed an arm around Ye Lin's shoulders and welcomed him wholeheartedly. From now on, Ye Lin should consider his home as his as well. Inwardly, Ji Lingyu realized that his father was right. He believes Ye Lin was a simple-minded guy who cared a lot about his dignity, so as long as he can exploit that, then he should be able to achieve his goal. Ye Lin, on the other hand, had planned this encounter with the purpose of using the Ji family as a shield against Kensen and his men. He was sure Kensen wouldn't dare attack him inside the Ji family estate. Ye Lin entered the house and was surprised to find a large number of maids lined up, greeting him politely and respectfully, which left him a bit speechless. He looked at the maids and thought to himself how different life was when one had wealth. Ji Lingyu offered to assign one of the maids to be Ye Lin's personal servant, and Ye Lin accepted the offer. But soon after, Ye Lin felt embarrassed and refused, saying he was only joking. However, Ji Lingyu insisted, adding that his boss should also change his clothes for something important. Ye Lin eagerly asked what the important matter was, but Ji Lingyu told him to wait until they arrived at the destination. Eventually, they arrived at the annual Qingcheng auction, and Ji Lingyu informed him that this was the grand venue he had never visited before. Upon arriving at the annual auction in Qingcheng City, Ji Lingyu told Ye Lin that he would later introduce him to some of the city's most important figures, but Ye Lin preferred to start with food, and told Ji Lingyu to go about his own business and not mind him. Internally, Ji Lingyu sarcastically commented on Ye Lin's simplicity and naivety, thinking he still lacked experience due to his poor upbringing. As Ye Lin ate heartily, especially since he had previously sacrificed his stomach and now needed to compensate by eating more, he heard a voice beside him asking why he was here. When he turned around, he saw Zhuganini and her friend Lu Yanwei standing there. Lu Yanwei asked Zhuganini who Ye Lin was. Ye Lin felt annoyed seeing Zhuganini again, wondering to himself why this stupid woman keeps showing up in front of him all the time. Zhuganini responded to her friend with displeasure, stating that Ye Lin was just the coward who ran from the monster in the novice secret realm, expressing her frustration at seeing him again. Zhuganini deems Ye Lin as bad luck. Ye Lin smirked inwardly, wondering what Zhuganini's face would look like if she discovered he was actually Ling Yi, the very person she admires deeply. Ji Lingyu arrived with a group of friends to proudly introduce them to Ye Lin, presenting him as his superior. The group was surprised by this, and in a mocking tone, stated that Ji Lingyu should be the one in charge. However, Ji Lingyu firmly responded that Ye Lin was no ordinary person and that his level was now very high. Everyone was stunned to learn that Ye Lin had reached level 16 in the novice secret realm. Shocked by the huge gap between his level and their own modest ones, Ye Lin calmly advised them not to be too surprised and expressed his willingness to help them level up. If only they could get out of the city, then they could all get good results in the upcoming major exam. Everyone became excited upon hearing that Ye Lin was willing to help them, but Ji Lingyu expressed concern because they were forbidden from leaving the city before the major exam, to prevent students from gaining assistance from stronger individuals. Ye Lin then subtly hinted that the journey to the exam site itself might be a good opportunity for leveling up, though he voiced concern about lacking equipment. Ji Lingyu quickly reassured him that equipment would not be a problem at all and promised to provide anything he needed from the current auction. Ye Lin was surprised by the offer, but Ji Lingyu assured him that his father would financially support them no matter the cost if it would improve his exam performance. The auction began with the appearance of the beautiful hostess, who welcomed the attendees and introduced herself as Qingqing from the auction house. She wished everyone success in obtaining what they desire, and a warm applause ensued seconds after. Without delay, Qingqing presented the first item, an epic fire-type skill scroll for mages, starting the bid at 500,000 yuan. The bids rose quickly until they suddenly reached 3 million yuan, and the bidder behind this massive offer was none other than Zhuge Qianqing, Zhuganini's father. Ye Lin watched the scene calmly with a smile, realizing that Zhuge Qianqing was spending generously to buy skills for his daughter, but deep down he felt satisfied with himself. After all, as a master of forbidden curses, he didn't need such scrolls at all because his skills were all-powerful curses. Ye Lin turned to Ji Lingyu and whispered, "Your profession is an A-rank shadow blade, right? If something pops up that suits your class, don't hesitate. Bid right away. The right skill might save your life later." The auctioneer smiled, her voice crisp and clear. Next up, an item of rare quality. The Royal Dragon Wish Ring. It increases spirit by 30% and grants the passive skill, Dragon's Aura. The starting bid was 2 million and the minimum raise 100,000. Ladies and gentlemen, place your bids. The crowd erupted and the first bid was 2.5 million, then raised to 3 million, then 3.1. Bids began to pour in rapid succession. Ye Lin's eyes sparkled. A 30% spirit boost? That's huge. For any awakened fighter, that's a game changer. He edged Lingyu to bid for the ring. Ji Lingyu leaned toward his father and told him that he wanted that ring. His father didn't even hesitate. 8 million. He believes that spending 8 million to help his son ace the national exam and enter into a prestigious university is worth the money. And about Ye Lin, he was a forbidden caster and won't live long anyway. So after a few years, he will be dead and every equipment purchased for him will eventually end up returning to the Ji family. The auctioneer raised her voice, wanting to know if anyone was willing to offer a higher bid. In that moment, it seemed that no one wanted to bid more than 8 million, when suddenly, a bid of 10 million was announced from behind. The room fell silent as Kenson's tall and imposing figure stepped into view. He called out President Ji and asked how he was doing. It's no surprise that the two know each other very well, and the moment the Underground King was noticed, gasps echoed across the room. Everyone was curious as to why he was there since this wasn't his usual crowd. On the other hand, Ye Lin instinctively stepped back into the crowd after finally meeting Kenson, even if it's in passing. He can't be discovered. President Ji was curious to know what exactly his G group has done to offend Kenson. Kenson chuckled darkly and narrowed his eyes as he points a finger at President Ji. Kenson stated that President Ji had his men killed, and now he wants him to be polite about it. President Ji stayed calm and replied that he doesn't know what Kenson was talking about, but if he was looking for a fight, then his G group was not easy to bully. He then bids 12 million. Kenson's face twisted into a smile. He'd received the message loud and clear. They'll see who lasts until the very end. On his way out, he muttered to his assistant if he'd verified the car from the warehouse. The guy nodded and replied that there was no doubt that it was from G Group. They followed it straight back to G family's villa that evening. Kenson's face darkens upon this confirmation. He coldly stated that President Ji shouldn't blame him for what he's about to do. Moments later, the Royal Dragon Wish Ring was sold for 12 million. President Ji offered Ye Lin the ring and asked if he likes it. Ye Lin replied that he does and thanked him. Ji Lingyu leaned over and asked his father who Kenson was. His father replied that Kenson was the underworld king who's been trying to go legit. But now he'd suddenly set his eyes on their family's empire. Kenson didn't look like the type of guy to make idle threats. So Ye Lin warns President Ji that although the Ji group was powerful and often attracts unwanted attention, it wouldn't hurt to stay alert and being careful. Hearing this, President Ji agreed. The Emperor Dragon Rui ring increases spiritual attribute by 30%. The user of the ring was blessed by dragon energy, and their luck will increase by 10. Ye Lin slipped the ring onto his finger and got a rush of energy surged through him. His spirit stats shot up by 30% and his luck also increased by 10. Excited, he assured President Ji not to worry. Even if he had to force his son, he will make sure Ji Lingyu gets into a prestigious academy. President Ji chuckled, stating that they were all family now, so Ye Lin did not need to be overly formal. He and his son were practically brothers. Whatever equipment Ye Lin likes, he should just tell him. Throughout the night, President Ji kept bidding like crazy. Ji Lingyu was completely exhausted when the auction came to an end, and it seems his father cleaned up this year's auction. Anything that caught Ye Lin's eye, they placed their bid without question, racking up several precious items. Items like the Azure Thunder Ring boosts spirit by 15% and increases the power of all lightning-based skills by 20%. The Molten Moon necklace had 200 spirit bonus for mental-based casters. The Twin Yin-Yang bracelet gives 40 spiritual attributes, and wearing it unlocks both Cycle of Duality and a passive healing factor that rapidly heals injuries over time. Ye Lin's eyes sparkled, knowing full well that even if someone sees him regenerating, he now has a solid excuse. Then he picked up the prize of the night, the Falling Star Warblade. It has a 300 increase in strength, and under starlight its power stacks over time with an additional 100. Ye Lin nearly shivered in excitement. With this blade, he can finally unleash the forbidden technique he had unlocked at level 10. Then there's the Lifespan Blade Arts. With every swing, 1 year of Ye Lin's life would be sacrificed. Also, each strike was twice as powerful as the last. This stacks up to a maximum of 99. With this sword, Ye Lin can dominate the upcoming major exams. Meanwhile, on the other side of town, Zhuge Nini lay back in her private bath, annoyed. She still doesn't understand why the Ji family liked that coward Ye Lin so much. They spent so much money on him. Zhuge Nini suspects that the Ji family must be scheming something in secret. Otherwise, why pamper Ye Lin like some priced jewel? In that moment, a female housekeeper announced to Zhuge Nini that Lu Yanwei was there to see her. She brought someone who says they have information about the person she's been searching for. Zhuge Nini's eyes lit up. The person she's been looking for was obviously Ling Yi. She told the housekeeper to make them wait in the lounging room. She will be there shortly. She hurried downstairs, eager to know any information about Ling Yi. Lu Yanwei gestured toward the man beside her. This is Officer Huang. He was from the Investigation Bureau. He says he has news about Ling Yu. Officer Huang nodded politely and confirmed this. But he's afraid it wasn't good news. Zhuge Nini's heart skipped and questioned what Officer Huang meant. With a serious expression, Officer Huang showed Zhuge Nini something on his phone. A farmhouse outside Qingqing was burned down and there were several casualties. They also found traces of hellfire at the scene. And based on Zhuge Nini's previous description, they suspect the culprit might be the mysterious Ling Yi Zhuge Nini mentioned. The Bureau would like her to assist in the investigation. Hearing this, Zhuge Nini immediately jumped to Ling Yi's defense, shouting that he wasn't a killer. He saved her life. Zhuge Nini was not having it, and no one could make her believe that Ling Yi was a murderer without real evidence. Besides, why would a murderer risk his life to save her back then? Lu Yanwei quickly moved to calm her friend, and Officer Huang continued calmly. He understands her reaction, but the statement she gave was that Ling Yi used hellfire to obliterate an 8th-tier beast with a single attack. But during their investigation, there was no trace of anyone named Ling Yi. However, there's one individual who caught their attention. Officer Huang's tone dropped lower, and based on what they've gathered, this person may very well be her mysterious Ling Yi. Officer Huang added that their investigation also showed a high possibility that Ye Lin was Ling Yi. Zhuge Nini's eyes widened as the words sank in, but she immediately rejected this possibility. Ye Lin, that coward? No way. That guy always run away at the sight of danger. How can that coward be Ling Yi? And besides, Ye Lin wasn't capable of using hellfire. Activating his lie detection skill, Officer Huang's pupils shimmered with a faint blue light. He asked Zhuge Nini if she was absolutely certain. Without hesitation, Zhuge Nini answered that she was sure. She was the only one who's ever seen Ling Yi with her own eyes, and there was no way that coward could be Ling Yi. Officer Huang had never been wrong with his lie detection, so it seems Zhuge Nini was telling the truth. Ye Lin might not be their suspect after all. He nodded politely and thanked Zhuge Nini for her cooperation. If anything else comes up, she should inform him immediately. Meanwhile, Ye Lin had other priorities. It was time to test his new gear. Ye Lin led him to the official Awakened Association Center, the central training facility in Qingcheng. A receptionist welcomed them and questioned if they would like to conduct a training for that evening. Ye Lin confirms this, adding that his boss wants to test his new equipment. Hearing this, she asked Ye Lin what his level was. Ye Lin replied confidently that he was level 16. The lady then explains that the facility has standard training room for under 20 awakeners, priced at 100,000 yuan per hour. It also includes basic force analysis and mana calibration. Ye Lin told her he wanted a training room for level 40 or below. The receptionist was stunned for a moment, then nodded in understanding. Ye Lin waited outside as the receptionist led Ye Lin into the training room. The training room was very spacious, as big as a basketball court, with a row of dummies in the middle. According to the lady, the training room was made of special materials and was built by an SS-level builder. It can withstand the full force attack of job changers below level 40. This also applies to the dummies. It's extremely difficult for job changers below level 40 to leave marks on the dummies. The moment the door was locked, Ye Lin walked around and carefully checked the training room, and after confirming that there were no surveillance cameras, he visibly relaxed, then drew out his falling star warblade. Ye Lin made a dash forward, deciding to try Yangshuo's sword technique, which consumes a year of his life with every strike. Ye Lin leaped high in the air, grasped the falling star warblade tightly, and instantly entered a mysterious state. The moment he swung the sword, his eyes became firm and deep. The first strike of the sword was followed by a deafening bang in the training room, as if something was completely torn apart. A bright light flashed on the blade of the falling star warblade, which was Ye Lin's burning life. After the first slash was made, the second slash that followed was even sharper and more powerful, and the air in the training room seemed like it's been slashed, forming an invisible sword energy. The third slash followed, then fourth and the fifth. Ye Lin's sword swinging speed was getting faster and faster, and each strike was more powerful than the last. When Ye Lin swung the sword for the 99th time, the entire training room seemed to be shaking, and strong energy fluctuations filled the air. At that moment, it was earth-shattering, and an unprecedented light burst out from the blade of the falling star warblade, illuminating the entire training room. An invisible blade energy gushed out from the blade and instantly slashed towards the dummies in front, tearing them apart. After stacking 99 layers of Yangshuo sword technique, each of his sword slash was extremely terrifying. At this moment, Ye Lin was like a god of war, after he'd slashed hundreds of times in succession. With a clang, the dummies that was said to be able to block the full force attack of job changers below level 40 laid broken on the floor. As Ye Lin carried on, testing the rest of the equipment together with his forbidden spells, a slight tremor could be felt outside. Ye Lin explained to the lady that there was a major exams approaching, so Ye Lin likes to get a little bit crazy when he starts training. The two were interrupted the moment Ye Lin walked out of the training room with satisfaction. With his two forbidden spells of Burning Reincarnation and Longevity Sword Technique, coupled with the sword and the rest of the equipment, he had a rough estimate of his current strength. Ye Lin was curious as to why Ye Lin came out so soon. Ye Lin replied that he was exhausted and needed to head back and rest. Also, he wanted to know if he doesn't need to pay for breaking things in the training room. The lady initially thought Ye Lin was joking. After all, the training room was suitable for job changers below level 40. And if Ye Lin, a level 16 job changer, can damage the things inside, then it means the quality is not up to standard. How can she ask him to pay for it? Relieved, Ye Lin quickly led Ye Lin out of there as the lady went into the training room to check. When she found out that almost everything in the training room was completely wrecked, she covered her mouth in shock. The dummies were slashed and charred, and not a single dummy was left standing. Meanwhile, back at the Ji family residence, the two guards stationed at the entrance were suddenly attacked by an unknown enemy. The neck of one of the guard was pierced with a thin needle coated in poison. As the guard clutched his neck in pain, the other, seeing this, was alarmed and asked what was wrong. Unbeknownst to him, a pair of hands suddenly emerged from the shadows behind him, and just like that, his neck was snapped horribly from behind. Screams and bloodshed followed shortly after as the scene pans to President Ji, who was currently at his study when he heard all the commotion outside. He wondered what was going on. But just then, the old housekeeper, a bit bloodied and bruised, opened the office door and told his master to run. He was about to explain when suddenly, a knife stabbed into his body along his lower back. He screamed in pain as his vitality quickly slipped away. The person responsible for this massacre finally came to view, and it was obviously none other than Kenson. "We meet again," he said, mocking President Ji. President Ji was furious as he took out his gun. But before he could even fire a shot, A long knife with a cold glow flashed by like lightning and under President Ji's incredulous gaze. His hands had already flown high into the air. Kensen smiled with disdain on his face. He called President Ji a fool for using a gun against a job changer. Seriously, was he having a brain glitch or something? You see, guns were okay in dealing with those who had just successfully changed jobs. But once their strength reached level 30 or above, guns were no different from toys in front of them. Kensen raised his sword and was ready to kill President Ji when suddenly, one of his men rushed over and informed him that the two boys were not at the villa. Although Kensen was annoyed upon hearing this, he decided to let President Ji live a little longer. After all, killing him would be equivalent to cutting off Ye Lin's weak spot. But if he doesn't annihilate everything about the Ji family, they will eventually come back and seek revenge in the future. Kensen plans to use President Ji to lure these two boys out and then eliminate them together. In less than half an hour, all the people in the Ji family villa, except Ye Lin's father, turned into cold corpses. When Ye Lin and Ye Lin returned to the residence of the Ji family, they instantly felt that something was off. The guards stationed outside were missing, the entire villa was eerie quiet, and even the lights were off like there was a power outage. Ye Lin suddenly smelled a strong stench of blood and immediately rushed inside with a sense of dread. He told Ye Lin to prepare himself mentally as he switched on the lights. Ye Lin was stunned, staring at the horrifying scene. The bodies of the job changers and servants hired by the Ji family were everywhere, with broken limbs and arms scattered all over the ground. Many people had fear written all over their faces, as if they had encountered the most terrifying evil spirit before they died. Ye Lin took a few steps back, his face ashen as he tried to deny the reality. They must have entered the wrong place. This wasn't his home. Ye Lin warned him to be careful as he screamed in fear, frantically rushing towards his father's study like a madman. There was a piece of paper on the table not far from Ye Lin. Picking it up, he called Ye Lin to come take a look. Ye Lin rushed over, seething with rage. The letter informs them that if Ye Lin wants to save his father, he should bring Ye Lin to the underground black market to find him. Also, with every 6 hours, he will cut a piece of flesh from his father. Ye Lin's anger was maxed out at this point. He tore the letter in half, vowing to kill Kensen with his own hands. Ye Lin was about to go find Kensen to fight him to the death when Ye Lin grabbed his shoulder. He stated that everything happened because of him, so he will go save President Ji while Ye Lin finds a place to hide. Ye Lin wasn't having it, so Ye Lin skillfully knocked him out. He apologized and promised to bring his father safely. Ye Lin laid the unconscious Ye Lin on the sofa and left the villa. Ye Lin promised to show Kensen how terrifying a cursed master who doesn't care about his freaking life is. Meanwhile, at the darkest heart of Qingcheng underground black market, Kensen's men were spread all over the place, alert and armed. A black shadow crossed the night sky like a ghost and landed silently without alerting any guard. Ye Lin was wearing black clothes and black shoes, and his face was wrapped in black cloth. Ye Lin completely blended into the night. Although the guards were many, if he could sneak in quietly and catch Kensen off guard, he might actually have a chance to kill him without any fuss. But just when Ye Lin was thinking about this, the next second, one of the guards suddenly turned in his direction, staring directly at him. Shocked, Ye Lin couldn't understand how. He had hidden perfectly, so why was he discovered so easily? The leader pointed his gun arrogantly at Ye Lin and informed him of the hidden camera above his head, also questioning which era Ye Lin was from to be hiding in the shadows like that. Apparently, the entire place had surveillance cameras with infrared night vision. Sure enough, Ye Lin was still a little careless. But it doesn't matter as long as he kills all these people. The guy told him that their boss had been waiting for him. As 3 of the guards approached him, Ye Lin, seeing no point in silently sneaking in, decided to just rush in directly. Since Ling Yi has already taken a lot of blame for his misdeeds, he was not afraid of him taking the blame for the assassination of Kensen as well. But this obviously needed to be under the premise that no one present could escape alive from the underground black market tonight. Otherwise, the secret of his immortality will be exposed. Also, since he's been discovered, he felt no need to disguise himself anymore. Ye Lin removed the mask covering his face and began to perform intricate signs with his left hand leisurely hidden from view. Then, very abruptly, he activated a forbidden spell, the Burning Reincarnation. With the support of 5 pieces of equipment with mental power boost, coupled with his own astonishing 1088 points, Ye Lin's mental power was currently at 2,176 points after activating the burning cycle. At this moment, the group, who had no idea what kind of terrible monster they were facing, saw a line of blazing fire gushed out from Ye Lin's palms. The purple-red flames was so terrifying that it seemed to be able to burn everything in sight. Seeing this, the 3, already aware of Ye Lin's troublesome nature, immediately opened fire. However, the shots fired were dodged by Ye Lin with ease even though the bullet were ineffective against him. Activating another forbidden spell, the fire of karma burning the sky, Ye Lin sacrificed his left kidney this time around since the right one just grew back. With the blessing of this terrifying mental power, this karmic fire that burned the sky seemed to light up the entire night sky. And the flames spread extremely quickly and engulfed all of the group in a blink of an eye. All the screams, wails, and cries for help were swallowed up by the flames, leaving only the crackling sound of the burning fire. The remaining 2 guards charged forward, deciding to attack from the flank. But before they could even comprehend what just happened in the next few seconds, Ye Lin, performing the fleeting dance technique, maxed his current speed and was upon them in an instant. He grabbed the 2 by their faces with the blazing flame gushing out from his palms. Then shortly after, their entire body was engulfed in a sea of flames. After wailing a few times, the 2 died a painful death, leaving their charred remains. Ye Lin dashed out of the blazing flames without a backward glance, silently vowing to show Kensen that his master had arrived. The moment Ye Lin got close to the main building, the door was blown off to bits as the air suddenly became violent, gathering together to form 2 sharp wind blades which cut through the night sky and head straight towards Ye Lin. Fortunately, with Ye Lin's quick and nimble movements, he was able to dodge with little effort. He was also quick to notice that the attack was from a wind type awakened, obviously a job changer above level 30. At the entrance, 2 job changers were patiently waiting for him. The swordsman mocked Ye Lin and called him a bastard for daring to come there alone. Wasn't he afraid for his life? Hearing this, his fellow spearmen laughed and reminded the swordsman that their boss wanted Ye Lin alive. The swordsman assured his brother not to worry because he doesn't intend on killing Ye Lin. He will just have some fun with him as a warm-up. On the other hand, Ye Lin drew his falling star warblade, and in a cold tone, warned the 2 about their rotten luck. They were about to face him with his sword. The moment Ye Lin unsheathed his sword, the curse spell of the life sword was naturally activated. He told the 2 to come at him so he can see how many times he can slice them up. Activating his wind magic, the dragon pistol, the spearman launched toward Ye Lin, promising to wipe that arrogant expression off his face. Ye Lin blocked the attack and countered with his first sword. The moment he did, the swordsman suddenly appeared behind him with a powerful wind blade strike. Luckily, Ye Lin's fleeting dance was faster, so he was able to dodge and even counterattack with his second sword slash. Although Ye Lin was fast, his counterattacks were weak and could only manage to scrape their skin. The 2 mocked Ye Lin for his mediocre skills. However, Ye Lin, fully aware of the 99 stacking effect of the Yangshuo sword technique, told the 2 to be patient. They will soon learn of his sword skills. His third sword was blocked by the spearman, then the 4th sword slash was blocked by the 2 simultaneously. But at this point, they began to notice something strange. Ye Lin's attacks had become powerful and were difficult to block. On top of that, his swordsmanship was also becoming sharper and profound. The 5th sword soon followed with a deafening clunk, then the 6th sword and the 7th sword. On the 8th sword strike, the force was so powerful that it shattered the swordsman's weapon and trashed him a couple distance away. Shocked and alarmed, the spearman called out to his brother in panic. Faced with the blessing of just the 8th level of the Yangshuo sword technique, neither of them had the power to resist. Ye Lin, really feeling the intensity of the 8th strike, grabbed his chest in pain. But as he approached the spearman with an evident killing intent, the guy questioned him about what kind of sword technique he used, and how it was even possible that it became more and more powerful with each strike. Under the reflection of the wind blade, Ye Lin's expression looked extremely cold as he replied that the guy didn't need to know. The sound of a sharp blade cutting flesh was heard as blood spurted out like a fountain. Ye Lin killed the guy with a casual slash of his sword, and as the guy's lifeless body drops to the ground, his brother let out a gut-wrenching roar, calling Ye Lin a devil. He wasn't human and will die a miserable death. Hearing this, Ye Lin gave him a cold look but said nothing. He activated the burning reincarnation curse spell and made a quick work of the guy, incinerating him into a charred steak as his wails got swallowed up by the flames. Ye Lin walked away with an aura of superiority, coldly reiterating his earlier statement that no one there could leave alive. He entered the huge building and wasted no time eliminating everyone on each floor. During this period, he encountered job changers above level 30, but facing a forbidden spellmaster who was impossible to kill, and whose curse spells flew all over the sky as soon as he attacked, even a job changer above level 30 was powerless. His life-for-life fighting style made it easier to eliminate job changers at level 30 or so. Of course, Ye Lin also paid a price. His body was covered with countless horrific wounds that were enough to kill him, and was pierced by countless weapons. He also had countless scars from ice and fire. But in those moments, Ye Lin was like a Shura who had crawled out of the underworld to claim their lives. He killed his way in, asking where Kensen was as he went along, but he soon ran into real trouble in the form of Zhai Shochi, a level 42 job changer who stood in front of him like a roadblock. This man was tall and strong like a towering mountain. His face was full of murderous intent, and his eyes flashed with amusement. He was holding a huge battle axe, and his whole body exuded a powerful aura that was bone-chilling. Zhai Shochi called Ye Lin a brave kid. After all, as a famous thug in the underground black market, it has been a long, long time since anyone dared to come to the underground black market alone to cause trouble. But looking at Ye Lin, whose body was covered with all kinds of knives, bullets, sticks, swords, and halberds, Zhai Shochi couldn't help but wonder why the kid wasn't dead yet. What was his secret? Ye Lin couldn't help but feel alert. He knew that this was a powerful opponent and he had to be careful in dealing with him. The axe alone looks like it weighs several hundred kilograms. Ye Lin assured Zhai Shochi that his secret will be revealed if he put down the axe. Of course, Zhai Shochi disagreed. If Ye Lin wasn't going to talk, then he will just have to kill him and study him slowly. Zhai Shochi rushed towards Ye Lin with the battle axe in hand, then produced a strike that literally shook the entire building and sent debris flying in every direction. Ye Lin gritted his teeth and dodged the attack by activating his burning reincarnation and fleeting dance. Facing Zhai Shochi, he did not dare to underestimate him in the slightest. Also, after casting 2 forbidden spells in succession, his entire condition was instantly brought to the best. Seeing this, Zhai Shochi scoffed and questioned Ye Lin how long he can last by burning his vitality in exchange for combat power. Suddenly, he blitzed towards Ye Lin with his battle axe, smashing down with so much force that Ye Lin was instantly thrown off the moment he raised his sword to block. He even spurted out a mouth full of fresh blood, and before he could get up, Zhai Shochi was upon him with a knee strike, landing squarely on Ye Lin's abdomen. However, Ye Lin still charged forward as if nothing had happened, swinging his sword wildly to stack up his attacks. But the few exchanged didn't have enough power as a force even more terrifying than before burst out from Zhai Shochi's battle axe and swung at Ye Lin, who was attacking him. Zhai Shochi's battle axe continued to hammer down, disarming the falling star warblade in Ye Lin's hand. Ye Lin's face was extremely solemn at this point. As expected, a level 42 job changer was indeed extraordinary. Even with the 99 layers of Yangsho sword technique combined with his burning reincarnation and fleeting dance, he was no match for Zhai Shochi. However, Ye Lin's advantage was his burning immortality. Zhai Shochi used his previous momentum to smash hard on Ye Lin's shoulder, producing a teeth-grinding sound of bones cracking. The sound of Ye Lin's shoulder bone and clavicle breaking under the attack made him spat out a mouthful of blood, and his whole body was trashed across the room like a cannonball, hitting the wall not far away heavily. Zhai Shochi approached Ye Lin's brutally battered figure, a bit disappointed. He was just warming up, but Ye Lin was already down for the count. Ye Lin agrees with this assessment. When fighting a close combat expert, his sword skills were severely lacking. Nonetheless, he still had his trump card, and Zhai Shochi should remember that he was the one who forced his hand. As Ye Lin slowly got up, the shoulder injury quickly recovered, along with any other internal injuries inflicted upon him. Because what happened next was so jaw-dropping that it even seemed excessive. Ye Lin did not hold back at all and attacked with all his might, sacrificing everything he could, and I mean everything. Liver, left lung, stomach, right kidney, gallbladder, duodenum, pancreas, spleen, large and small intestines, you name it, it's probably in there, just to summon the legendary world-destroying thunder. You see, forbidden spells were not omnipotent, so no matter how powerful a forbidden spell was, the person who casts it must be strong enough. Ye Lin's actual level was only 16, so naturally, if it was an ordinary thunder, it would definitely be difficult to cause too much damage to Zhai Shochi. However, this sacrifice made to summon the world-destroying thunder was expensive and enormous, so its power was obviously unfathomable. When the familiar chaos thunder came crashing down, Zhai Shochi's eyes widened with an overwhelming fear, and it didn't take a genius to know he was fucked in every way possible. Although he had his divine physique which could still resist a portion of the attack from the chaos thunder, it was definitely not even close to enough. The world-destroying thunder crushed into Zhai Shochi's body, wreaking havoc. It took less than a second for it to vaporize the upper half of his body to dust, leaving a hand on his battle axe and his lower half, which soon followed. Ye Lin's swordsmanship may not be good enough, but his chaos thunder summoning was a whole different matter. Now, if there was anything Zhai Shochi wanted to know, he can go ask the King of Hell. Groaning in pain, Ye Lin proceeded to the next floor, feeling a little lightheaded. Sacrificing too many organs at once really did a number on him. Meanwhile, in the presidential suite under the same building, Kensen, clearly unbothered, was leisurely having a fun time with one of his many women even though he'd been informed that there's been an intruder. He believes Zhai Shochi, being a mini-boss, was more than enough to deal with whichever nutcase dares to come to his domain, after the intruder happens to defeat all the men in the building, of course. Anyway, the important matter at hand was whether his little plaything wants to have a taste of something delicious he's got for her. The woman, Miss Chen, caught on what Kensen was implying and was fully on board. But before the two could get all naughty, Ye Lin barged into the suite like an enraged bull, and like a Kensen's personal cockblocker, he spared no time demanding where President Ji was. Pissed off, Kensen got up and approached the little brat, a bit baffled that he was able to make his way to him. Kensen asked where Zhai Shochi was, but it was clear that Ye Lin was done with the idle talk. With his sword in hand, he leaped high in the air and swung it down, declaring that his precious little pet was dead and he was next. Kensen just laughed at the sheer audacity of this little brat, and casually grabbed the sword with his bare hands. After all, he wasn't the underground king of Qingcheng for show, and there was a long list of people wanting to kill him, but unfortunately, Ye Lin wasn't worthy. Kensen then grabbed Ye Lin by the neck and spared no time exerting his dominance. He told Ye Lin to learn an important lesson to never fuck with him in his next life. Kensen activated a heavy power skill named the Breaking Gasp and crushed Ye Lin's throat without breaking a sweat. He drops Ye Lin's lifeless body to the floor without a backward glance, annoyed for wasting his time dealing with such worthless inconvenience. However, to his shock, the little fucker wasn't dead, but even had the energy to get back up. And on top of that, all the injuries on his body seems to have been healed somehow. Kensen questioned how it was even possible. Ye Lin was super dead. He made sure of it. On the other hand, Ye Lin just scoffed at Kensen's temper tantrum. Why would he be dead when he hadn't even had any fun yet? Ye Lin sacrificed his left eye and activated the curse spell, the Eyes of External Freeze. He froze Kensen's legs within an ice prison, and this freaked the hell out of the so-called underground king of Qingcheng. He questioned what kind of curse spell Ye Lin used and why he couldn't move at all. Obviously, Ye Lin ignored the question and asked one of his own. He wanted to know where President Ji was. Kensen refused to reveal where he was keeping President Ji as a hostage, and Ye Lin made him pay dearly for it. Activating his burning reincarnation, Ye Lin set the poor bastard's arms on fire, and the flames burned them wildly as he wails like a woman in labor. However, during Kensen's wailing session, a dull thud sounded as knees hit the floor behind Ye Lin. Miss Chen, pointing a loaded gun at the back of a tied-up President Ji, demanded that Ye Lin let his lover go. Otherwise, she will kill President Ji. Seeing this, Ye Lin casually remarked on how Miss Chen wants to be all righteous for her man. He extinguished the flames and suggested an exchange of hostages. Miss Chen immediately pointed the gun at Ye Lin the moment he started to slowly approach her. She warned Ye Lin not to come close or she will shoot. Ye Lin questioned Miss Chen if she didn't want to exchange hostages. Arrogant as always, Kensen stated that he didn't need a woman to save him. However, he still wanted to protect Miss Chen, so he told her to get out of there. But the damn woman didn't listen and suddenly pulled the trigger, firing 3 shots that hit Ye Lin squarely in the stomach, chest, and left shoulder. He drops to the floor as Chen rushed to Kensen's side. Kensen calls her a fool for not leaving like he told her. The little brat she just shot wasn't dead. This revelation shocked her greatly. And at the same time, Ye Lin had already gotten up and made his way to President Ji's side. He then casually used the Eyes of External Freeze curse spell and froze both hands of Miss Chen together with her gun. She couldn't hide her shock as the only thing fueling her fake bravado got neutralized real quick. And the moment Kensen pleaded for her, demanding Ye Lin come at him and leave her alone, his head was cleanly severed from his body. Ye Lin's blade flashed with a starlight, and Kensen's desperate pleas stopped abruptly as Ye Lin just coldly remarked that he was being noisy. The underground king of Qingcheng died with his eyes wide opened, and Miss Chen just stared at the scene in absolute disbelief, unable to comprehend what she was seeing. With tears in her eyes, she let out a scream. Ye Lin just straight up ignores her as he made his way to President Ji's side with an expressionless face. Miss Chen, in a defeated tone, questioned if Ye Lin plans on killing her too. Hearing this, Ye Lin just sighed, carried an unconscious President Ji on his shoulder and walked off. He told Miss Chen to not have such silly thoughts because he doesn't kill women, and if her lover hadn't kidnapped President Ji, he really wouldn't have been his enemy. He then tells her to leave the building. Miss Chen was speechless upon hearing this, and it's unclear whether she listened to Ye Lin and left the building, because shortly after cleaning house, Ye Lin incinerated the entire building with his hellfire, leaving no evidence which could be traced back to him. The entire black market was shrouded in karmic fire, turning into a sea of fire. And with that, the once largest sinful city in Qingqing officially came to an end. The very next day at the Ji family's residence, President Ji finally woke up after his treatment. Lying in bed with his whole body wrapped in bandages like a mummy, President Ji was fortunate enough to have his severed hands also reattached and healed. Ji Lingyu burst out in tears seeing his father finally awake. He thought he would never see him again. President Ji comforts his son, reassuring him not to worry. As long as he was still alive, the Ji family will be fine. Then, his gaze shifted to Ye Lin with evident doubts and curiosity. He was comatose during the whole incident and didn't know what really happened. President Ji wanted to know just how on earth Ye Lin rescued him. Ye Lin nervously scratched the back of his neck and replied that he wasn't very clear about the specifics of the situation either. The entire rescue mission was done by his good friend Ling Yi. He was the one who saved him from Kensen and burned down the entire black market. Upon hearing about this mysterious Ling Yi, President Ji, although grateful and lucky to still be alive, wondered where Ling Yi came from and why he had never heard of him. Ye Lin was not sure about Ling Yi's identity either, and given how he had only known of his existence for a short time, he doubts Ling Yi will reveal his identity to him. President Ji took the hint and asked no further questions. If Ye Lin doesn't want to talk about it, then this old man won't ask. But the most urgent matter was the college entrance exam. Ye Lin and his son should not delay. The two reassured President Ji not to worry. There was still 27 hours before the college entrance exams begins. And besides, they had prepare for the exams and will not disappoint him. But just then, 3 men in dark suits and dark glasses showed up at the villa. Invited inside, the 3 walked in confidently and disclosed that they were from the investigation bureau. Officer Huang took out an arrest warrant and presented it to Ye Lin, adding that he was suspected in the involvement of a major murder case in the city. They needed him to come with them to assist in the investigation. A visible bead of sweat trickled down Ye Lin's cheek. He didn't expect the investigation bureau to come so quickly. Nonetheless, it was too risky to openly resist arrest. So Ye Lin decided to go along with them first, then decide his next course of action as the situation develops. As they led Ye Lin out of the room, Ji Lingyu questioned the officers why they were arresting his boss. The officers remained silent as Ye Lin just casually stated that the two should remember to pick him up at the investigation bureau. President Ji reassured Ye Lin not to be afraid. He will find the best lawyer who can definitely get him out. Meanwhile, as the scene shifted the Zhuge family's villa, Zhuge Qianqing knocked and informed her daughter at the door that there has been another news about Ling Yi, the guy she has been damn near obsessing over. Hearing this, Zhuge Nini got all excited like she'd received the best news of her life. Her father had to even remind her to change clothes first before heading downstairs, where Officer Huang from the investigation bureau was waiting. As Zhuge Nini heads to her closet to change, her father left her room with a heavy sigh. He closed the door and began to cough violently. Taking out a key from his pocket, Zhuge Qianqing, with a knowing look in his eyes, stated that he didn't expect Ye Lin to be able to take out Kensen single-handedly. But at the moment, what's got Zhuge Qianqing all serious was that he didn't have much time anymore. Seriously, when will Ye Lin be willing to take up on his offer and ask him for help? He wondered, and apparently it seems Ye Lin's secret was not that airtight after all. Meanwhile, at the Qingcheng Investigation Bureau stood a tall, magnificent and imposing building, designed to be intimidating. Inside one of its special solitary cells built by the masters of material science and architecture, it was a pipe dream to think of breaking out by force. Ye Lin sat in the only chair in the cell as the iron door slowly opened, revealing a man with his face concealed by the shadow casted. Ye Lin calmly stated that until his lawyer comes, he won't say anything, even though he'd guessed that President Ji's connections and lawyer probably won't be enough given the number of people that died. The guy, clearly annoyed, walked in, and before Ye Lin could utter another word, he was grabbed by his jacket and lifted up in the air. The guy demanded Ye Lin tells him where that thing was. Obviously, Ye Lin was totally clueless. He questioned through his ragged breathing, wanting to know what the guy was referring to because he sure as hell didn't know. But this answer only enraged the guy who thought Ye Lin was playing dumb. He threatened to gouge Ye Lin's eyes out if he continues with the act. With little effort, he slammed him directly into the wall. Ye Lin felt like he'd been hit by a truck. It was then that the guy, in a cold tone, explained that Ye Lin should hand over the key. Kensen died by Ye Lin's hands, so naturally, the key must be with him. Back then, Ye Lin did not take anything from the underground black market in order to avoid leaving any trace or evidence. So even if there was a key, he burned it to ashes. However, he couldn't show any abnormality, otherwise this guy would definitely take ruthless action against him, which would either expose the secret of his immortality or be blind for the rest of his life. Since the guy didn't want to hear the truth, then he will play along. He told the guy that the key was with him but not with him. And if the guy continues with his ruthless behavior, he will make sure he never finds it. Originally, Ye Lin planned to stay in the investigation bureau until the college entrance exams, but now it seems that the place he thought was the safest was actually the Dragon's Den. He never imagined that the deputy director of the investigation bureau was actually connected to Kensen. Realizing this, he still had the balls to demand that the guy takes him out of the investigation bureau before anything else. He gritted his teeth when the guy grabs him by the hair and gave him a solid punch on his left cheek. Ye Lin spat out fresh blood as he silently comes to terms that the officer had no martial or moral ethics. The guy coldly asked if Ye Lin was sure he wants to leave the investigation bureau at this time, because he will become a wanted criminal and definitely won't even be able to take the college entrance exams. Ye Lin pursed his lips. It seems as if this was really a dead end with no chance of breaking out of it at all. In his opinion, the strength of the tall and thin man in front of him was even more terrifying than Kensen. Whether he fought or fled, he obviously wouldn't stand a chance. On the floor, he raised his hand for a timeout. He wants to make a call. The guy took out his phone and stated that if Ye Lin had been this cooperative from the start, then he wouldn't have to suffer. Ye Lin took the phone and started dialing. Inwardly, he vowed to pay back this grudge tenfold. 10 minutes later, someone walked inside the cell, and this person turned out to be none other than Zhuge Nini's father, Zhuge Changxing. The moment he entered the cell, he told the officer to pound sand with his flattering. Anyway, he brought the key he so desperately wanted. In Zhuge Changxing's hands was the key, and he spared no pleasantries as he handed it over. But on the way out, the officer wondered why he was helping the little brat. Zhuge Changxing just replied that it was none of his business. He'd already given him the key and their deal was done. So with that, the guy apologized and made his exit. Ye Lin, although excited that his interrogation was over, wondered how Kensen's key appeared in the possession of Zhuge Changxing out of nowhere. Did he just entangled himself in some conspiracy? Ye Lin just feigned an innocent demeanor and thanked Zhuge Changxing. If it weren't for his help, he would have been in danger. But Zhuge Changxing wasn't buying that bullshit act. He straight up explained that he saved Ye Lin for his own selfish reasons and not for the goodness of his heart. Besides, if the secret of his immortality was made public, all the powerful people in the entire daxia, and probably overseas, will come to kill him. This revelation was like a sledgehammer hitting Ye Lin in his freaking face. Zhuge Changxing actually knew about his immortality. What should he do? Should he kill him? After all, he'd never told anyone because he knew very well that an innocent man was guilty of possessing a treasure. At such a close distance, if he was to take advantage of Zhuge Changxing's unpreparedness and summon the Chaos Thunder with its strongest power, he should be able to severely injure or even kill him. But then what? What should he do after killing Zhuge Changxing? Feigning confusion, Ye Lin tried to play dumb, but Zhuge Changxing wasn't buying it. Just now, there was a flash of killing intent in Ye Lin's eyes. Was it directed at him? It seems that he guessed right. Ye Lin was indeed immortal. Just when Ye Lin was considering whether to take action, Zhuge Changxing continued confidently. As expected, if you eliminate all the impossible, whatever remains, no matter how unbelievable it is the truth. Ye Lin had an immortal body, yet he was so weak. It seems that the legends were true. Ye Lin asked what Zhuge Changxing wanted from him. And upon hearing this, Zhuge Changxing replied with a question of his own, wanting to know if Ye Lin was willing to be his disciple. Hearing this, Ye Lin was truly puzzled. He didn't even know what he needed to do as a disciple, and how would it even benefit Zhuge Changxing anyway. Zhuge Changxing gave a slight cough and explained that he didn't have much time left, and wants to take in a disciple he can entrust some tasks before he takes a permanent nap. Curious, Ye Lin wanted to know what could be so important. Zhuge Changxing then took out a key exactly the same as the one he just handed over and gave it to Ye Lin. Ye Lin was stunned. Could it be that there were two keys? As if seeing Ye Lin's confusion, Zhuge Changxing explained with a smile that he gave a fake one to the officer. It was made with great effort by an old blacksmith friend of his. Anyway, the key was the real ancient key of the apocalypse. Ye Lin couldn't help but look at the key in his hand. The whole key was made of bronze and had spots of rust on it, but it contained an ancient and mysterious aura. You see, this world originally had no monsters or job changers, until the day the Gate of Apocalypse descended, and 7 ancient artifacts of origin fell out from behind the Gate of Apocalypse and scattered around the world. Each of them had completely different abilities. The first 7 people who obtained the ancient artifact of origin became an extremely powerful forbidden existence in their own rights. After the Gate of Apocalypse opened, changes began to occur in the entire world. Humans were able to change their jobs, and all kinds of strange and powerful monsters and copies appeared one after another. During this period, countless horrific wars broke out between humans and monsters, and between humans themselves. Even the ancient artifacts of origin were shattered. Now, the existence of the ancient artifacts of origin was just a legend. And this ancient key of apocalypse is the key to opening the door of apocalypse. Zhuge Qianxing asked again if Ye Lin was willing to be his disciple and help him. Ye Lin thought for a moment. Now that Zhuge Qianxing knows his secret, it was not like he had a choice. Ye Lin accepted to be Zhuge Qianxing's disciple, but he was not sure he could accomplish the task his master just asked. Zhuge Qianxing laughed and placed a hand on Ye Lin's shoulder. When did he become so humble? With his current strength, if he enters the Supreme Academy to further his studies, his future will be immeasurable. But before anything else, there was one more thing Zhuge Qianxing wanted to entrust to Ye Lin. What is it? Ye Lin asked with evident curiosity in his eyes. Zhuge Qianxing gave a slightly awkward smile and wants Ye Lin to take good care of Zhuge Nini after he dies. Ye Lin should protect her from getting bullied. Upon hearing such a request, Ye Lin was a little taken aback. He even wondered if there was anyone who could actually bully that female Tyrannosaurus-like daughter of this cunning middle-aged man. He scratched the back of his head nervously and tried to reassure his new mentor that he will definitely live long, possibly passing a 100-year-old mark. Zhuge Qianxing just laughed at this words of encouragement as he left the solitary cell, with Ye Lin following in tow. Ye Lin might not be aware, but he's quite older than he looks, which has many advantages if he was being honest. Anyway, Ye Lin was still young and his strength can be cultivated slowly, so there was no rush. What matters at present was the college entrance exams. He needed to get good results, and apparently so does her daughter. A while later, as the scene shifted to the Zhuge family's villa, Zhuge Nini was stunned to see the person she hated the most in her home. And to make the matter even worse, she just found out that her father had taken Ye Lin as his disciple. To her, this was impossible and only made her furious. How could her father accept a coward like Ye Lin as his apprentice? It seems that her classmate was not only a coward, but also full of lies. She insisted Ye Lin leaves her family's home, but obviously, her words doesn't carry that much weight. Ye Lin just casually folded his arms and was too lazy to explain anything to this spoiled princess. He would gladly leave if her father wants him to. After all, it wasn't like he wanted this arrangement anyway. If Zhuge Nini had any problem with him being there, she can go ask her father. Wondering why her little princess was throwing a fit the moment she got home, Zhuge Qianxing came downstairs. But the moment Zhuge Nini saw her father, she gave him a helpless look and asked anxiously why Ye Lin of all her classmates was doing inside their home. He was a coward and full of lies. He should hurry up and kick him out because there was no way he was his disciple, right? Zhuge Qianxing replied her daughter that he did indeed accept Ye Lin as his disciple. So her classmate was telling her the truth. But before Zhuge Qianxing could explain the reason for his decision, Zhuge Nini, incredulous, cut her father off and asked if he was crazy. Was he getting old and confused? How can he want such a person as his apprentice? And even if Ye Lin's character was put aside, what of his talent? Ye Lin was a forbidden spellmaster who cannot live past the age of 25. So what could her father possibly teach him within this limited time? He was going to die very soon anyway. As smart as Zhuge Qianxing was, he didn't know what to say without revealing any of Ye Lin's secrets. He told her daughter to pipe down with such harsh words. But it wasn't like Ye Lin cared anyway. And besides, he added that Ye Lin was actually powerful and was the Ling Yi she had been looking for. Hadn't she figured it out that Ye Lin and Ling Yi were the same person all along? Zhuge Qianxing thought that her daughter would change his opinion of Ye Lin after hearing this. But unexpectedly, Zhuge Nini just sneered and glanced at Ye Lin with cold eyes. She never thought that her classmate was not only cowardly and full of lies, but also a fraud. He can even fool her father. But she knows damn well what she saw on that day. Ye Lin ran away like a coward he was when she needed help. And if it wasn't for Ling Yi showing up and saving her, she would probably be dead. How could these two people be the same person? They look and behave nothing alike. You see, for people like Zhuge Nini, once they determine something and becomes obsessed over it, it's almost impossible to get them to realize otherwise even when it smacked them in the face. As Zhuge Nini walked away, she promised to find the real Ling Yi and expose Ye Lin's hypocritical mask. Ye Lin walked over and asked Zhuge Qianxing whether he should follow her daughter and protect her from a distance. Zhuge Qianxing smiled bitterly and shook his head. There was no need. No one would dare to touch her in Qingqing. Also, Ye Lin shouldn't take her daughter's words to heart. She was not bad by nature, but a little paranoid. Zhuge Qianxing apologized on Zhuge Nini's behalf. This was also his fault for usually doting on her too much. Anyway, with the college entrance exams a few hours away, Zhuge Qianxing took out a wooden box and handed it to Ye Lin. Ye Lin opened the wooden box and found a mask as thin as a cicada's wing. Looking at the mask in the wooden box, Ye Lin felt his scalp tingling. This was not a mask at all, it was clearly a human face, a lifelike face, as if it had just been peeled off. Zhuge Qianxing called the mask the illusion face, a little item made by his old forger friend. As long as Ye Lin puts on the illusion face, he can become another person entirely, with both his voice and aura also becoming completely different. With this, if his disciple wants to attack with all his strength in the future, he can just put on the illusion face and go all out without the fear of being exposed. Ye Lin's eyes suddenly lit up. Although this item did not increase his combat power, it could indeed be of great use to him at critical moments. He thanked Zhuge Qianxing, and in that moment, Ye Lin felt that being a disciple wasn't so bad after all. The very next morning, which happens to be the day of the college entrance exams, Ye Lin walked into Qingqing Academy and came to the waiting area, an open field where all the candidates had gathered to be taken to the exit of the city gate by the school leaders. As soon as Ji Lingyu saw Ye Lin, he rushed over excitedly, relieved that his boss made it. Ever since Ye Lin saved his father, Ji Lingyu had fully and openly accepted Ye Lin as his boss and true friend. He also heard from his father that Ye Lin had become Zhuge Qianxing's disciple. To the public, Zhuge Qianxing had taken the blame for Kenson's demise and the destruction of his underground black market. When Zhuge Nini heard this a few distance away, she snorted coldly and glared at Ye Lin. She truly believed that her father was deceived by her classmate. Without a doubt, Ye Lin was just a fraud and a despicable guy. As soon as Zhuge Nini said this, the faces of the crowd changed, and the looks they gave Ye Lin became strange. Originally, they were envious of him for being a disciple of Zhuge Qianxing, who was a powerful astrologer and a famous figure in Daxia Kingdom. But now, based on what his daughter just implied, it seems that there was more to what they previously knew. Ji Lingyu frowned and pointed an accusatory finger at Zhuge Nini, questioning if she had any evidence to back up what she just said. She was not allowed to slander his boss without any proof. Also, how can she even openly disrespect her own father for choosing an apprentice? Was she more insightful than her father? For the first time, Zhuge Nini was put on the spot, but she still didn't back down. She may not have any evidence at present, but that doesn't mean Ye Lin wasn't a fraud who stole Ling Yi's name and was actually pretending to be him. Ye Lin should just wait, his fraudulent days are numbered. Once she finds Ling Yi during the exams, she will expose his true identity to the public and everything will be revealed. Just then, the transportation vehicles arrived. More than a dozen buses were neatly lined up in a row and parked in front of the gate of Qingqing Academy. These buses would take them to the city gate. The moment Principal Gao alighted, he welcomed and congratulated everyone for becoming a powerful job changer. Whether they can enter a good university will determine their future prospects. The rules of the college entrance exams were the same as in previous years. And although this exams was important, it was not worth their lives, which should always be their top priority. With that said, Principal Gao hopes each student gets good results. And the crowd immediately cheered and promised to do their best. They got inside the bus and arrived at the city gate half an hour later. A huge city wall with a massive gate dozens of meters high and wide enough for several buses to pass through simultaneously. It was majestic and solemn, with intricate lines and patterns carved on it. Every stroke looked deep and mysterious. Under the sunlight, the outline of the city wall was clearly visible in the sky, which made most of the students do a double take when they saw it for the first time. This was the Great Wall that separates Qingcheng from the wilderness, keeping all those powerful and terrifying monsters outside the city gate. Buses from several other high schools also arrived one after another. 10 minutes later, all the graduating students from the various high schools in Qingqing alighted from their respective buses and gathered at the city gate. The moment Ye Lin got out from the bus, he reminded Ji Lingyu to follow him and stick to their original plan. A guard stood in front of the crowd and reminded the students that the entrance to the exams was outside the city gate. Once the city gates are open, all the candidates needed to cross about 10 kilometers of uninhabited wilderness to reach the entrance to the college entrance main exams. If any of them encounter fierce monsters, how they can survive depends on their strength. However, if they can't resist any of these dangers during this period, they should remember to give up immediately. With a creaking sound, the huge city gate slowly opened to both sides like two walls, and as soon as the city gate was opened, many candidates rushed out impatiently, including Ye Lin and Ji Lingyu. In order to defeat Ye Lin and win a bet she made with her father, Zhuge Nini was among the first batch of candidates to rush ahead, as some of the candidates stayed at the back and waited quietly, not in a hurry at all. The first batch of candidates rushing out may not necessarily reach the entrance faster, but they will definitely encounter ferocious monsters sooner. Several principals of Qingqing stood on top of the city wall, looking at this group of candidates who were radiating vitality like the rising sun. One of them issued a challenge, which was to guess how many students from Qingqing will be admitted to Daxia College this year. There were 5 last year, so another guessed that there will be at least 7 this year. Apart from anything else, the 2 SSS-level students of Principal Gao will definitely be admitted to Daxia College unless something unexpected happens. Principal Gao stroked his short beard and laughed with pride, thanking Principal Wang for his insightful observation. Back on the open field outside the city wall, the group were greeted by a foul smell emanated from monsters. This stench was mixed with the smell of fermented blood. Many candidates even vomited when they smelled it for the first time. Suddenly, a roar of a monster resounded nearby, and with that sound, a giant lizard more than 3 meters tall, covered with hard red scales, suddenly appeared. It had bloodthirsty eyes, and its long tongue constantly moved in and out of its mouth. This was a level 11 bloodthirsty demon lizard. Most of the candidates were immediately frightened and panicked, running around in all directions, trying to avoid the monster. The bloodthirsty demon lizard was incredibly fast, so it could cover a distance of several meters with one leap. It caught up with several fleeing candidates in the blink of an eye. Its claws were as sharp as steel knives, and as it tore through the fearful crowd, blood splattered everywhere with just a single swing of its claws. Sharp screams echoed throughout the field. The principals on top of the city wall seemed extremely calm, staring at the candidates running away or being scared silly. They were a bit disappointed that their students were scared of just a level 11 bloodthirsty demon lizard, and started comparing them to subsequent years. With so many people, if everyone were to use a skill, the bloodthirsty demon lizard could be bombarded to death with an overwhelming attack. Anyway, it was in this moment that Ye Lin rushed towards the bloodthirsty demon lizard with the falling star warblade in his hand. He activated the Yangshuo sword technique, and 4 bright sword slash flashed in succession. The bloodthirsty demon lizard that had scared everyone and made them flee everywhere had its limbs cut off, turning it into a wriggling flesh worm. The principals were stunned upon seeing such a terrifying sword, which was at least a rare level equipment, and was even more amazed to see Ye Lin, the Forbidden Spellmaster, at just level 16 with a rare piece of equipment. He easily dealt with a level 11 bloodthirsty demon lizard. However, they were also curious as to why Ye Lin didn't kill the monster. Just when everyone was confused, Ye Lin calmly called Ji Lingyu over. Ji Lingyu rushed over excitedly with a sword in hand. Obviously, the bloodthirsty demon lizard had no ability to resist at all, and was killed by Ji Lingyu without any trouble. The two were rewarded with 40 experience points each for their combined effort to kill the 11th level bloodthirsty demon lizard. Everyone was stunned at the outrageous scene before them. They now understood why Ye Lin only cut off the limbs of the monster but did not kill it. Ye Lin had become Ji Lingyu's tool for leveling up. In that moment, most of the candidates had an impulse to rush up and hug Ye Lin's thighs tightly, and beg him if he needs another lackey. Under the envious gazes of the crowd, Ye Lin and Ji Lingyu did not rush into the college entrance examination training hall, but swept all the way to the right. Meanwhile, Zhuge Nini watched the two nearby with a calculative look. Since the experience points will be shared if a candidates choose to form a team, she was sure she could surpass Ye Lin this time around. In her opinion, the reason why she was crushed by Ye Lin in the novice secret realm was purely because she was not serious enough. But she would not give Ye Lin a second chance. Whenever Ye Lin encountered any monster on the road, he was able to deal with it after a few sword slashes, leaving it incapacitated for Ji Lingyu, who has been following behind and cooperating very tacitly. When any of the monsters was seriously injured, he would go up and deliver the final blow with his sword. So far, the two had teamed up and kill a 12th level chimera with 50 experience points, an 11th level seahorse warrior with 40 experience points, and a level 13 skeleton archer with 60 experience points. Under Ye Lin's leadership, Ji Lingyu's level improved very quickly. He reached level 8 in a short while. Ji Lingyu was ecstatic. From now on, Ye Lin didn't need to say anything. He will gladly be his loyal lackey. At this rate, he would be able to reach at least level 12, or even level 13 before the sun sets. The entrance to the college entrance exams will be opened till sunset, so they can farm and level up as long as they arrive before the closing time. Ye Lin glanced around and there were obviously fewer monsters left. He told Ji Lingyu not to get too excited. There aren't many monsters near the city wall, so they had to go deeper into the forest. Upon hearing this, Ji Lingyu pointed out the obvious question. If they go deeper, they will encounter monsters of level 20 or even level 30, right? Ye Lin agreed with this assessment, and he was confident that he could handle a level 20 monster without any issue. But they will definitely have to run away if they encounter a level 30 monster. Ye Lin held the sword and led Ji Lingyu deeper into the wild. Ji Lingyu wasn't the only one who wants to upgrade his level. Ye Lin also wants that as well. After all, his goal was the Supreme Academy. Meanwhile, as the scene shifted back to the top of the city wall, Principal Gao had a frown on his face. He wasn't particularly pleased with the young curse master's decision to enter deep into the wild with Ye Lin. In his opinion, Ye Lin was acting way too reckless. With his level, it was a foregone conclusion that he would be admitted to Dasha College. So what on earth did he want to achieve? His fellow principal tried to reassure him not to worry. There were already invigilators surrounding the area, so no major accidents could happen. Hearing this made Principal Gao feel just a little bit at ease, even though his right eyelid kept twitching wildly. He didn't know why, but he'd suddenly had a bad feeling. He just hopes his friend is right. As the scene cuts back to Ye Lin and Ye Lin along the way, they've killed several different kinds of monsters, but none had been any real threat. Ye Lin didn't even need to release other forbidden spells. With just the Yangshuo sword technique, he had been able to deal with every monster they've encountered, which were all below level 20. At most, it would just be a matter of a few sword slashes. Ye Lin followed behind him and had leveled up to 9. But on the other hand, Ye Lin was still at level 16. They soon encountered 2 level 20 monsters. Ye Lin warns Ye Lin to be careful. One wrong move from him and any of these 2 monsters could kill him instantly. Ye Lin promised to stay clear so Ye Lin shouldn't worry. He valued his life too much, so he will leave everything to him. The Yangshuo sword technique cannot be used indefinitely, and had already consumed too much of Ye Lin's lifespan. So he decided to sacrifice an organ to summon the Chaos Thunder. Since the enormity of the Chaos Thunder depends entirely on the degree of the sacrifice, sacrificing just an organ was enough to deal with the 2 level 20 monsters. Amazed, Ye Lin saw the charred state of the monsters and asked Ye Lin if this was how he had been killing them. Although it was efficient and can kill a level 20 monster instantly, it seems way too brutal, doesn't he think so? Ye Lin simply replied that this level of brutality was nothing, and there were even more brutal things to come. Just when they were about to proceed forward, a man wearing an invigilator's uniform suddenly appeared in front of them and blocked their way. He told the 2 they could not leave the exam's perimeter without permission. It was too dangerous. Hearing this, Ye Lin frowned slightly but had no issue with this restriction. However, just as he was about to leave, he suddenly stopped short, staring at something intently behind the invigilator. With a serious expression, he anxiously told the guy to look behind him. But the invigilator snorted coldly when he heard this, without even turning his head. He questioned Ye Lin if he was trying to trick him into turning back so they can run off to the restricted area. If he wasn't mistaken, Ye Lin and Ye Lin had arranged to meet up with someone outside the exam perimeter to help them level up. The invigilator advised them to give up on this ridiculous idea. He had been an invigilator for 20 years and no candidate had ever managed to fool him. Now, the 2 should hurry up and leave, or he will consider them for violating the rules and cancel their exam. Ye Lin still insisted that the guy should turn around as a huge shadow was cast on the 3. And before the invigilator could get any more words out, a low growl suddenly sounded from behind him. The invigilator's face changed the moment he finally turned around and saw a huge monster which was a level 33 goblin warrior, who had suddenly appeared behind the guy at some point. The goblin warrior was 4 meters tall, covered in hard armor, and holding a huge mace. It swung its massive mace on the poor guy, who narrowly managed to react in time to avoid the attack. However, he was trashed more than 10 meters away like a cannonball. Ye Lin and Ye Lin, on the other hand, evaded the attack without any difficulty. Ye Lin was so frightened that his face turned pale, and the moment Ye Lin suggested he run while he leads the monster away, Ye Lin replied that it won't work. A level 33 monster, unless it reveals its immortality and attacks with all its strength, Ye Lin cannot defeat it. They should rather run away and leave the injured invigilator to handle the monster. Ye Lin was already very upset. He had told the invigilator several times to turn back, but this guy just wouldn't listen. And now, Ye Lin, out of concern, didn't want to listen to his instructions either. He's even faster than him, so what will he do if the goblin warrior decides to come after them instead? Ye Lin kicked Ye Lin on the butt, which sent him flying. And in that moment, the invigilator reappeared. Just as he was thinking of how difficult it was going to be to deal with the goblin warrior without being exposed, the huge mace loomed a few inches away from turning him into a meat paste. Ye Lin only sacrificed his appendix and a piece of large intestine in exchange for 3 times the agility, and effortlessly evaded the huge mace with his fleeting dance. The invigilator struggled to stand properly, and with a pale face, he instructed Ye Lin to leave the goblin warrior to him. He had already sent out a distress signal, and he doesn't plan on letting any student get hurt under his watch. Before the guy could insist on his earlier demand for the 2 to leave that place, the huge and heavy mace was upon him in an instant. Ye Lin had to save this blockhead for the 2nd time, and at this point he'd passed out. The invigilator had already been seriously injured by the goblin warrior's sneak attack, so the fact that he was still alive was a sign of his strong will. Fortunately, the distress signal had been received, and in that moment, 2 other invigilators suddenly appeared and rushed over to subdue the monster. Ye Lin observed everything under a calculative gaze. They instructed him to stay away to avoid any accidental injury, and he obediently obliged. He also told the 2 that their colleague had been injured, so he would carry him away from there. The 2 invigilators immediately started to deal with the goblin warrior. Under the siege of the 2, the goblin warrior had no ability to resist and was completely suppressed. At a safe distance and under the cover of the smoke and dust created, Ye Lin took out the illusion face from the wooden box and placed it on his face. The thin mask fit his face shape perfectly, and after putting it on, he perfectly turned into the middle-aged invigilator who was out cold beside him. He even had an identical injury the guy had on his face. Then, he stripped the guy of his uniform and quickly put them on. At this time, the goblin warrior was struggling to break free from his restraints. Although the 2 invigilators were barely suppressing that monster, it was also obvious that they've managed to seriously injure it. The lady told her colleague to kill the evil creature already. Its death should suffice for daring to disrupt the college entrance exams. Just when he was about to act, Ye Lin, now disguised as an invigilator, offered his assistance. The monster owes him its life anyway. Facing the level 33 goblin warrior, Ye Lin did not hold back at all. He activated the forbidden spell, the eternal stem element. Golden energy suddenly formed and gathered in his palm, then condensed into a golden spear exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. Ye Lin raised his hand, grasped the spear, and threw it directly at the goblin warrior's head with a whistling sound. The golden spear obliterated the head of the seriously injured goblin warrior, killing it instantly. He received a reward of 220 experience points for killing a level 33 goblin warrior, and an item named the Symbiosis Talisman also dropped. Ye Lin was a little surprised, because the chances of an item dropping after killing a monster was extremely low. The 2 invigilators weren't particularly pleased with Ye Lin's involvement in killing the goblin warrior. They didn't fight the monster and subjugate it just for their fellow colleague to suddenly swoop in and steal their kill. It was simply outrageous. The guy questioned who the hell Ye Lin was, and which department he was from. How can he just steal his colleague's kill like that? Ye Lin simply replied that his act of kindness didn't warrant his name or info. The 2 should just call him a kind man and shouldn't beat themselves up. So with that, he walks off. The guy was still pissed off about the entire encounter when the lady told him to forget about it for now. They needed to maintain order until the exams was over. Then they can settle the score with him. Obviously, Ye Lin wasn't the least bit bothered when he overheard the 2. After all, they wouldn't be able to find him once he takes off the mask. Ye Lin's current location on the map's layout showed he was still deep within the uninhabited wilderness, with just about 1/3 of the journey to cover. He returned the clothes and exam certification badge to the unconscious invigilator, then changed into his usual outfit as he keeps reeling about how great the illusion face mask was. The item drop was also incredible when used properly. The Symbiosis Talisman can only be used on 2 job changers with a level difference of less than 10. They're supposed to interlock their fingers to activate it. Once activated, the experience points gained by hunting monsters will be completely shared by the 2 for the next 6 hours. Although the Symbiosis Talisman was a single-use item that binds to only one person, Ye Lin's eyes lit up. This was the same as getting double experience. He had originally planned to abandon Ye Lin after he reached level 10, but with the Symbiosis Talisman, he could still get full experience points even if Ye Lin kills a monster. In that moment, he heard someone frantically yelling to be saved. This person was none other than Ye Lin, who was being chased by a level 13 Anubis soldier. The Anubis soldier was clad in a dark shadow with a huge scythe as its weapon. The moment it closed in on Ye Lin, the Anubis soldier swung the massive scythe at its target. But before the long curved blade could cleave Ye Lin in two, he was suddenly whisked away as the swift sound of the scythe cuts through the air. The toe even got embedded in the ground with a loud puff of dusty smoke. Ye Lin's whole body trembled for a moment, and his pupils shrank sharply. When he saw Ye Lin, he was instantly overjoyed, and also glad he was okay. He asked where the goblin warrior was. Ye Lin told him not to worry, the goblin warrior has been killed by the other 2 invigilators. Ye Lin reached out with the Symbiosis Talisman in hand, and told Ye Lin not to move his hand under any circumstance. He interlocked his fingers with Ye Lin's, clasping them tightly. Ye Lin completely misunderstood the situation as a blush creeps on his cheeks. No wonder Ye Lin didn't like any of the maids when he was at his villa. So this is what his boss likes? Ye Lin was struggling to comprehend this when Ye Lin snapped him out of his thoughts. When he was done using the Symbiosis Talisman, Ye Lin was stunned for a moment when realization dawned on him. Looking at Ye Lin in surprise and suspicion, he cursed loudly and told him to scram. Seriously, What the hell was he spacing out for at a time like this? Even the Anubis soldier on the opposite side seemed stunned, trying hard to comprehend what was happening. Ye Lin unsheathed his sword and slashed at the Anubis soldier, killing it in one swift motion. Only the scythe was left on the spot. Under the effect of the symbiotic talisman, Ye Lin and Ji Lingyu both gained 130 experience points. Ji Lingyu was overjoyed, amazed at how incredible the symbiotic talisman was. Where did Ye Lin get this item, because it was a treasure that money couldn't buy? Anyway, now that the symbiotic talisman was in effect, Ji Lingyu should leave and hunt monsters by himself. Because Ye Lin sure as hell ain't gonna hunt monsters with someone who has such disgusting thoughts. Ye Lin couldn't even look in Ji Lingyu's direction. Ji Lingyu explained that it was just a misunderstanding. He's actually a straight dude. However, Ye Lin wasn't having it. He told him to stop following him and scram. They needed to level up on their own to maximize the effect of the shared experience. Ji Lingyu reluctantly agreed with this assessment, but he did inform Ye Lin that there weren't many monsters he could deal with alone. Ye Lin was already aware of this but still left without any hesitation. Ji Lingyu just need to stay alive. With invigilators blocking the periphery, the students did not encounter any monsters above level 25. Ye Lin used his fleeting dance to move through the uninhabited wilderness at an extremely fast pace. And with his falling star warblade and the Yangsho sword technique, he started a massacre. He did not need to use other forbidden spells. Just the Yangsho sword technique combined with the 300 points of strength added by the falling star warblade was enough to make him dominate the entire exams. He was also mindful not to do anything too conspicuous. When he encountered a monster of a lower level than him, he would kill it with one strike. When he encountered a monster of a higher level than him, he would pretend to fight with it and then kill it with 2 to 4 strikes depending on the level. He suffered a lot of injuries during this period, but under the cover of the healing skills of the twin yin-yang bracelets, he directly used his immortal body to recover without any suspicion. Even under the presence of other students, he continued to kill monsters and used his immortal recovery. While other students run for their lives when facing monsters above level 15, Ye Lin did the opposite. He even charged in against a level 20 Minotaur which could kill him in an instant. He was actually excited that the Minotaur and any other monster of higher level was being left like a plague. Ji Lingyu on the other side was stunned, because from the beginning of the exams till now, his level has been rising rapidly. He knew without a reasonable doubt that his boss on the other side must have been killing monsters indiscriminately like crazy, because under the effect of the symbiotic talisman, their experience points were obviously shared. Meanwhile, as the scene shifted back to Principal Gao and the other important figures of Qingqing, they were currently watching Ye Lin's battle with the level 20 Minotaur. Although they've seen some strong candidates who choose to brush up their levels before entering the teleportation gate of the college entrance exams, this was the first time someone had actively searched and chased monsters relentlessly to annihilate. Principal Gao had a regrettable expression on his face. He was sure if only Ye Lin wasn't a forbidden spellcaster, the city of Qingqing would have had another peerless genius. Seriously, a job changer who can sweep away monsters in the uninhabited wilderness would have surely been a powerful existence who could suppress any opponent as long as he grows up. But a forbidden spellmaster would never live past the age of 25. His fellow principal told him to look on the bright side. Since all the monsters inside the test area were almost killed by Ye Lin, he'd actively made sure the number of candidates from Qingqing taking the main exams this year had increased significantly. At this time at the city's gate, the students who waited patiently for the eager candidates to clear the outskirt forest looked at the empty field outside the city's wall with smug expressions on their faces. A young man who was waving a fan even grinned and comments on the benefits of leaving the city at this point. Once the monsters had been dealt with by those who rushed out quickly, they can leave much more easily. The entire journey from the city gate to the teleportation gate of the main exams was 10 kilometers. They had already walked halfway and had not run into any monster. Now, they just need to hurry and hope they don't encounter anything unexpected. Ye Lin, on the other side, was done hunting monsters when he failed to spot a single monster in sight. He decided to head inside the teleportation gate. Although his level was now at 18, he was a bit disappointed he couldn't get to level 20 before the main exams. Anyway, the portal for the college entrance examination was like a huge gate of light, quietly suspended in the sky, emitting a soft light. As he approached the portal, he could feel a mysterious force fluctuating. It was the fluctuation of space magic, which could instantly teleport anyone to another place. Ye Lin stepped in, and the scene in front of him disintegrated. When everything came back into view, he had appeared in a huge blue stone square. 10 towering stone pillars stand around the blue stone square, each of which is engraved with ancient runes, revealing a sense of vicissitudes and mystery. In the center of the square, there was a huge stone tablet with the words, College Entrance Examination Training Ground, largely engraved on it. The handwriting was simple and ancient. Ye Lin looked around and saw that the square was crowded with so many people. When Ji Lingyu saw Ye Lin, he rushed over, all excited, and even tried to hug him. Ye Lin immediately pushed him away with disgust. But Ji Lingyu didn't care. He was so excited that he was incoherent. His current level was 15. Ye Lin would always be his one and only dear boss. He was just so awesome. If nothing unexpected happens with his current level, it was almost certain that he will be admitted to Daxia College. A while later, Zhuge Nini appeared there with a gloomy expression. Her current level was 14, so she thought she was only 2 levels short when compared with Ye Lin. Anyway, it wasn't a big deal because she could make up for it with her skills and abilities. As time passed, the sun cast its last rays of light, and the teleportation gate was closed completely. At the same time, hundreds of invigilators appeared in every corner of the square, monitoring the movements of all candidates in there. As a middle-aged man appeared silently in front of the stone tablet in the center of the bluestone square, he ordered everyone to pipe down. He then warmly welcomed all the candidates to the 886th college entrance examination. He was the chief examiner, Lin Yuan. His tone wasn't loud, but everyone in the bluestone square could hear him clearly, and his words seemed to directly resonate with the candidates. He confirmed what the examinees already knew, that the outskirt forest was just an entrance pass to the final exams, and only those who survived the journey and made their way there were allowed to take the final test. Anyway, the college entrance exams was divided into 2 parts, the comprehensive ability assessment and the ring battle, which will be carried out within the day. The comprehensive ability assessment has a total of 10 stages, and the maximum points for each stage was 10. Also, each candidate will be assigned different assessment content according to their profession. They can quit early or complete all of them. The examiner will give scores based on their performance in each level. Only candidates who have passed with a score of 85 points or above are eligible to participate in the ring battle. A victory in the ring battle will earn the candidate 10 extra points, with a maximum of 150 points. The competition will determine the top scorer in this year's college entrance examination. In the comprehensive ability assessment and the ring battle, they can use any equipment, but they are not allowed to use any special item. Also, any violators will be disqualified from the assessment, and that's all for the rules of this assessment. The expressions of all the candidates became extremely solemn as they queue up into groups of 10 and enter the assessment room. The comprehensive ability assessment was about to start. As soon as Lin Yuan was done, the 10 towering stone pillars standing on the blue stone square each opened a portal. All the candidates entered the stone pillar one by one. When it was Ye Lin's turn, he took a step forward and appeared in a closed all-metal room with numerous electric sparks sweeping across him. The time of the main exams had finally come, and it was up to him to write his fate how he chooses. The chief examiner, Lin Yuan, stood quietly on the blue stone square, looking at the 10 stone pillars. Behind him stood several middle-aged men with powerful auras. They were all deputy examiners of this year's college entrance exams. Among them was a woman in a blue long dress. Although she was old, the woman was well-maintained, with a slender figure and a short hair which gently fluttered in the wind. Her name was Su Changxin, and she was a supervisor from Daxia College. She walked over to Lin Yuan's side and apologized for being late. Lin Yuan smiled slightly, looked at the woman with respect, and replied that there was no need. She was just in time actually. Su Changxin asked if there has been any outstanding candidates so far. Lin Yuan replied that there's been a few, especially a student named Ye Lin who was already level 18. Lin Yuan pulled Ye Lin's info and showed it to Su Changxin. She was quite impressed with Ye Lin's level, and stated that he was already qualified to be enrolled into Daxia College. However, when she saw Ye Lin's profession, she couldn't help but frown. It was quite a shame. At level 18, even if the profession level was only A class, she could still be flexible with the conditions and allow the candidate to enter Daxia College. But that's not the case when it comes to Forbidden Spellmasters. Although it's an SSS level profession, everyone knows that a Forbidden Spellmaster will not live past the age of 25. Lin Yuan agrees with Su Changxin. It's indeed a shame. If Ye Lin wasn't a Forbidden Spellmaster, a real dragon would have appeared in Qingcheng. Just as the two were discussing Ye Lin's score, a mechanized voice announced that the candidate Ye Lin was done with the first stage of the comprehensive ability assessment. His level assessment was a full score. The second stage of the comprehensive ability assessment was the three-dimensional attribute assessment, and candidate Ye Lin was instructed to place his hand on the test ball. When he did, his strength was displayed as 480, agility of 270, and mental spirit of 1199. An examiner couldn't help but complain. He couldn't comprehend how a forbidden spellcaster had a strength of 480. He then wondered if Ye Lin had an equipment that increases his strength. And if he did, why would he need that much strength as a forbidden spellcaster? Did he want to brawl with other candidates? Another agreed that 480 points of strength was indeed weird because it already exceeds a lot of warrior class professions. Anyway, they'll know when Ye Lin reaches the third stage because he will have to use his attacks on that stage. The third stage of the comprehensive ability assessment was an attack assessment, and candidates were instructed to use their strongest attack skill they had. When Ye Lin heard this, his first reaction was to sacrifice all his organs to summon the world-destroying Chaos Thunder. But he knew that that godly performance was too shocking and would definitely expose himself. Besides, it was just a high-level exam, so it shouldn't be so exaggerated. But the power shouldn't be too small either, because he wanted to be enrolled into Dasha College with full marks in every stage. After thinking about it, Ye Lin made a decision and sacrificed his tonsils to summon the most ordinary thunder. A bolt of lightning struck, and the dummies were blown into pieces. This was already his least powerful forbidden spell, yet the dummies had been destroyed. He wondered if they were just too fragile. Meanwhile, back at the Bluestone Square, all the examiners were genuinely stunned to see the wrecked dummies which were capable of withstanding any attack from job changers below level 25. Ye Lin was just level 18, yet the dummies exploded from one hit just like that. It's obvious at this point that Ye Lin used a forbidden spell, and since forbidden spells were known to be powerful, it made sense that the dummies would be wrecked. Lin Yuan couldn't help widening his eyes. He believed Ye Lin was being too reckless with his life just to cast a forbidden spell in his final exams. Nonetheless, his performance deserves the full points. After he passed the third stage, the next 4 stages were assessments on agility, explosive power, sustained damage output, and escapability. But none of these stages could stop Ye Lin at all. Under the astonished gazes of the examiners, Ye Lin quickly passed all the stages with full marks. Lin Yuan continued to watch Ye Lin's performance with a regrettable expression. He was truly baffled that Ye Lin was still using forbidden spells like they were nothing. At this point, it will be a miracle if he even lives up to 20 years old. An examiner asked him if he wants to raise the difficulty level of the final stage for Ye Lin. Lin Yuan wanted Su Changxin's opinion on whether Dasha College will accept Ye Lin if he could get all full marks after increasing the difficulty. If Su Changxin agrees, then there will be no problem increasing the difficulty. Lin Yuan was even curious to see where Ye Lin's limit was, because he seems to be able to handle the exams with ease so far. However, Su Changxin was very cutthroat. She apologized to Lin Yuan, but she's not on board with that assessment when it comes to Ye Lin. From her perspective, Luo Jun, Wang Zhengguang, Zhu Ganini, and Ji Lingyu were more qualified to enter Dasha College. Her reason was simple: a forbidden spellcaster's strength is gained in exchange for his life, so Dasha College will just be wasting resources on him. Lin Yuan sighed in agreement. It was truly a shame. After passing the last level, Ye Lin came out from the comprehensive ability assessment chamber to find other candidates doing the same. The Bluestone Square was bustling with students who were so excited that they shared their test results with their friends. Ji Lingyu, excited to have score 96 points, couldn't wait to share the news when he spotted Ye Lin. According to this results, as long as he win 3 more matches in the ring, he was sure to enter Dasha College. Ye Lin, on the other hand, wasn't impressed. He asked why Ji Lingyu didn't get full marks. After all, he was already level 15, so the difficulty shouldn't be a problem. Ji Lingyu nervously scratched the back of his head and explained that he lost points in the actual combat assessment. His level had increased too quickly and he couldn't adapt for a while. As everyone was chatting among themselves, Lin Yuan announced the results of the comprehensive ability assessment. The first place was Ye Lin with 100 points. The second place was Zhu Ganini, also with 100 points. The third place was Luo Jun with 98 points. The fourth place was Ji Lingyu with 96 points. And the fifth place was Wang Zhengguang with 95 points. After announcing the test results for the top 5, Lin Yuan told the candidates with scores below 85 to leave the examination room in an orderly manner under the guidance of the invigilators. Candidates with scores of 85 and above can also choose to leave, but leaving the examination room will be regarded as giving up on the ring competition. As soon as Lin Yuan was done, Zhu Ganini, with a look of defiance, asked why she was ranked behind Ye Lin when they both got full marks. Although she hated not being able to surpass Ye Lin, being ranked below him was unacceptable. As soon as Zhu Ganini spoke up, it instantly aroused the doubts of many candidates. The girls even thought it was discrimination against women. It was unfair and a clear oppression against women. If Lin Yuan can't give a reasonable explanation, they will appeal against this injustice. Facing the excited emotions of the examinees, Lin Yuan's expression did not show any trace of worry. He just played the passing videos of Zhu Ganini and Ye Lin respectively and told the crowd to watch them carefully. It was the last stage of the comprehensive ability assessment where candidates were supposed to fight against a level 25 demonic flame wolf. Although Zhuge Nini's level of skill and adaptability was top of the line, she struggled a lot before killing the monster. But when it came to Ye Lin, he killed the level 25 demonic flame wolf using just one skill, and the monster died under a second. Seeing this, everyone suddenly understood why Zhuge Nini was in second place even though they both got full marks. Lin Yuan turned towards the crowd and asked if there was any more objections about the final test result. The Bluestone Square became silent with no one daring to speak, not even Zhuge Nini. She couldn't argue after seeing the video. Lin Yuan told the crowd that the ring battle would begin half an hour from now, so they should rest and prepare for the tournament. The results of the comprehensive ability assessment were soon announced to the outside world. And the moment Principal Gao and his fellow principals saw the results, they were surprised that Ye Lin and Zhuge Nini got full marks. The other principals began to congratulate Principal Gao. His Qingcheng Academy was striking it big this year. What's even more shocking was Ji Lingyu, who scored 96 points and got 4th place. He was certainly a dark horse. At this point, Principal Gao couldn't contain his excitement and laughed in sheer delight. With 3 students being in the top 5, Qingcheng Academy would surely become a popular school for admission next year. Anyway, just as Principal Gao was basking in all the praise, Principal Su from Yutsai Academy reminded him not to get too excited this early in the exams. After all, the ring tournament, which was the real highlight of the exams, would start in half an hour. Principal Gao wasn't the least bit concerned when he heard this. His students had been the best since the exam started, so securing first place in the ring tournament wasn't a stretch. Or did Principal Su seriously believe that Luo Jun could deal with a level 18 Forbidden Spellcaster? Principal Su simply replied that since nothing was certain, anything was possible. Back at the Bluestone Square, Ye Lin unexpectedly ran into Zhuge Nini. The encounter was extremely brief, but before Zhuge Nini walked away, she informed Ye Lin that she won't lose to him in the ring tournament. Ye Lin said nothing, but inwardly, he wondered what was wrong with her now. Half an hour passed, and all the qualified candidates gathered at the Bluestone Square. Lin Yuan explained the rules of the tournament, which was pretty simple. It will be held based on a lottery format, and winning a match earns a candidate 10 points. Then he or she would be promoted to the next round. Before the lottery starts, there are a total of 104 candidates. So the sum between 2 candidates' serial numbers, which tallies to 104, will be fighting against each other. By some coincidence, Ye Lin drew the number 18 and was matched up against a female candidate named Bei Bei Bei, who was number 86. Ji Lingyu was relieved to know he wouldn't face Ye Lin anytime soon. He was number 24, and as long as he doesn't run into Zhuge Nini or Luo Jun in the early stages, his level would be enough for him to secure a good result. Soon, it was Ye Lin's turn to face his opponent. Ji Lingyu wished him the best of luck as he walks off. As the two face off in the arena, their profession and levels were displayed for each to see. Bei 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 was a level 10 water mage, and Ye Lin was a level 18 forbidden curse master. Before Lin Yuan announced the beginning of the battle, Ye Lin advised Bei 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 to surrender. But of course, she didn't listen. She told Ye Lin that she won't surrender. Even though he was stronger than her, she won't be looked down upon. Bei Bei Bei's expression was very stubborn, and her palm-sized face was full of determination. Ye Lin just smiled and commended her for her bravery. After all, it's not easy for anyone to get a score of more than 85 in the comprehensive ability assessment. However, this was a fight she cannot win. Ye Lin sacrificed his wisdom tooth and summoned the chaos thunder. His body got lifted in the air the moment he raised his hand in the sky. Suddenly, several surge of thunderclouds gathered together, and countless dazzling silver-white lightning arcs shuttled through the clouds like spirit snakes. With a loud boom, a violent thunder dragon as thick as a large python swooped in from the clouds and hovered over Ye Lin like a protective guardian. At this moment, Ye Lin was like a god who controlled thunder. This horrifying scene not only caused the rest of the candidates watching to break out in a cold sweat, but left them dumbfounded. After all, casting forbidden spells in the final exams arena was outrageous and unheard of. Seeing that Ye Lin had no intention of stopping, the invigilator overseeing the match intervened. In horror, he warned Ye Lin that killing anyone inside the tournament was strictly prohibited. If he still goes through with it, he would be disqualified from the final exams. Ye Lin didn't wish to kill Bei Bei Bei, but only wished to make her surrender. And about the issue with him casting forbidden spells, it's because he really didn't know any other spells except forbidden ones. Under this terrifying pressure, Bei 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 was so scared that her legs went weak, and she slammed to the floor with a thump. The next second, she burst into tears, crying like a child. The other candidates, especially the guys, were outraged. They can't believe Ye Lin would go as far as make such a beautiful lady cry out of fear like that. He was simply an animal. Ye Lin ignored them and asked a sobbing Bei if she'd surrendered. In the end, she surrendered and was helped off the stage by an invigilator. The competition ended with Ye Lin as the victor. He made his way to the ground and was awarded 10 points for winning the first round. Ye Lin gave a helpless look. He also didn't expect Bei to have such a poor psychological endurance that she would be scared to tears. It seems he just have to be mindful in the upcoming rounds. Soon, the battle in the ring competition was in full swing. A thick book appeared in Juganini's hand, which was obviously some extremely powerful equipment. As the pages kept flipping, terrifyingly hot flames roared up and forced her opponent to retreat. Each of her skills was released with extreme precision, leaving no room for her opponent to operate. Soon Juganini defeated her opponent and won the first round. Luo Jun from Yutsai Academy held a black spear with a lifelike shadow dragon wrapped around the spear. Every time the spear was swung, the sound of a dragon's roar echoed throughout the arena. With dark, ominous eyes, he kept teasing his opponent before winning the matchup. Ji Lingyu was wielding a long sword, and with his current level facing a level 8 opponent, he felt no pressure at all. So after a few sword strikes, he made the opponent surrender on the spot. With an SSS level Rainbow Blade profession, Wang Zhengguang from Experimental Academy was as fast as a ghost and could easily defeat his opponent in a flash. After a 10-minute break, the second round of the competition officially began. In this round, Ye Lin's opponent was a sword cultivator with several long swords on his back. The guy, Chen Chengqin, had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, a slender figure, and a weird temperament. But the moment he saw Ye Lin as his opponent, his expression changed slightly. He then narrowed his eyes and spoke softly as if muttering to himself. Chen Chengqin believed it might be a little tricky facing Ye Lin, but he was confident he could win. The moment he drew out a long sword from his back, Ye Lin's expression suddenly became serious. He didn't want to underestimate his opponent because the professions of job changers were all kinds of strange, and so was their skills. Their apparent level also do not represent their true combat prowess. Anyway, the way Chen Chengqin looked so confident, he must have extraordinary means. The moment the invigilator began the match, Chen Chengqin announced that he'd surrendered. He turned around, coolly put the sword back into his scabbard, and then walked off the stage. Ye Lin was stunned for a moment before asking Chen Chengqin about what he said just moments ago. Didn't he say he was confident that he could win? Yes, he did say that. However, Ye Lin misunderstood him when he said that. He's confident he will win against him, but not today and definitely not now. The invigilator had a strange look on his face when he announced Ye Lin's victory for the second time. This was the first time he'd encountered the easiest job as an invigilator. While his colleagues had to stay alert and pay attention to the candidate's combat situation at all times to prevent their lives from being in danger, he basically had nothing to do except reciting the rules. The crowd was stunned to see Ye Lin win again without fighting. Although the way Ye Lin's opponents surrendered might seem a bit too much, it was understandable. Like who would risk their own life just to defeat a short-lived Forbidden Spellcaster? Soon it was time for the third round. In light of the lessons learned from the previous two predecessors, it seems the next candidate had already made up his mind the moment he drew Ye Lin. Since he had no desire to fight against such a monster, he immediately surrendered. Recalling the scene in the first round, the guy knew it would be better for him to give up. At this point, Ye Lin was frustrated for not being able to do a damn thing. He had advanced to the fourth round without lifting a finger, and his score had also reached an astonishing 130 points. The dumbfounded crowd began to lose interest and decided to watch other test takers. Ye Lin's matchups were a total rip-off. He just used a forbidden spell in the first round, yet he had won 3 rounds in a row. Some even believed Ye Lin's final test was too easy, and wondered if he would get a perfect score without doing anything. The scene shifted to the match between Luo Jun and Wang Zhengguang, both of SSS level profession. Luo Jun had a level 14 Shadow Dragon Spear, and Wang Zhengguang had a level 13 Rainbow Blade. The moment the fight began, Wang Zhengguang, wielding 2 daggers, disappeared on the stage like a ghost. His speed and movements were that of an assassin, but Luo Jun's sharp eyes were able to easily keep up with his movements. He waved the black spear in his hand, which clashed with Wang Zhengguang's daggers with a reverberating clang. Then what soon followed was Wang Zhengguang's fast movements, the occasional dazzling sparks of their weapons, and the clanging sound of metal clashing repeatedly. Wang Zhengguang warned Luo Jun to prepare himself. He was going to be added to the list in the loser bracket, but Luo Jun scoffed at the absurdity. To him, Wang Zhengguang didn't have the strength to defeat him. The crowd gathered were terrified seeing the way the 2 SSS-level professionals were fighting each other. Luo Jun had no issue keeping up with Wang Zhengguang's movements, but the crowd couldn't see anything. It was obvious that none of them would have been able to last a second if they were facing either of them. Although they were both job changers, they can clearly see that those two were on a completely different level. Among the examiners captivated by this duel were the chief examiner and the supervisor of Daxia College. Lin Yuan asked Su Chengxin who she believes would win the duel. Without hesitation, Su Chengxin chose Luo Jun. She explained that although it might seem like Luo Jun was being suppressed, his defenses hadn't been breached even though Wang Zhengguang went all out from the start. Once Wang Zhengguang's stamina decreases, Luo Jun would obviously launch a counterattack. Sure enough, shortly after Su Chengxin expressed her judgment, the situation in the arena began to change. Maintaining high-speed movement for a long time was a considerable drain on Wang Zhengguang's stamina, and he couldn't help but slow down a little. And just as his speed slowed down, Luo Jun suddenly pounced on him like a long dormant tiger. Clenching his black spear tightly, Luo Jun leaped high in the air and swung directly down towards Wang Zhengguang. Wang Zhengguang had less than no time to dodge and could only raise his daggers to block. He was knocked down on his back. A loud cracking sound was heard as Luo Jun's black spear slashed Wang Zhengguang's chest after shattering the daggers. The match ended with a shrill scream from Wang Zhengguang. Meanwhile, Ye Lin's opponent in the 5th round also surrendered, leaving him quite bored with the whole tournament. At this point, it seems that only Zhuge Nini or Luo Jun would be willing to face him. But it was in this moment that Ye Lin saw something that immediately piqued his interest. It was a matchup between Zhuge Nini and Ji Lingyu. On the stage, Zhuge Nini was in the air, and as she stared at Ji Lingyu with a cold look, she wanted to know just what Ye Lin had given him to make him obey him so blindly. Zhuge Nini truly couldn't understand it. Ji Lingyu simply warned Zhuge Nini that she would regret it when she finally realized who Ye Lin really was. Zhuge Nini couldn't hide the obvious disdain of Ji Lingyu's admiration for Ye Lin. In her opinion, Ji Lingyu was just a fool who had been deceived by Ye Lin. She directly released her phoenix exploding flames the moment the Invigilator announced the start of the match. The book in her hand lit up as countless fireballs were hurled towards Ji Lingyu. Beads of sweat appeared on Ji Lingyu's face when he realized Zhuge Nini's elemental spells were instant casts. Ji Lingyu's figure flashed like a phantom as he leaped high in the air to dodge the fireballs. The fireballs exploded beneath him with a deafening bang. Since his opponent was a long-range attacker, he needed to avoid getting hit at all costs and find a way to get close. In the air, the book kept flipping as Zhuge Nini calmly raised her hand at Ji Lingyu. Suddenly, all the exploded flames merged into a massive sea of flames underneath Ji Lingyu and was directed towards him. Facing this indiscriminate attack, Ji Lingyu's eyes narrowed. He knew that this attack was unavoidable and he had to meet it head-on. He took a deep breath, grasped his sword tightly and raised it in the air. Using the slash sword skill, his sword energy flashed with a cold light as he cleaved through the incoming sea of flames. The violent flames was extinguished seconds after, forming a cloud of steam. Ji Lingyu was surrounded by the thick steam, panting heavily. It seems he was at his limit, yet he didn't want to surrender. He was determined to continue with the duel. Seeing this, Zhuge Nini called him an idiot. If Ji Lingyu wasn't going to surrender, then she wasn't going to hold back either. The book in Zhuge Nini's hand suddenly lit up in flames. And the moment she cast her next elemental spell, the red surging flame, an insurmountable wall of flames was summoned. The air in the arena suddenly became scorching hot. Ji Lingyu felt a horrible heat wave rushing towards him, almost suffocating him. Every time he took a breath, his nose felt like it was being burned. Ji Lingyu looked up and saw that Zhuge Nini was surrounded by flames. She then asked Ji Lingyu if he wants to surrender, but the fool still didn't want to. He even gave a subtle threat to which Zhuge Nini just brushed off as Ji Lingyu being overconfident. Ji Lingyu was clearly no match for Zhuge Nini, and everyone knows it at this point except him apparently. Su Chengxin calmly comments that Ji Lingyu was going to lose, but Lin Yuan was more concerned about his well-being. He instructed the medics to intervene when he saw that Ji Lingyu had no intention of backing down. Ji Lingyu's figure seemed extremely small as the massive flames engulfed him. The moment the flame touched his skin, he felt a sharp pain spread throughout his body, as if countless flaming blades were cutting his flesh. His clothes were ignited in an instant and turned into ashes, revealing his skin that was scorched by the flames. Yet he did not retreat. A charred figure rushed out from the massive flames, and in front of Zhuge Nini's astonished gaze, he stabbed at her with a sword. Zhuge Nini never expected that Ji Lingyu would continue to attack her despite his condition. However, she reacted quickly and dodged the attack. But Ji Lingyu's sword still nicked her left arm. Seeing Zhuge Nini's injury, Ji Lingyu sneered. At this time, he had been burned into a charred figure by the flames, but his left eye was still bright. He warned Zhuge Nini not to provoke him, because his boss was someone he respected the most besides his dad. If she dares to talk shit about his boss again, she shouldn't blame him for being ruthless. Ye Lin's injuries were severe, and he fainted the moment he was done with his threat. Ye Lin rushed onto the stage without hesitation and used the healing ability of the Yin-Yang twin bracelet to treat Ye Lin. Lin Yuan instructed the medics to hurry before it's too late. Looking at Ye Lin's gloomy face, Zhuge Nini, a bit shaken by the scene, told him that she didn't know Ye Lin would go this far. Ye Lin replied coldly that it wasn't her fault. The medics came with a stretcher and carried Ye Lin away. Before leaving, Ye Lin praised him for doing well in the tournament. Lin Yuan announced to everyone that Ye Lin was not in any life-threatening danger, but there are massive burns on his body that requires immediate treatment at the hospital. Anyway, the tournament was now in the semifinals. Zhuge Nini was matched up against Lin Linglin, while Ye Lin was matched up against Luo Jun. Lin Yuan was quick to add that this year's top scorer will be one of these 4 candidates. Back outside, a fellow principal questioned Principal Su whether he believes Luo Jun would win against Ye Lin. Principal Su replied that Luo Jun was a genius from Yutsai Academy, so he had full confidence in him to win. Another added that Yutsai Academy might get another top scorer this year. Principal Gao disagreed. He believes there's no way Luo Jun can win against Ye Lin, a level 18 Forbidden Spellcaster. But Principal Su simply pointed out that since it was just a tournament, Ye Lin won't really use forbidden spells continuously without disregarding his own life. Hearing this, Principal Gao pointed out that 2 of the 4 finalists were from Qingchang Academy, so Principal Su shouldn't get ahead of himself. And besides, a single spell would be enough to deal with Luo Jun. Principal Su wasn't the least bit concerned when he heard this. They will soon see who gets the last laugh. The 2 finally stopped arguing when someone announced that the match was starting. In the arena, Ye Lin and Luo Jun were about to face off. Luo Jun's dark eyes were full of surging fighting spirit, and the black spear in his hands shimmered with a faint dark aura, as if a real dragon was lurking around it. He pointed his black spear directly at Ye Lin, and a faint sound of a dragon's roar could be heard. Luo Jun, who apparently had been wanting to fight Ye Lin ever since the results of the comprehensive ability assessment was announced, finally had the opportunity. Of all the candidates, Ye Lin was the only one he considers as his rival. So as long as he defeats him, the top scorer in this college entrance exams would definitely be him. Of course, this was an insult to the other 2 remaining candidates, but Luo Jun didn't give a shit. Ye Lin just silently unsheathed his sword and readied himself. Luo Jun's figure suddenly dashed forward with an incredible speed, intending on landing a critical hit before Ye Lin could cast any forbidden spell. Unexpectedly, Ye Lin, who had decided not to use any forbidden spells but rather evaluate his sword proficiency, countered with a sword slash, his blade drawing a half-moon in the air. With his current level, it was not impossible to match Luo Jun's speed. Luo Jun, shell-shocked, was caught totally off guard by this. He had only seen Ye Lin use his Chaos Thunder, and was expecting something similar or another forbidden spell. Instead, Ye Lin was using a sword, and not only that, he happens to be skilled in close combat as well. This unexpected development certainly was absurd as a forbidden spellcaster. Anyway, after the 2 exchanged a few strikes, Luo Jun grew uneasy. Although the Yangshuo's swordsmanship may seem simple, each of the sword strikes contains immense power, and this terrifying power was constantly accumulating. Ye Lin's warblade kept colliding with Luo Jun's black spear, creating a series of crisp metallic clang and sparks. Luo Jun's black spear had an absolute advantage in the beginning, but as Ye Lin swung his sword over and over, he felt more and more powerless as a cold sweat began to seep out of his forehead. The audience around the arena were stunned. The duel clearly didn't look like a forbidden spellcaster fighting against a warrior, but a warrior fighting against another warrior. One of them questioned if all forbidden spellcasters fight like Ye Lin, and another replied that they don't. Although Ye Lin was indeed not using any spells unlike what a forbidden spellcaster should, it was still unclear whether he planned on winning against Luo Jun with this strategy. They all expected Ye Lin to be casting forbidden spells like crazy, but the situation they were witnessing was so confusing that no one had an answer. Nonetheless, their curiosity was piqued. As the scene cuts back to the principals watching the live broadcast, they were also dumbfounded as the battle seemed to be different from what they had imagined. However, they also noticed something peculiar and wondered if Ye Lin's sword skill was a forbidden spell. Principal Gao informed the rest that Ye Lin's long knife was a lifespan sword. Basically, it consumes lifespan to make each strike stronger than the previous one. Shocked upon hearing this, Principal Su's expression was extremely ugly. He never thought Ye Lin would actually go as far as risking his already shortened lifespan. He asked Principal Gao how many times Ye Lin planned on swinging his sword, and whether winning the match was worth sacrificing his lifespan. Principal Gao calmly replied Principal Su, reminding him how he confidently stated that Luo Jun wouldn't lose. But judging from the current situation, it seems he was bound to. Principal Gao's arrogant tone made Principal Su advised his friend not to get too excited just yet. His tone carried a subtle threat to which Principal Gao brushed off. Back inside the arena, Ye Lin's Yangshuo swordsmanship has been superimposed to the 15th level, and each sword strike carried a terrifying force. Luo Jun began to feel an unprecedented pressure that even made his knuckles cracked and bled. The power of each sword slash had increased exponentially as if it was endless. A trace of panic flashed in Luo Jun's eyes because he was going to lose if the situation didn't change. So with the use of the skill, the Shadow Heavy Break, Luo Jun gripped the end of his black spear tightly and lashed it towards Ye Lin like a giant pillar. Ye Lin held his blade horizontally to block the strike with great effort, but was still pushed back repeatedly. Seeing that his attack was successful, a fierce look flashed in Luo Jun's eyes. He questioned Ye Lin if he believes he was the only one who knew forbidden spells. It was in this moment that Ye Lin spotted Luo Jun activating a forbidden spell talisman, the Dark Dragon Fall. The dark talisman condensed at the tip of Luo Jun's spear as the entire arena seemed to tremble, and the air was filled with a murderous aura. The moment the black spear thrust out, a deafening roar erupted, and Ye Lin felt a huge force aimed towards his chest. He tried to block the attack with his sword as his body retreated several steps uncontrollably. The collision created an explosive fog which covered the entire arena. When it cleared out, Ye Lin had dropped his sword and was on his knees. In his chest, Luo Jun's black spear had created a bloody hole and dyed his clothes red with blood. Ye Lin looked down and saw that the tip of the black spear had pierced his heart and his entire body. Luo Jun approached Ye Lin with eyes full of pride and ridicule, informing him that since he won't live much longer, he should just be quick with it. At this moment, the entire Bluestone Square felt silent and still, like time had stopped. This sudden scene utterly shocked everyone present. No one could have imagined that Luo Jun would directly cast the forbidden spell, and even less could they have imagined that his black spear could pierce Ye Lin straight through the chest. An examiner couldn't help but comment on how Principal Su actually allowed Luo Jun to use a forbidden spell talisman just to become the top scorer. Lin Yuan agreed that it was indeed a shame, but only by winning would guarantee a candidate's bright future from a regular one. He then called for the medics to go treat Ye Lin. Furious, Principal Gao called his friend an old bastard. He was truly shameless to actually allow his student to use a forbidden spell talisman just to win. Did he not have a conscience anymore? Or did he forget that casting forbidden spells puts a huge burden on the body? Especially since Luo Jun was an SSS level job changer with unlimited future. But in order to win the top spot, he actually chose to sacrifice a future genius, which was obviously contrary to their philosophy of teaching and educating students. Principal Su calmly questioned what the matter was since Luo Jun himself agreed on its use. And besides, there was no rule that prohibits teaching forbidden spells to students. Was his friend going to acknowledge his loss as a loss, or was he going to bitch about it? Zhuge Nini stared blankly at the arena, feeling indescribably complicated at the moment. She didn't expect that Ye Lin would actually lose to Luo Jun. However, that strike from Luo Jun was indeed extremely terrifying, and she wasn't even certain that she would have been able to dodge it. Originally, she was eager to defeat Ye Lin, but with his current state, he might even die. Zhuge Nini couldn't help but sigh. If Ye Lin had listened to her advice back then, he wouldn't have ended up in his current situation. Zhuge Changxing saw her daughter's demeanor and told her not to be so anxious because the match wasn't over yet, not by a long shot. Back inside the arena, Luo Jun was sweating bullets, gasping for breath with a pale face. It was obvious that using the forbidden spell talisman had taken a huge toll on him, but who cares? The result was totally worth it. So what if Ye Lin's level was 18? He still lost to him. It was in this moment that Ye Lin raised his head and calmly asked the proud idiot what made him believe he had won. Seeing that fierce look in Ye Lin's eyes, Luo Jun was unable to comprehend what he just heard. Ye Lin's heart had been pierced, yet he was still acting tough. Pissed off, Ye Lin pulled the black spear from his freaking chest like it was nothing. It seems like a forbidden spellcaster hadn't appeared in so long that the world has forgotten how terrifying they really were. No one can kill them, and they can only die by their own forbidden spells. A mysterious power burst forth as Ye Lin cast a forbidden spell, Undying, and at the same time, the yin and yang bracelet on his wrist lit up, and a powerful energy started to rapidly restore his body. The bloody hole caused by the black spear healed at a speed visible to the naked eye until it disappeared completely. This sudden scene caused an uproar among everyone. They had never seen a job changer alive after being stabbed in the heart. Was this guy immortal? Only a few people figured out what was going on, including Lin Yuan and the other examiners. The undying forbidden spell had long been lost, and they were surprised that Ye Lin had learned it. They never thought they would see it with their own eyes in their lifetime. Seriously, Ye Lin definitely has great potential if he wasn't a forbidden spellcaster. Using his lifespan in exchange for immunity to a fatal injury, and an equipment to heal this injury, Ye Lin was too calm to the point that his demeanor was bone-chilling terrifying. In the air, Ye Lin raised his hand and coldly declared to Luo Jun that it was his turn. Since this fucker likes forbidden spells so much, he might as well show him what it's like to be at the receiving end. Summoning the world-destroying thunder, Ye Lin pressed his palm forward, and the sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds. Thunder flashed wildly, as if to submerge the entire arena. With a crackling boom, a thick bolt of lightning fell directly from the dark clouds and headed in Luo Jun's direction. This was clearly the same forbidden spell as before, but it seemed terrifyingly powerful. Scared shitless, Luo Jun realized too late that he fucked up. Ye Lin's heart was pierced, yet he still had such a terrifying strength after healing himself. He was truly a monster. Luo Jun tried desperately to dodge, but the lightning was so fast that he had no time to react. As the bolt of lightning struck him directly, Luo Jun screamed in agony like a pig being skewered alive. His entire body was charred black as the audience comments on how brutal the attack was. Staring at his miserable appearance, the sudden reversal felt unreal and left everyone at a loss as to how to react. Luo Jun was winning just moments ago. Then the very next second, he'd lost after being charred into charcoal. The invigilator officiating the match rushed over and called for the medics as Luo Jun's body slams to the floor. Ye Lin stood calmly in the arena. Then, as if he suddenly thought of something, he coughed up blood and fell to the ground, his face extremely pale. If he wants to put on an act, then he has to act convincingly to the very end. This scheming fucker had just released a powerful forbidden spell. If he acts like nothing happened, wouldn't that arouse suspicion? Back to the principals watching the live broadcast, except for Principal Su, the rest immediately got alarmed seeing Ye Lin's forbidden spell backfired. They believed his internal organs might have been damaged due to how powerful the spell was. Principal Su, who could not accept Luo Jun's defeat despite using a forbidden spell talisman, raised his hand and wanted to make a report. According to him, Ye Lin of Qingcheng Academy, who was a level 18 job changer, deliberately used a powerful forbidden spell against a level 14 job changer, intending on killing him. Principal Su wanted Ye Lin to be disqualified with all his scores cancelled because Ye Lin's forbidden spell directly falls under attempted murder. Principal Gao called his friend out for having no dignity. And besides, Luo Jun was the first to initiate the use of forbidden spells in the duel. If it was a different scenario, Luo Jun's miserable dying state would have definitely persuaded the crowd and the examiners. But when they thought about how ruthlessly he had just pierced Ye Lin's heart, no one was buying Principal Su's BS report. If anything, Luo Jun's case was the real attempted murder. Ye Lin would be crippled or probably dead if he wasn't a forbidden spellcaster. Principal Su gritted his teeth, then turned and left, unwilling to continue watching. Principal Gao stared at him as if he were a clown when he declared his intention to report the incident to the Ministry of Education. Anyway, back in the arena, Luo Jun's charred state was being carried away by the medical staff. The battle ended with Ye Lin's victory, and his score reached 140 points. Ye Lin was already bored with the whole exams and wanted it to be done already. According to him, it was more tiring than killing the underground king of Qingcheng. And to make matters even worse, he had to duel that annoying bitch in the final. Yup, you heard that right. Zhuge Nini won her match with ease and was up against Ye Lin in the final. Prideful as always, Zhuge Nini approached Ye Lin and offered him a moment of respite before their duel. Zhuge Nini didn't mind waiting until Ye Lin recovered. She didn't want to take advantage of his situation. Ye Lin reassured her that there was no need. The prideful bitch didn't know that Ye Lin's current predicament wasn't about his physical condition, but a way to defeat her without hurting her. It was bad enough that he couldn't use his sword to attack her, but also didn't know any forbidden spell which could do the job. And on top of that, he was keenly aware that the bitch wouldn't give up either, even when it's blatantly obvious she should. It didn't take long for 30 minutes to pass by like a bullet, and inside the main arena was the long-awaited final round of the college entrance exams. Obviously, the winner would become the top scorer of that year's final exams. The moment the invigilator officially announced the beginning of the duel, Zhuge Nini's book opened as she was lifted up in the air. The fight between Ye Lin and Luo Jun had made her realize that forbidden spells were extremely dangerous. And while Zhuge Nini was thinking of how she couldn't afford to be hit by any forbidden spell, Ye Lin was visibly distressed, still thinking of a forbidden spell to use. He was sure that Zhuge Qianqing wouldn't let him off if he badly hurts her daughter. A look of determination flashed in Zhuge Nini's eyes the moment she initiated the first attack. The exploding phoenix flame. In the air, Dozens of flames were instantly conjured up and turned into balls of fire with terrifyingly high temperatures, whistling towards Ye Lin. Facing the incoming fireballs, Ye Lin immediately sacrificed a kidney to use his fleeting dance with fivefold increase in its agility. Since he couldn't fight without hurting her, he planned on dragging the fight out until Zhuganini's mana was exhausted. Ye Lin's figure flashed quickly in the whistling fireballs like a ghost, his movements extremely fast as he kept changing his position every time. His body accurately evaded everything Zhuganini launched at him. This scene amazed the crowd who were watching. It was unbelievable that a forbidden spellcaster could have such high agility. But they soon realized that Ye Lin was just dodging and not attacking. It was blatantly obvious that he could have won the match by simply using the Chaos Thunder spell he'd casted earlier. Some wondered if perhaps the Forbidden Thunder spell consumes too much energy, and Ye Lin couldn't use it for the third time in just a day. That has to be the case, right? Otherwise, how could he only dodge and not attack? Someone even guessed that Ye Lin must have felt pity for Zhuganini, but another called that BS. He heard rumors that Ye Lin had already been accepted as a disciple by Zhuge Qianxing, and must be deliberately trying to give the top spot to Zhuganini. Back in the arena, Zhuganini was annoyed as hell with what Ye Lin was doing. In her opinion, his behavior of dodging and not attacking was clearly a deliberate way to humiliate her. Ye Lin just stared at her and shrugged dismissively. He didn't give two fucks about what she thought. And besides, there wasn't any rule that prohibited him from actively dodging whenever he feels like it. Zhuganini got pissed off upon hearing this. Her whole body engulfed in flames, displaying an extremely dazzling red-gold color. She raised her book with the intention of launching an attack that Ye Lin couldn't dodge. Zhuganini summoned the red surging flame, the same insurmountable wall of flames she used against Ji Lingyu. In an instant, the air above the arena became extremely hot and the temperature rose rapidly. The red-gold flames formed a sea of fire and surrounded Ye Lin. Frowning, Ye Lin decided to teach Zhuganini a lesson. He sacrificed half of his liver and again increased his agility. The sudden increase caused his already extremely terrifying speed to increase at a monstrous rate. Although those red-gold flames were terrifying, Ye Lin's current speed was so fast that he plunged straight through and was upon Zhuganini in an instant. Zhuganini's eyes widened in shock, incredulous that Ye Lin could actually increase his agility to this extent. She had no time to react at all and was hit playfully on the head with the back of Ye Lin's sword. The hit on the head was so painful that she began to tear up. Ye Lin informed Zhuganini that she'd lost and should admit defeat. But as the spoiled child she was, Zhuganini had never been humiliated like this, and this instantly broke down her psychological defenses. How could she suffered such injustice? Zhuganini refused to admit defeat to a disgusting person like Ye Lin. She would rather be carried off the stage like Luo Jun than accept such a humiliating defeat. She instantly conjured several fireballs and hurled them at Ye Lin, who dodged effortlessly. Ye Lin frowned slightly. He didn't expect Zhuganini to be so stubborn and dumb. In that case, he would just have to forcefully kick her off the arena. Looking at Ye Lin, who was dodging every fireball as slippery as a loach, Zhuganini's aura surged rapidly, and her flame ability reached its peak. She let out a delicate cry and quickly formed a seal with her hands. An even more powerful mana burst out from her body, and all the pages of the book in front of her suddenly got torn out and surrounded her. Above the arena, the air seemed to be distorted by a force as the crimson writings on the pages glowed ominously. Everyone, including Ye Lin, watched the scene in stunned silence, noticing the strong pressure created from just the spell activation. There was a surging anger in Zhuganini's tone the moment she cast the curse spell, the Fire Tornado. Zhuganini pushed her jade hands forward, and the pages instantly gathered into several huge fire tornadoes which rushed towards Ye Lin. These fire tornadoes were different from the previous flames summoned. They seemed to have a mind of their own as they danced wildly in the air. Every rotation released a terrifying high temperature, as if it wanted to burn everything to ashes. No matter how Ye Lin dodged, the fire tornadoes followed him closely like a thorn in his flesh. He realized that the spell had the ability to lock onto and follow a target. Zhuganini made her way to the ground with her face slightly pale and her dress already soaked with sweat. It was obvious that using this skill had exhausted her extremely. Her book had been destroyed, but as long as it can guarantee her win, it was all worth it. She firmly believed Ye Lin had nowhere to hide from the attack and should admit defeat. Upon hearing this, Ye Lin was baffled. Was this bitch really dumb as rocks? You see, Ye Lin had already thought of a solution the moment he realized the spell had a homing skill. With his incredible agility, he appeared behind Zhuganini in an instant. Zhuganini should have realized this simple truth when she casted her spell. Thus, releasing a spell with a homing skill without teammates to protect her when facing off against a fast opponent was tantamount to suicide as a mage. Had she not heard of this in class? Speechless, Zhuganini's eyes widen upon realization. And at this moment, the fire tornadoes were like raging storms, rushing towards them at a high speed. Ye Lin calmly instructed her to end the skill and admit defeat. But this bitch, with tears in her eyes, replied that she would do no such thing. She won't lose to Ye Lin, even if it means dying together. Instead of canceling the release of the curse spell, Zhuganini increased the output to the max, making the fire tornadoes even more violent. She truly intended on dying together with Ye Lin rather than being humiliated again. The moment the crowd realized what Zhuganini had just done, her father shouted desperately, pleading for her not to do something so stupid. At the same time, the invigilators and the medics rushed towards the arena with urgency. Ye Lin stretched out his hand and pulled Zhuganini to his side, then raised his hand as a terrifying force burst out from his palm. The arena under his feet trembled instantly with a deafening roar, and a stone wall suddenly rose from the ground between the two and the incoming torrent of flames. The stone wall, being one of the forbidden spells Ye Lin just unlocked after upgrading, had an ancient and ominous aura with complex mystery, as if it was not made of solid material. The effect of this skill was as straightforward as its name, the Wailing Wall. It can be summoned from the deepest depths of hell by sacrificing a lifespan. The Wailing Wall can nullify any attack if the attacker isn't 20 levels above the spellcaster. Anyway, like a gate of the abyss, the Wailing Wall opened up and swallowed the overwhelming torrent of raging tornadoes of flames without making any sound. Some of the audience recognized the Wailing Wall and was shocked that an examinee was actually able to cast such a forbidden spell. The Wailing Wall dissipated shortly after as Ye Lin thanked the heavens for being lucky to have unlocked this defensive curse spell. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have known what else to do. In an affectionate manner, Ye Lin brushed Zhuganini's messed up hair in place and gave her a reassuring smile which snapped her out of her daze. Although Zhuganini finally realized how terrifying their gap in strength was, she also couldn't stop blushing. Zhuganini felt her heart beating way too fast than her normal heart rate, especially when she also realized that Ye Lin might not be as bad as she initially thought. The crowd watched the heartwarming scene on the stage and couldn't help but smile. They felt that something was going on between the two and were interested to know more about their relationship. They were convinced that Ye Lin was just afraid of hurting Zhuganini, hence why he never attacked but kept dodging. Then, like splashing cold water on their faces, Ye Lin unceremoniously kicked the prideful bitch off the arena, reiterating that there can only be one top scorer. Zhuganini, who was completely unprepared, fell headfirst onto the ground with a dull thud. There was even a large shoe print on her perky behind to which the live broadcast gave a close-up shot. The speechless crowd just watched in stunned silence. How can a sweet hormonal atmosphere a second ago turned into an abrupt ass-kicking the next? Although Zhuge Qianqing was relieved that her daughter was okay, he couldn't help feeling embarrassed by the whole situation. Zhuganini sat up and declared her intentions to get back at Ye Lin for this humiliation. The Invigilator announced Ye Lin as the winner of the final round of the ring tournament, totaling his points to be 150 and declaring him as Qingqing's champion. As the crowd praised and congratulated him, Ye Lin hoped these achievements would be enough to enter the Supreme Academy. A lady among the crowd asked Ye Lin which academy he planned on attending. Ye Lin's answer was obviously the Supreme Academy, and the crowd shared his excitement and enthusiasm. But as the supervisor of the Supreme Academy made her way inside the arena with Principal Gao and Lin Yuan, she apologized and informed Ye Lin that he'd been rejected. Principal Gao and Lin Yuan, already aware of Su Chengxin's decision, remained silent with a gloomy expression. Although Ye Lin had a fair idea of the reason, he couldn't help asking why. The reason was his profession as a forbidden spellcaster. Since the appearance of job changers, there has been 11 forbidden spellcasters, and their average lifespan was 22 years. The longest-lived forbidden spellcaster died at the age of 24. These 11 predecessors only proved that forbidden spellcasters have no value to be trained. Investing resources in them would be like throwing money into the sea. Su Chengxin was extremely blunt, but it was the truth. Ye Lin understood this, of course, and so did the crowd. Universities train a job changer for 4 years, and Ye Lin was already at the age of 18, which meant he would be exactly 22 when he graduates, tallying with the average life expectancy of a forbidden spellcaster. For a moment, there was a hint of pity in the eyes of the crowd as they stared at Ye Lin. A figure suddenly appeared beside him with a familiar windbreaker, gold-rimmed glasses, and an elegant temperament. Zhuge Qianqing informed Su Chengxin and the examiners that he might have already found a solution about Ye Lin's situation. Hearing this, Su Chengxin asked him to elaborate. Since Ye Lin was his disciple, Zhuge Qianxing explained that he had developed a method that greatly reduced the impact of casting forbidden spells on his disciple. But if any of them didn't believe him, they can do a physical examination on Ye Lin's body. With the exception of Su Changxin, everyone, especially Lin Yuan and Principal Gao, were shocked. If Zhuge Qianxing can really reduce the impact of casting forbidden spells on the Forbidden Spellcaster, then Ye Lin will really become a rising star. Su Changxin was doubtful. Sure, Zhuge Qianxing was a skilled astrologist, but he's now claiming to have knowledge about job changers. Was Zhuge Qianxing as skilled as the professors at the Supreme Academy? If Ye Lin still didn't live past the age of 25, would Zhuge Qianxing compensate for the lost resources? Faced with Su Changxin's aggressive questioning, Zhuge Qianxing frowned slightly, then pleaded with her to put her personal emotions aside and just do the checkup. She shouldn't ruin a genius's future because of him. Su Changxin explained that her decision was not based on her personal feelings, but the will of the Supreme Academy. They just can't accept a forbidden spellcaster. At this moment, gossip gleamed in the eyes of the countless people. No matter how dumb they were, they could clearly see that there was a story between Zhuge Qianxing and Su Changxin. Ye Lin interjected, not wanting his teacher to embarrass himself any further. He told him to just drop the matter. It was fine if he didn't attend the Supreme Academy. After all, it was just a school. But in that precise moment, Ye Lin made his resolve known to Zhuge Qianxing. A teasing voice suddenly called him arrogant for the casual dismissal. Zhuge Qianxing saw the attack and warned Ye Lin, but it was too close for him to dodge. So he used his arm to block the attack. A powerful aura then burst out instantly from this hooded figure, intending on suppressing Ye Lin. Ye Lin could clearly feel the pressure, and deemed it not weaker than Kenson's. Ye Lin clutched the injury on his arm tightly and questioned who the guy was. The scrawny-looking fucker scoffed and introduced himself as Yun Guanlu, the person who just defeated Ye Lin and a freshman at the Supreme Academy. Yun Guanlu explained that the Supreme Academy was more than just a school, and Ye Lin's careless dismissal only proved how arrogant he was. Su Changxin warned the scrawny-looking fucker not to dare harm anyone again. Otherwise, she would make him write an apology letter when they return. Yun Guanlu replied that he was just saying hello and didn't mean to hurt anyone, but who knew the top scorer of Qingqing was so weak. Lin Yuan and Principal Gao rushed toward Ye Lin and asked of his injury. Ye Lin reassured them that he was fine, but knowing how scheming this guy was, it wasn't a stretch to think he wouldn't make something out of this disappointment. Ye Lin's expression turned cold as he approached Yun Guanlu, vowing to remember what happened just now. Seeing Ye Lin still acting tough and even daring to give him a cold stare, the corner of Yun Guanlu's mouth raised slightly. If the top scorer of Qingqing wasn't convinced, he was welcome to challenge him at any time. Anyway, if Ye Lin were to go all out regardless of the consequences, then there's a high probability of him defeating Yun Guanlu and even killing him. But for now, there was too many audience, so he will let things slide. However, Yun Guanlu shouldn't make no mistake about his threat. He will definitely get his revenge another time, one way or the other. Yun Guanlu, incredulous for a moment there, started laughing in sheer disdain. Was Ye Lin seriously threatening him just now because he sure as hell didn't notice? And talk about a loser, did he really think he would amount to anything that was worth his attention? Or did he think just because he attacked and talked to him, he cared? Ye Lin should quit with his empty threats because he wouldn't be able to beat him in his lifetime. Yun Guanlu then proceeded to belittle Zhuge Qianxing, which crossed the bottom line of what Ye Lin could tolerate. This idiot could insult him for all he cared, but disrespecting his teacher because of him, that's something he wouldn't let it slide. And since Yun Guanlu was confident he couldn't beat his arrogant ass, Ye Lin proposed a bet. He dared Yun Guanlu to accept his challenge in a life-and-death match in a year's time. This stunned the crowd into silence. They had never expected Ye Lin to be so bold as to sign a deathmatch agreement with Yun Guanlu, whose level was already close to 45. And it wasn't impossible to estimate him breaking through to level 50 and even reaching level 60 in a year's time. Zhuge Qianxing, on the other hand, wasn't worried that Ye Lin might lose, but was rather alarmed that he might accidentally expose the secret of his immortality. He warned him not to be impulsive, but Ye Lin reassured him that he wasn't. He was very much aware that Yun Guanlu, although arrogant and infuriating, had the strength to back it up. But it wouldn't matter in the long run. Yun Guanlu agreed to the challenge, but was also dismissive about it. With the deal set, Ye Lin coolly walked off the stage. To him, this death duel is to determine who's better, and he intended on using it to crush the pride of the Supreme Academy. He even felt an adrenaline rush just thinking of how interesting it would be. As the principal of Qingqing Academy, Gao Jinyu personally congratulated Ye Lin for becoming the top scorer, and in front of the cheering crowd, he thanked his student for finally elevating his school to new heights. Anyway, as the scene shifted to Zhuge family's villa that very afternoon, Ye Lin expressed his concern about Zhuge Nini, wanting to know if she was alright. Zhuge Qianxing replied that she was. Her daughter was just feeling down because she lost to him, but she'll bounce back in no time. Ye Lin then moved to the next obvious and a bit intrusive question. He was curious about the relationship between Zhuge Qianxing and Su Qingxin. Zhuge Qianxing was already expecting this question, so he wasn't exactly caught off guard with this open secret. He explained that Su Qingxin was his first love. Coincidentally, Zhuge Nini was on her way downstairs when she heard her father's disclosure. She was genuinely stunned by this news, and not only her, but Ye Lin as well. The fact that the two had been in a romantic relationship was just surprisingly odd. Zhuge Qianxing sighed and explained that it was a long story. Back when he was just a young guy who had just entered the academy, he fell in love with Su Qingxin and they started dating shortly after. But after a while, they broke up due to their differences in personalities. Apparently, Su Qingxin likes to play mind games type shit in relationships. And what's even worse, she believes she's always in the right and her actions are completely justified. Anyway, 5 years after their breakup, Su Qingxin suddenly came back, saying she couldn't forget about Zhuge Qianxing and wanted to reconcile. The two, especially Zhuge Nini, wanted to know if they did. Zhuge Qianxing calmly replied that it wasn't even possible for them to do so, because by then he'd already had Zhuge Nini. This immediately shut them up, and Ye Lin, like the rational guy he was, finally came to terms with his situation, though it was a shame on his part. Zhuge Qianxing, a bit regretful, really didn't expect his love life to affect his disciple's future. It seems Ye Lin's next best choice was Daxia Academy. And as for Zhuge Nini, her strength and talent were enough to enter the Supreme Academy, so she shouldn't worry about it too much and just try to do her best there. Ye Lin agreed with this assessment since enrolling in Daxia Academy wasn't a bad alternative, but his next ideal option. With that settled, Zhuge Qianxing told the two to go rest. The various admission officers would probably be waiting for them at school early the next day. Ye Lin and Zhuge Nini did as Zhuge Qianxing suggested and got some needed rest, because the very next morning, the entire Qingqing Academy was abuzz with excitement, and Principal Gao couldn't help showing off the two geniuses of his academy to the press. But the surprising thing was the presence of the City Lord and the Supreme Academy's supervisor. After exchanging pleasantries, Su Qingxin officially invited Zhuge Nini to become a member of the Supreme Academy. Zhuge Nini thanked her, then turned in Ye Lin's direction with a smug look. Inwardly, Zhuge Nini was excited to have finally gotten one over Ye Lin. She didn't give a shit about how ridiculously unfair her win was. Anyway, Principal Gao, still on cloud 9, suddenly clasped Ye Lin's shoulder and guided him towards the City Lord, Huang. It was time for him to receive his 5 million yuan prize. Upon hearing such an amount for a prize, Ye Lin, visibly shocked, rushed over and shook Huang's hand. Huang then praised Ye Lin for his exceptional temperament as a top scorer, and the press were eating all this publicity up like they were having a field day. Anyway, like the money-hungry hyena he was, Ye Lin couldn't help asking when he was supposed to receive his 5 million. And although Huang reassured him that not a penny less would be given to him, Ye Lin still informed the media of how he was scared of still being poor after living in the slums for years. So everyone should bear witness to his reward. But to his amazement, the 5 million was just one of the many rewards. There were also skill scrolls. Hu Wang, as a representative of Qingqing, not only prepared 5 million but also an epic grade self-selection skill scroll for Ye Lin. And on top of that, a precious admission qualification for the top scorer realm, which was the secret realm only the top scorer from each city could enter. At this point, Ye Lin couldn't believe his luck. Although the epic grade skill scroll was useless to him as a forbidden spellcaster, the admission to participate in the top scorer realm was like hitting the jackpot. You see, this secret realm was special because it grants anyone immunity to all damages when entered, meaning the participants can ignore everything else and focus on killing monsters. Not that it's any huge advantage for Ye Lin, but the idea of challenging any monster regardless of the level was an edge he might need to raise his level to 99 before leaving. Upon hearing this, Principal Gao informed Ye Lin that even though the top scorer realm is not that exaggerated, the monsters inside were limited. But immunity to all damages were indeed suitable for him. The City Lord then mentions how they have high hopes for him. Apparently, the top scorer realm was also a test for Ye Lin to excel. Scoring first place would grant him the title of the national top scorer. Ye Lin, who initially had no idea such a title exists, was assured by his principal that there's indeed such a title, meaning the champion of Xia Nation. If he obtains the highest level from the top scorer realm, then he would be the nation's top scorer. Excited and confident as hell, Ye Lin told everyone to rest assured. He'll definitely become the nation's top scorer. So with that, the three took a group photo to commemorate their city's top scorer for the year. When everything was said and done, Zhuge Qianxing and his disciple went for a walk. When they were finally alone, he informed Ye Lin of a crucial detail he needed to keep in mind when he participate in the top scorer realm. Zhuge Qianxing warns Ye Lin to never use any of his lifespan-consuming skills inside the top scorer's secret realm. But surprising enough, Ye Lin had figured this out a while ago, so he was very much aware of this predicament. And the reason was simple. Although the secret realm gives immunity to damages, it can't stop age progression. Zhuge Qianxing confirmed this assessment. Ye Lin was indeed a smart kid. Zhuge Qianxing informed Ye Lin that he has other urgent priorities to deal with in Qingcheng, so Ye Lin would have to be careful on his own. Also, he should return to Qingcheng the very moment he comes out of the top scorer's secret realm. Zhuge Qianxing was recently informed that those researchers may soon find the Gate of Apocalypse. With the help of the city's teleportation array, Ye Lin arrived in the city of Shenzhen without any hitch. But as he traversed through the streets of this big city, he couldn't help being amazed as to how different and refreshing everything seems. This was his first time outside the city of Qingcheng, and it was a shame he didn't have time to explore. Ye Lin made his way to the registration building to report in. There, at the entrance, he met a female receptionist who introduced herself as Bai Lin. After confirming Ye Lin's identity, Bai Lin instructed him to follow her. Hu Wang had already made preparations. On the way, Ye Lin was informed that the top scorer realm hadn't been opened yet, so he had time to rest. Also, if he encounters any problems during his stay, he can contact her at any time. Bai Lin brought Ye Lin to a high-rise building where he completed his registration and check-in procedures at the front desk. Shortly after, he found his room and flopped onto his bed with his skill scroll in hand. Since the top scorer realm hadn't been opened yet, he might as well go and explore this city he had never been to before. But in that very moment, a sudden noise and muffled voices at the door reached his ears. This person, whoever it was, kept whining on the other side about how strange it was that the room's keycard wasn't working. Ye Lin made his way to the door, wondering who was trying to barge into his room. Or perhaps the rooms were meant to be shared. He didn't even get a word out before the door was forcefully pushed open with a bang, destroying the locks and startling him. Then an innocent-looking petite girl wearing a blue dress appeared at the door. She carried a teddy bear backpack, and her blonde hair was tied with 2 cute bows. She blinked her big eyes and stared at Ye Lin with confusion, questioning who he was. And why was he in her room? Ye Lin was left dumbfounded. Shouldn't he be the one asking her these questions? But upon seeing Ye Lin's shocked expression, this petite girl suddenly misjudged him as a pervert. She'd even convinced herself on the spot that Ye Lin was hiding in her room after targeting her as an easy mark. Suddenly, with bulging veins, her arms instantly swelled up as she threw a punch in Ye Lin's direction. Ye Lin reacted quickly with his fleeting dance, sidestepping to the side and narrowly dodging this terrifying punch. Just the whistling wind from the release was enough to rattle the windows. Ye Lin, shell-shocked, was a bit incredulous that this little loli actually had such powerful strength. He hurriedly explained that he wasn't a pervert. But the little loli refuses to believe him. She claims that a pervert wouldn't actively admit to being a pervert, so Ye Lin was spouting lies. At this point, Ye Lin realized that he's left with no choice but to take action. He sacrificed his appendix and summoned the realm of woods. In the small room, countless woody vines emerged very abruptly and wrapped around the girl's fist like tentacles. She tried to break free with brute force, but the vines were so resilient that all her struggles were for naught. You see, the Descent of the Wood Realm was a forbidden spell that mainly restrained forceful movements, so it took a while for the girl, Manhwa, to finally relent. Ye Lin then took out his room card and showed it to her. But upon seeing the matching number 6099, Manhwa couldn't help exclaiming that it was impossible. Her room card was also 6099. Ye Lin released her from the spell and demanded she show her room card. Manhwa, although puzzled, confidently took out her room card from her bag and showed it to Ye Lin. But to her dismay, the card number turned out to be 6609. At this point, it was obvious that she turned the card upside down and got the number wrong. So with the misunderstanding out of the way, Manhwa started apologizing profusely for acting the way she did. But Ye Lin was more concerned about reminding her not to forget about informing the staff to fix the door on her way out. Manhwa nodded in understanding, but still insisted of treating Ye Lin to a meal as a form of compensation. Ye Lin replied that there was no need. However, since she's still insistent, how about she accompany him for a walk down the streets? So as the two explore the streets outside, Ye Lin learned Manhwa's name and her profession. She was an SSS-Class berserker, which explains her sudden explosive strength. Manhwa was the top scorer of Haiqing. Ye Lin then informed her of being from Qingcheng, and of course he was also a top scorer. Since Ye Lin was able to subdue her with a terrifying skill, Mi Shui believed Ye Lin must have been admitted into the Supreme Academy. Hearing of the Supreme Academy, Ye Lin calmly explained that that's where he initially planned on attending, but unfortunately, the Academy rejected him. Mi Shui's excitement turned into confusion. She couldn't comprehend why. With the strength Ye Lin had just shown, getting in should be easy. But Ye Lin shrugged dismissively and stated that his fate was decided elsewhere. And to clear her confusion, he added that he was a forbidden spellcaster. So with his short lifespan side effect of a sort, it's understandable. Hearing this, the guilt in Mi Shui's eyes became evident. A forbidden spell master had a short life to begin with, yet not only did she unknowingly made him use a forbidden spell, but she tore down his door, mistook him for a pervert, and tried to beat him up. She really needs to make things right. And the first thing they needed to do was to stop talking about such depressing stuff. Mi Shui grabbed Ye Lin's hand and dragged him along. She'd heard of a place nearby with amazing food. It was Xinqing's most famous restaurant, a well-established place with amazing view and high-end service. Ye Lin took a good look around and was impressed. The place indeed looks amazing, but just before the two could find a spot to take a seat, someone suddenly called out to Mi Shui and coldly remarked about how a brute like her was able to find a guy to eat with. Mi Shui's face suddenly darkened the moment she turned and saw Ye Ning, her half-sister. Ye Ning was in a black revealing strap dress, her high heels creating a clattering sound as she walked towards them. Beside her was his boyfriend Wu Xiaoqi. Ye Ning mocks her half-sister for finally being in a mating season, yet still having nothing to offer. So she wondered what exactly Ye Lin likes about her anyway. Mi Shui, visibly upset, warned her half-sister that she wasn't interested in fighting her. However, her concern was dismissed as Ye Ning informs Ye Lin that she could introduce him to some of her beautiful friends, but only if Ye Lin agrees to come with her right now. Ye Lin told the intrusive bitch to back off his personal space because she had a very bad breath. Mi Shui had to hold back her laugh upon hearing this, whereas her half-sister kept murmuring what she just heard on repeat. Seething with rage, Ye Ning couldn't fathom the sheer audacity of someone she deemed as a nobody humiliating her like that. Moving past Ye Ning, Ye Lin suggests they go eat somewhere else. A place that wasn't suddenly smelly like the one they were in now. Mi Shui agreed in sheer delight, but before the two could proceed further, someone blocked their path. Wu Xiaoqi, pissed off, declared that the two didn't get his permission to leave. The level 22 Angel Paladin demanded they apologize to his woman, not forgetting to add that he hated poor losers from small cities the most. Ye Lin might be treated as a treasure there, but in the city of Shenzhen, he was nothing but filth. Anyway, as Ye Ning urged her man to teach them a lesson, Mi Shui, visibly worried, admits that they were no match for Wu Xiaoqi. Ye Lin brushed this off, highlighting how much of a coincidence this entire farce was, because he also happens to hate rich punks such as Wu Xiaoqi who reek just as bad. Wu Xiaoqi's aura suddenly condensed, and a powerful pressure emanated from him, instantly filling the entire restaurant. Behind him, a brilliant angelic figure slowly condensed into shape, bathed in holy aura. Subsequently, Ye Lin raised his hands slightly, condensed lightning arcs gathering around him. He expressed his intention to fight Wu Xiaoqi. The atmosphere became tense as a crowd immediately gathered to watch the scene. The two were moments away from throwing hands when an investigator reminded them that job changers weren't allowed to fight in the city, and violators would be fined 30,000 yuan and detained for 30 days. With the top scorer realm just hours away from its grand opening, Mi Shui reasoned with Ye Lin that fighting with Wu Xiaoqi wasn't worth it. Ye Lin agreed, and so did Wu Xiaoqi, who warns Ye Lin as he walks off. Ye Lin better not cross path with him inside the top scorer realm. Although he may not be able to kill him in there, he sure as hell can make him suffer a fate worse than death. Quite pleased, Ye Ning gave a smug look as Wu Xiaoqi took her hand and led her out of the restaurant. The moment the two were far from earshot, Mi Shui lets out a heavy sigh and apologized for the trouble. Ye Lin eventually asked who Ye Ning was and why she was so against her. He learned that she's Mi Shui's half-sister, born to her stepmother, and always been trying to compare herself to her in everything, and she means everything. Career level, skills, equipment, looks, body, you name it. She was even afraid of being outclassed by Mi Shui in the final test, so she demanded to be transferred to a smaller city. There, she met Wu Xiaoqi for some reason, and has been acting arrogantly ever since. A bit down, Mi Shui reiterated her apology. She just wanted to repay Ye Lin by treating him to a meal, but she'd inadvertently gotten him into trouble instead. Ye Lin reassured her that it was fine. He even feels a bit hungry all of a sudden, so they should just find a spot to eat. Mi Shui was a bit surprised that they were still going to eat there after what just happened. But Ye Lin reminded the little loli that she was the one who recommended the place, so why let those two idiots ruin their appetite? Early the next day, all the top scorers in the entire province gathered at a massive square near the outskirt of Shenxing City. There, an enormous red gate about 40 feet loomed over everything, and the entire event was being monitored with dozens of drones. On the platform, a middle-aged man introduced himself as Zhang Kenqi, the supervisor for this year's top scorer realm, which would be opening soon. Zhang Kenqi welcomed and urged everyone to ready themselves. Somewhere amidst the crowd was Ye Lin and Mi Shui, who were busy doing a last-minute checkup. Ye Lin checked his backpack to find it full with so many food. When she asked Mi Shui about it, she replied that since they were staying inside the secret realm for a few days, she thought it was best to pack everything they could eat in case of any emergencies. Back to Zhang Kenqi, he calmly stated that before the secret realm officially opens, there were a few things he needed to inform them. The first thing was the rule of this secret realm. Although all test takers would be immune to damages, this effect was available only inside the secret realm. If any test takers take continuous or lethal damages, they should remember not to leave the secret realm. They had prepared priests above level 50 to heal anyone unfortunate at the entrance, so they should get healed before exiting the secret realm. Otherwise, the consequences will be severe. The second thing was in case any of them lose a limb or leg, they should bring it along if they can. Then find a priest to reattach it before exiting. This was far better and less difficult than finding the means to regrow a new limb or leg. The third thing was to remember not to get eaten by a demonic monster, because having their torso get digested was not a pleasant feeling to have. Just the imagination was unpleasant, and the very idea of it was very terrifyingly painful to think about. However, from this intel, Ye Lin deduced that their body would just be immune to all damage taken inside the secret realm, not blocking it. Zhang Kenqi then proceeded to wish all the top scorers to come back safely with good grades. He instructed for the teleportation portal to be opened. Also, everyone had 10 minutes to form a team or find their teammates. But if anyone had the confidence to enter alone, there are no rules against it. Mi Shui proposed forming a team with Ye Lin. Ye Lin agreed to the team up, but she needed to carry his bag. The little lowly had no problem with this arrangement. After all, such light weight was nothing to her as a berserker. A guy nearby saw this scene and accused Ye Lin of being ungentlemanly. How could Ye Lin make such a cute little girl carry a heavy load for him? He then offered to team up with Mi Shui. With him, she definitely won't be doing menial work. Mi Shui suddenly showed him her swelled fist, and questioned the idiot what he's worth was to even propose a team-up. He should scram before she beat him into a pulp. Nearby, Wu Shaoqi proudly showed off his profession and level as Yi Ningning announced that they were accepting job changers above level 20. So anyone who wants to live should join them. They soon spot Ye Lin and Mi Shui and approached with their minions in tow. In earshot, Wu Shaoqi informed Ye Lin that he had had him investigated. And he's got to say, it's quite rare for a job changer to reach level 18 from a small county town like Qingqing. But a redneck will always be a redneck because he won't be able to climb any higher. Wu Shaoqi offered Ye Lin one last chance to kneel down and kowtow to him 3 times. Only then will he forgive him for what happened the day before. Otherwise, when they enter the secret realm, who knows what will happen. Ye Lin just laughed and basically told the idiot to fuck off. Pissed off, Wu Shaoqi was about to throw hands when Zhang Kenqi appeared from nowhere and intervened. He warned Wu Shaoqi that they weren't in the Wu family, so if he dares to cause any trouble, his examination qualification would be revoked immediately. Zhang Kenqi raised his voice and reiterated what he said about breaking the rules to all the test takers. With the secret realm now opened, any violation would immediately get the culprit disqualified. Wu Shaoqi walked off with a murderous look, vowing to settle the score with Ye Lin eventually. Anyway, as countless top scorers rushed inside the red gate in an orderly fashion, Mi Shui warns Yi of Wu Shaoqi's recklessness. And from the looks of it, they would have to be extra careful once they enter the secret realm. Ye Lin assured her not to worry. He's already aware and knows what he's doing. Soon, it was their turn to enter, and the moment they did, Ye Lin and Mi Shui arrived in a completely new world. The top scorer realm was located in a forest, surrounded by towering ancient trees, singing birds and fragrant flowers. But beneath this alluring scenery lies countless deadly threats hidden in plain sight. And speaking of these threats, a level 20 gargoyle suddenly rushed out of a fog nearby and pounced towards the two with a hungry gleam in its eyes. Ye Lin warned Mi Shui to be careful and was just about to release a forbidden spell when she dashed forward with her muscles bulged all over, creating a strong contrast with her cute face. The gargoyle let out a deafening roar, but this didn't do shit as Mi Shui tried to punch its face in. Luckily for the ugly bastard, it managed to block the punch with its hand. Stone chips flew all over as the gargoyle's hand got completely destroyed. Evidently, it was only a matter of time before Mi Shui killed the gargoyle, But this strategy in killing monsters was way too slow for Ye Lin, so he decided to intervene to speed things up. Suddenly, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and a thick bolt of lightning struck down, directly blasting the gargoyle into stone fragments. Seeing this, Mi Shui gasped in surprise, her eyes full of shock. After all, instantly killing a level 20 monster was only possible by a level 25 job changer or above. The two received 70 experience points for defeating a level 20 gargoyle. Mi Shui turned in Ye Lin's direction, wondering how his magic skills was so powerful. But the answer to this question was pretty obvious, wasn't it? He was a forbidden spellcaster. Ye Lin then feigned being slightly in pain and added how it was pretty convenient that he had damage immunity in the top scorer realm. Otherwise, his kidneys wouldn't survive that spell. Mi Shui was completely sold with the act after being reminded how brutal forbidden spells casted through sacrifice were. Anyhow, time was short, so Ye Lin suggested they head deeper into the secret realm. But this only made Mi Shui a bit worried. Instantly killing a level 20 gargoyle was pretty cool and all, but what about stronger monsters? Because that's exactly what they would be up against the deeper they head into the forest. They would also need to be alert at all times. Ye Lin, once again, reassured her not to worry. She only needed to stick close. Thinking of how powerful and confident Ye Lin was, Mi Shui felt that it was quite a shame the Supreme Academy rejected him. But Ye Lin remained unbothered with this rejection, or the fact that he was destined to die young. He stated that as long as he accomplished what he wants in his lifetime, then dying young wasn't a bad way to go. Sure enough, the two had not gone far when a gigantic monster covered in indestructible carapace slowly rose, its dark shadow looming over them. The giant poison centipede growled, its eyes locked on them with a predatory green glow. Then it lunged towards the two with gray saliva dripping from its two huge jaws. This saliva was highly corrosive and emits a white smoke. Ye Lin grabbed Mi Shui, used his fleeting dance to quickly evade the corroded surroundings the moment the giant poison centipede came crushing down. But unfortunately, part of his lower abdomen and his left leg and arm was still corroded to the bone when he shielded Mi Shui. At a safe distance, Ye Lin, calm and composed, instructed the little lowly to leave the battle to him since she'll only be a hindrance. He then calmly raised his hand and summoned the world-destroying thunder. The familiar blue thunder dragon appeared and struck down, and the giant venomous centipede, which seemed to be extremely terrifying in Mi Shui's eyes, didn't even have time to put up any resistance before it was burnt into a charred corpse. Mi Shui was in a daze when Ye Lin pulled her along, facing wave after wave of monsters. The first was a level 22 poisonous scorpion, then a level 25 skeleton blade shield swordsman. The two monsters were killed in the same manner after being struck by a bolt of lightning. Mi Shui was left speechless watching Ye Lin instant kill one monster after the next with his lightning attribute without breaking a sweat. Then, out of nowhere, a level 28 Abyss Ratman suddenly grabbed his leg and tried to launch a sneak attack from underground. Ye Lin swiftly freed himself, raised his hand and cast the forbidden spell, the Eternal Thunder Element. Golden energy suddenly formed and gathered in his palm, then condensed into a dazzling golden spear. Ye Lin grasped the spear and threw it directly at the Abyss Ratman, killing it instantly. Ye Lin was ecstatic to have finally leveled up to 20. But after killing the level 28 Abyss Ratman, Mi Shui suddenly realized something and looked surprised, as if she had solved a historical problem. Since Ye Lin was a forbidden spell master, he was immune to any damage inside this secret realm, which was why he could use forbidden spells at full strength. Ye Lin was a bit baffled. Hadn't she known this until now? It seems this girl has well-developed muscles, so her brain doesn't seem to be very useful. Anyway, after reaching level 20, it was time for him to unlock his second talent. Scrolling through his attribute window, he learned that his second talent was the ultimate sublimation. With this talent, he can sublimate all the skills he'd used into forbidden spells. This was a massive upgrade since he previously couldn't use skill scrolls, whether they were common, rare, epic, or legendary. Ye Lin instructed Mi Shui to hand him the dropped fireball spell skill scroll. Although it was just a regular spell, Ye Lin, eager to test out this new feature, learned it without any moment of hesitation. Immediately after doing so, the class talent Ultimate Sublimation was automatically activated, upgrading the regular fireball spell to Flame God's Breath. This new forbidden spell burns Ye Lin's life force to summon the flame of the god's divine fire, capable of incinerating everything in its path. Accompanied by a dazzling golden light, a powerful energy wave spread out instantly. The surrounding air seemed to be ignited by this energy. The temperature rose rapidly, and a huge fireball was formed. The fireball continued to expand, emitting blazing golden light and high temperature the moment Ye Lin injected his own fire into it. He then hurled the massive ball of fire into the air, and with a deafening boom, The sky was lit up with a thunderous explosion so destructive that it felt like an actual sun had exploded. Ye Lin curled his fist excitedly. After all, having more forbidden spells will undoubtedly allow him to have more adaptability and tactics when facing opponents stronger than himself. And now, with this new talent, no matter what type of forbidden spell he wants, he can just find the corresponding type of low-level skill scroll which cost a few thousand yuan. In a good mood, Ye Lin and Mi Shui left that place to continue leveling up. Meanwhile, on a massive tree branch somewhere nearby, Yi Ningning and Wu Shaoqi saw the explosion and were baffled. When Yi Ningning questioned what skill could cause such an explosion, Wu Shaoqi guessed that it might be an invigilator, because there wasn't anyone else among them who had a skill of that magnitude. Elsewhere, Zhengqinqi was also watching the explosion through his monitoring screen, wondering what could have happened to trigger a skill with such destructive strength. It was soon nightfall, and Ye Lin proposed they find a place to settle and eat. Hearing this, Mi Shui had no issue with this suggestion since she was basically the one responsible for everything else besides hunting monsters. Nonetheless, she enjoyed her role since she'd been leveling up like crazy. Anyway, in the meantime, Ye Lin, still fully alert of any possible danger, decided to scout around when he spotted something that made his eyes widen with a hint of excitement and shock. In a whisper, he called Mi Shui over to take a look. Not far away was a clear spring with its water constantly flowing in like a small waterfall. And on a huge black rock beside the spring was a golden toad. Its skin sparkled brightly in the nightlight, as if it was coated with a golden thin layer. This extremely large monster was the treasure toad. It was about 4 or 5 meters tall with a pair of bright vertical pupils. And its specialty was hoarding treasures in its stomach. The higher the level of the toad, the more valuable the treasures it contains. And luckily enough, this treasure toad was level 25, so it would definitely drop good rewards if caught. Ye Lin motioned for Mi Shui to be extremely quiet. They couldn't risk scaring it off. Ye Lin planned to approach it quietly and control its movement to Mi Shui to catch it. It took about half an hour for the two to silently make their way behind the treasure toad. But just as they were about to enact on their plan, a sinister voice suddenly came from behind them, arrogantly declaring how annoying it had been in searching for Ye Lin. Wu Shaoqi and his group's sudden appearance alerted the treasure toad. And by the time Ye Lin tried to restrain it by summoning the realm of woods, it was too late. The treasure toad had already fled away. Ye Lin's face darkened as he cursed through his gritted teeth. The idiot had ruined their plans. And to make matters even worse, he was still running his mouth. Wu Shaoqi informed Ye Lin that it was time for him to settle his debts. He was going to make sure Ye Lin experienced a life worse than death. A crowd nearby heard the exchange and pitted Wu Shaoqi's nest victim. In their eyes, Ye Lin was unfortunate to run into Wu Shaoqi and his minions even though the secret realm was vast. They also blamed him for bringing this misfortune upon himself. However, at this moment, Ye Lin's facial expression was extremely cold with no trace of fear. He was on his last nerve, so he sure as hell wasn't going to let this slide. If a life worse than death was what these fools were expecting, then they should rest assured because that was exactly what he planned on letting them experience. Ye Lin calmly raised his hand and summoned a fireball. But upon seeing this, one of Wu Shaoqi's minions smiled even more disdainfully. After all, fireballs were the lowest and most common skill, and anyone who changes their job can learn it. But Ye Lin actually wants to use a fireball to deal with them, which was simply a pipe dream. However, his smile froze on his face the moment Ye Lin raised his finger slightly. The seemingly ordinary fireball suddenly expanded several times, turning into a dark golden sun several meters in size. It carried a terrifying high temperature as Ye Lin hurled it towards the minion beside Wu Shaoqi. The guy didn't even have time to scream before he was turned into a charred corpse, barely clinging to life. This sudden scene left everyone stunned with their mouths wide open, not knowing what to say. With horror, Wu Shaoqi reluctantly pieced together the person responsible for the massive explosion a while ago. But how was it possible? Yi Ningning, realizing the shit they were in, pleaded with Ye Lin. They were all future of Daxia prospects after all. Plus, he wouldn't dare make an enemy of the Wu family, right? Ye Lin picked up another skill scroll in his hand, and at the same time, replied calmly that he was a fair guy and won't stand any impartiality. He believed in equality for all, so they would soon be able to experience what the guy just experienced. And like the fireball, the other skill scroll, the ice vortex spell, was also a very common skill. Specifically, it condenses a sharp spiral ice cone and spins it towards the enemy. But in Ye Lin's hands, the ice spin curse instantly underwent earth-shaking changes. Countless sharp ice spikes hundreds of feet thick formed in the air, like crystal-clear pillars, emitting a biting cold. They spun rapidly in the air, like a huge ice-colored gyroscope, carrying a destructive power, and shot towards Wu Shaoqi and his group who were still in shock. Wu Shaoqi was reeling in shock, wondering how it was possible for a regular spell to have such destructive power. Whereas a puzzled Ye Ning couldn't comprehend how Ye Lin was able to use both fire and ice spells. Wu Shaoqi immediately used his professional angel paladin and raised the holy shield emitting golden light high to resist the attack of the ice spikes. But after blocking just the first attack, countless spiderweb-like cracks appeared on his golden shield. When the second ice spike hit, the golden shield shattered on the spot. Wu Shaoqi's face changed drastically, and he immediately used his most powerful move. A golden sword condensed in his hand and slashed towards the ice spikes in the sky in a cross shape. Wu Shaoqi instructed his group to attack together, believing Ye Lin couldn't deal with them at the same time. The crowd initially thought Ye Lin was an elemental mage, but soon realized from their exchange that he was rather a forbidden spellcaster. However, the obvious conclusion was them figuring out the reason for his outburst without any regard to his health and lifespan. And although Wu Shaoqi was strong, he was completely powerless in the face of a forbidden spellmaster in the top scorer realm. After learning yet another low-level spell, the rockfall technique, Ye Lin raised his hand and summoned a rock to fall from the sky towards his target. However, what fell from the sky was no longer an ordinary rock, but a massive freaking boulder like a meteor, and smashed straight towards Wu Shaoqi and the others. Everyone seems to recognize the forbidden spell that Ye Lin had just casted, and their face turned pale instantly. They tried desperately to resist, but the weight of about 1,000 pounds pressing them down directly left no room for it. The fallen rock left Wu Shaoqi and his group completely battered and broken without a single ounce of resistance left. At this point, Wu Shaoqi could only bring up his family background once again, warning Ye Lin whether he plans on going against his Wu family. But Ye Lin simply assured him to relax. He wasn't going to kill him, and since his Wu family was so powerful, then he would just have to endure a bit of pain. Ye Lin raised his hand and summoned another boulder which came crushing down, shocking the crowd who could only watch. Ye Ning tried reasoning with Ye Lin. Even if he wasn't afraid of the Wu family, what about the Supreme Academy? Wu Shaoqi nodded slightly, adding that they were all students of the Supreme Academy. So was he really going to be this extreme to his own colleagues? But unexpectedly, hearing the Supreme Academy only managed to inflame Ye Lin's frustration even further. The Supreme Academy had rejected him, so there was no way in hell they were going to be colleagues in the future. The moment he was done talking, he waved his hand and dropped the massive boulder. A loud bang reverberated through the forest, as if the sky had fallen, splitting the earth apart. The entire scene was so terrifying that the crowd kept wondering if Ye Lin was even human. As the dust and debris subsides, the crowd was shocked to see Wu Shaoqi and his entire group in a miserable state. They had been smashed deep into the ground. But under the influence of the rules of the top scorer realm, they were still alive. At this moment, the whole place was silent, and those who had been watching even begun to regret why they came. They held their breath and dared not even fart, for fear that Ye Lin would target them. Ye Lin called them over, instructing them to send Wu Shaoqi and his group to get healed. They cautiously used their abilities to excavate the bruised bodies beneath the rumble. Ye Lin felt that the secret realm was finally quiet after he dealt with the flies. Now they can go hunt the treasure toad. Meanwhile, near the exit of the secret realm, the supervisor of this year's top scorer realm, together with 3 priests and more than a dozen professional medical staff, were patiently waiting on high alert. Zheng Kenqi believed the top scorers this year were strong, and although it hadn't been long, not a single person had approached them for medical treatment. One of the priests agreed with this assessment. After all, in previous years, they would have been very busy by now. But in that moment, a group of students urgently rushed in with some severely injured. Zheng Kenqi examined the wounds, and after ordering the priest to heal their injuries, he asked what happened. Did they encounter a high-level monster? One of the students replied sheepishly that it was actually an encounter against one of their own. He explained that Wu Shaoqi and his entire group fought against a forbidden spellcaster. Zheng Kenqi couldn't believe what he just heard. How can a single student be responsible for such brutality? Back to Ye Lin and Mi Shui, they have been busy following the direction in which the golden treasure toad fled, but to no avail. If Wu Shaoqi and the others hadn't caused trouble, the multi-treasure golden toad would never have been able to escape from their hands. In resignation, Ye Lin had to give up the idea of continuing to pursue the treasure toad. And besides, it was already nightfall. He didn't even touch his meal, and explained that he was already full. He just wanted to rest as much as he can because he plans to level up more the next day. Mi Shui had never met anyone who levels up as fast as Ye Lin does, so she also vows to work harder. However, when she lifted her head, she was shocked to see 3 pairs of red eyes staring at her from afar. Then a huge dog figure leaped out from the darkness. It was burly and covered with red flames. Its red eyes flashed with a ferocious glow in the dark, and had a foul-smelling and corrosive saliva dripping from its mouth as it exposes its fangs. This beast was none other than a legendary three-headed hellhound Cerberus, a true high-level monster. The level 36 Cerberus spurt out a corrosive green liquid from its mouth. Luckily, Manhwa was quick to act. She grabbed Ye Lin's arm and dragged his sleeping figure out of the way. Ye Lin was a bit stunned to have encountered such a high-level monster for the first time, and didn't expect it to be this terrifying. Ye Lin took the lead and directly used his Flame God's Breath skill. A huge dark golden flame was hurled towards the three-headed dog of hell. But the middle head of the hellhound opened its mouth wide and bit the dark golden sun released by Ye Lin. And with a gulp, it actually swallowed it. Both Ye Lin and Manhwa couldn't help but gasp. The freaking beast swallowed the forbidden spell in one gulp. There was even a hint of mockery in the eyes of the three-headed hellhound as the first head opened its mouth and spewed a thick green foul-smelling liquid towards them. The two managed to dodge to the side as the extremely corrosive fluid destroyed everything it touched. Ye Lin suddenly felt an attack from behind and quickly leaped sideways with his fleeting dance activated. He barely avoided the fatal blow, and while in the air, he raised his hand as bits of golden light gathered in his palm, condensing into a bright and dazzling golden spear. The golden spear was like a meteor streaking across the night sky, stabbing fiercely at the three-headed dog of hell with unstoppable power. The three-headed hellhound growled, then opened its bloody mouth and spew out green foul-smelling liquid, trying to resist the attack. However, the spear penetrated the corrosive fluid and pierced into the bloody mouth of the hellhound, taking one of its head off. A shrill scream was heard, and the hellhound's body trembled violently, as if it was suffering unimaginable pain. Completely enraged, the first head of the now two-headed dog of hell opened its bloody mouth and spewed out yet another extremely thick green foul-smelling liquid. Only this time around it covered a vast range. Ye Lin raised his hand and quickly summoned the Wailing Wall. Since the level difference between the beast and himself was below 20, the Wailing Wall blocked the corrosive flames effortlessly. He then countered with another dazzling spear, hurling it and piercing the first head of the Cerberus. With only a head left, the beast could only let out a painful roar before Ye Lin summoned the world-destroying thunder. With a loud boom, the three-headed hellhound was struck by lightning and left in a charred and a sorry state. However, it wasn't dead, and the moment Manhwa questioned Ye Lin about it, he realized that something was wrong. Alarmed, he instructed Manhwa to make a run for it. Ye Lin had to grab her hand and bolt for cover because apparently, the Cerberus was about to self-destruct. And if they're caught within the explosion of its corrosive fluids, the damage might be unimaginable. It didn't take long for the explosion to cover a vast range of the forest. But fortunately, the two were fast enough to escape the blast range. Anyway, the reward for killing a level 36 high-grade Cerberus was 720 experience points. And unexpectedly, it seems they weren't the only one within that vicinity that escaped. Apparently, the infamous treasure toad they've been chasing all day just happens to cross path with them. And unlike last time, they have no intention of letting this treasure trove escape for the second time. They soon apprehend the poor bastard, and the first item it spat out was the dragon scale gold, or it was an extremely rare crafting material. If Ye Lin were to hand it over to a blacksmith, he can definitely create an epic-grade equipment with it. However, this item was a mere junk compared to the epic items in its belly. The treasure toad was heavily restrained, and even under the countless threats, this golden fucker dared to spit out an ordinary stone as its next item. Obviously, this only managed to piss Ye Lin off, who struck the head of the treasure toad with the hilt of his sword. Back at the medical center near the Secret Realm's exit, Zhang Kanqi was patiently waiting when the three priests came out of the tent and announced delightedly that the surgery was a success. Wu Shaoqi and the others were almost fully recovered. Expressing his gratitude, Zhang Kanqi assured them not to worry. He would report their deeds to the higher-ups for a hefty compensation. Wu Shaoqi came out of the tent shortly after, but the moment he did, Zhang Kanqi instructed him to go rest until he was fully recovered. However, Wu Shaoqi wasn't having it. He gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath, then screamed in frustration, vowing to avenge the humiliation in a way that Ye Lin wouldn't be able to recover. As the scene shifted back to Ye Lin and Manhwa, the treasure toad was now tied to a tree, still unwilling to hand over any epic item. Its belly was even bruised by Manhwa's beating, but this golden toad was still very stubborn. Anyway, since it was unwilling to cooperate, Ye Lin planned on giving it a quick death. The treasure toad immediately shrieked in fear upon hearing this, but Ye Lin didn't relent, summoning a bolt of lightning in his palm. Seeing this, the treasure toad, overwhelmed with fear, let another shriek and spat out a staff with a faint golden glow. The staff was carved with exquisite patterns, and every detail revealed a mystery. Ye Lin was stunned. He didn't expect the treasure toad to have such an item in its possession. He quickly checked the properties of the staff, which was an epic-grade magic staff that increases psychic strength by 50% and make fire-type spells less costly and stronger. Ye Lin's attitude did a complete 180 as he praised the treasure toad for its cooperation. If it had done this earlier, it wouldn't have suffered so much. With his ultimate sublimation activated, the staff was enhanced into the flame god's fury slash. Ye Lin waved the red flame staff with a smile, and a destructive flame gathered at the tip, transforming into multiple giant blazing blade that slashed forth, cleaving through everything in its path. The aftermath was so terrifying that the two were left speechless. The treasure toad, on the other hand, showed a trace of fear in its eyes. It hopes Ye Lin would keep his promise now that he had gotten what he wanted. The two decided to let the treasure toad go for its honesty. Then they left to hunt for more higher monsters before the time runs out. Ye Lin brought Manhwa close to the exit of the secret realm, but upon seeing no monsters, he wondered why there weren't any left. Manhwa, blunt with her reply, even questioned why Ye Lin was insinuating they both took part in the monster slaughtering. Apparently, it's been a couple days, and Ye Lin had killed almost all the monsters inside the top scorer secret realm. With no more monsters left to kill, Ye Lin suggested they head out to the exit even though the secret realm exam wasn't over yet, because staying inside there will just be wasting time. Meanwhile, at the exit of the secret realm exam, countless top scorers had already gathered, each facing the same predicament. With 2 days left, it was a bit unprecedented that not only were there many top scorers early at the exit area, but there really weren't any monsters left to hunt. You see, some started hunting in the outer area for a day, but when they went into the inner area after they got their levels up, there was nothing left except fire scorches on the ground. Anyway, in that moment, someone remembered Wu Shaoqi and his group, wondering if they were able to level up unlike the rest after recovering. But a sudden commotion caught his attention, and apparently, it was just Ye Lin who was evidently being avoided by everyone after learning what he did to Wu Shaoqi and his group of minions. They were absolutely terrified of the guy. Zhengqianqi approached him, wanting to know if Ye Lin was really sure about leaving the secret realm. After all, the top scorer secret realm would only close in 48 hours, and exiting means that he had officially finished his trial. Ye Lin, without any hesitation, replied that he was sure. However, before exiting, every top scorer had to record their level. The assistant supervisor nearby asked him to show his level so she can record it. Ye Lin proudly displayed his level and profession, but downplayed this achievement as nothing. However, to the crowd and the officials, this was completely mind-boggling. Seriously, leveling up 7 times in just a few days, even Zhengqianqi, the supervisor, had never seen such leveling speed. The crowd was also thinking the same since most of them clearly recall him being level 18 before entering the top scorer realm. At this point, it didn't take a genius to figure out that the person responsible for killing all the monsters in the inner area of the secret realm. Ye Lin paid them no mind and asked the supervisor if he could leave now. But Zhengqianqi unexpectedly replied that he couldn't, and the reason was simply his level. Ye Lin was most likely be the national's top scorer this year, so he must wait until the secret realm officially closes to claim his reward. Obviously, hearing of a reward, Ye Lin's eyes suddenly lit up as he made a prompt decision to stay. He had originally planned to return to Qingqing ASAP in order to keep out of trouble. After all, he had offended Wu Shaoqi, who was the local tyrant in Shenzhen City. And speaking of that fucker, he suddenly appeared, complaining like the rest of the crowd. Wu Shaoqi was also unlucky, and apparently, he had spent so much effort to catch a golden treasure toad, but there was nothing inside its stomach. And on top of that, he saw no monsters despite searching for an entire day. Anyway, like everyone else, his attention was immediately drawn to the commotion nearby. Wu Shaoqi wondered curiously what was going on, only to be informed that all the monsters inside the secret realm were wiped out by Ye Lin. And to make matters even worse, Ye Lin was now level 25. Wu Shaoqi's face instantly morphed with an expression of eating a huge chunk of shit as he cursed loudly. And upon seeing this reaction, Manhwa spared no time rubbing his face in. After all, it was a bit embarrassing that the infamous young master of the Wu family entered the top scorer realm with level 22 and was now exiting with the same level. Wu Shaoqi scoffed and replied sharply, commenting on how disgusting it was that a short-life Forbidden Spellcaster snatched all the monsters. Ye Ning agreed. After all, no one with Ye Lin's class had lived past the age of 25, so what was the point of cultivating? Ye Lin was simply affecting them, the real future of Daxia. Manhwa was furious on Ye Lin's behalf. She believes it was Wu Shaoqi and his group's own incompetence that their skill wasn't enough to kill high-level monsters in time. And yet they have the audacity to mock Ye Lin. Suddenly, the sky over the top scorer realm instantly became gloomy, As if all the light was swallowed up, everyone's heart tightened, and an inexplicable fear spread. At this moment, a deafening roar came from the center of the secret realm, as if something was awakening underground. Immediately afterwards, the entire secret realm began to shake violently, making them dizzy. Their face changed drastically the moment they saw that the exit of the top scorer's secret realm had been closed at some point, and no matter how Zheng Qi tried, he couldn't reopen it. Then a scarlet light shot up from the depths of the secret realm, breaking through the shackles of darkness and illuminating everyone's face. In the light, huge monsters could be vaguely seen. They had different shapes, some had horns, others had wings, and the rest were covered with scales, emitting a strong evil aura. Zheng Qi's pupils shrank sharply, unable to maintain his composure. His voice even trembled slightly. It was a demon invasion. You see, monsters are divided into low and high levels. High-level monsters can even command low-level monsters. And above these monsters, there was an even more terrifying existence, the demon clan. No one knows where the demons came from. The only thing known was that every demon was extremely terrifying. Not only do they possess intelligence that was no less than that of humans, but they could even speak human language. Every time demons appeared on planet Blue Star, it was an unparalleled catastrophe. Yet, at this moment, Zheng Qi could clearly see them in their vast numbers. He suddenly calmed his nerves and faced the demons. He even got pissed off that they dare trespass in human territory. How bold, he shouted. However, the demons ignored him. They all bowed and knelt on the ground, as if they were welcoming someone important. And under the shimmering dark purple portal, a mysterious tall figure with incredibly white skin slowly came out. The only difference from this figure, this demon leader, and humans was his strangely deep dark and cold colorful pupils. The demon leader stared at the humans below with contempt. After all, humans were just food to them. But not only did humans dare hold his kind as slaves in captivity, but they hunt them as well. They were truly courting death. The cold and sharp tone of the demon leader created an invisible fear which seeped deep into the bones of every human present. And although Zheng Qi also felt this deep fear in his heart, it was not for himself, but for everyone present. These test takers were all top scorers selected from all over the country through the college entrance exams. So if they all die in this secret realm, it would definitely be a devastating blow for the entire daxia. Zheng Qi instructed them to stay behind him. The abnormality in the secret realm must have already been noticed by Xincheng. They might even be on their way by now. Suddenly, a figure as tall as an iron tower appeared before him very abruptly. Then a devastating punch soon followed as Zheng Qi was forced to block. Zheng Qi, a level 70 job changer, was effortlessly forced back a couple of steps. The demon leader casually dismissed the human and instructed the towering monster, Luta, to deal with Zheng Qi. Luta muffled a response as Zheng Qi desperately threatened the demon leader, wanting to keep his attention on him. But the pale bastard ignored his threats and just made his way in front of the test takers. Then reassured them not to worry. He just wants to play with them. The demon leader showed his level to be 20, and explained he had heard they were the strongest humans selected this year. And according to humans' leveling system, since he was just level 20 at most, he was someone they can deal with, right? The demon leader wants them to fight him, and if they win, he would let them leave the secret realm. In confusion, the test takers stared intently and found that the aura emanating from the demon leader was indeed not far from that of a level 20 monster. They initially thought the demon leader was an invincible and terrifying enemy, but upon realizing his level, they started wondering what was there to be scared of. Suddenly, the top scorer of Chao City, Lin Zian, boldly walked out of the crowd. He was a level 21 divine knight with short hair and clear muscle lines. The very moment Lin Zian closed the distance between himself and the demon leader, the crowd began to cheer him on, believing they had the advantage. But a second later, they were stunned into silence as just a casual flick from the demon leader trashed Lin Zian into the crowd like a cannonball, knocking down several of them like a bowling ball until Ye Lin intervened. He caught the poor guy, but at this time he started coughing out blood and was barely hanging on. If it weren't for the death immunity in the top scorer realm, Li Zian would already be dead the very moment he was struck. The demon leader sneered disdainfully. If Li Zian was really a top scorer, then humans were a joke since they seemed weak as fucking ants. Staring at the stunned and scared crowd, the demon leader reiterated his challenge. However, when no one made a move, he questioned if they were so afraid that no one dares to come up to him. He then mocked how humans were nothing but cowards. Weren't they running their mouths just seconds ago? In that very moment, Wu Shaoqi seemed to suddenly have an idea and turned in Ye Lin's direction. He then called him out, questioning what he was waiting for. This fucker even threw in the "With great power comes with great responsibilities" line for emphasis. And this immediately shifted everyone's attention to the Forbidden Spellcaster. With Wu Shaoqi taking the lead, the crowd also began to morally blackmail Ye Lin. But Mi Shui, almost fuming with anger, pointed at the large crowd and cursed. They were all just mocking Ye Lin just moments ago, and now they're trying to pressure him to risk his life to save them. Aren't they disgusted with themselves? And as for Wu Shaoqi, seriously, how shameless can he possibly be? Wu Shaoqi countered with a rebuttal of his own. He stated that if Ye Lin hadn't injured them and killed all the monsters, preventing them from leveling up, they wouldn't be in this situation where he's the only one capable of facing the demon leader. Ye Lin, cool and composed, walked up to Wu Shaoqi and replied that he was fine facing the demon leader. But his equipment, on the other hand, wasn't on par, so how about Wu Shaoqi and his group hand theirs over? They can give him their high-grade equipment to increase his chances of winning. Wu Shaoqi didn't like this suggestion and replied that Ye Lin was asking for too much. Ye Lin simply asked if risking his life to fight a demon leader wasn't already considered asking too much of him, yet Wu Shaoqi wasn't even willing to give him a high-grade equipment. Cornered, Wu Shaoqi agreed to the request, and even advised Ye Lin not to be too cocky. They were handing their high-grade equipment over, but whether Ye Lin would live to use it was a different matter. After gathering all the high-grade equipment, Ye Lin entrusted them to Mi Shui and made his way to the demon leader, who was patiently waiting for the entire farce to end. He scoffed, a bit baffled at the humans who he sees as nothing but food, were actually having an internal strife even at a moment like this. Well, that's the nature of humans. They were really interesting, and from his experience, there's always at least a rotten apple among them that stirs up a conflict. The challengers from the two races, the demon leader with an amused look and Ye Lin with an expressionless face, stared at each other for a moment too long. Perhaps the previous match ended way too quickly, so the demon leader was waiting for Ye Lin to make the first move. Ye Lin raised the red flame staff, concentrated his mental power at the tip and conjured a fireball. But the moment the fireball spell was released, the crowd couldn't hold back their shock. They were puzzled that Ye Lin didn't cast a forbidden spell, but used a lowly fireball spell. Wasn't he already aware that the demon was incredibly powerful? Even the demon leader couldn't help smirking as the fireball whizzed past him. The damn pathetic spell wasn't even aimed right, and the demon leader just couldn't help himself. He started laughing. Ye Lin was really a whimsical to use a fireball spell against him, and although the demon leader seemed to be caught off guard, he effortlessly blocked Ye Lin's sneak attack with his falling star warblade. However, the smirk on Ye Lin's face made him wonder if he'd missed something. The demon leader turned to his left, only to see the originally small fireball suddenly expand violently into a red-gold sun, hurling towards him. With a deafening boom, the temperature around him rose rapidly as it directly submerged him. The surging heat wave could even be felt by the crowd below. They were stunned and puzzled upon seeing just how different and powerful Ye Lin's fireballs were. Only Wu Shaoqi and his group had gloomy expressions. After all, they had witnessed this horror firsthand just a few days ago. Anyway, after a moment of stunned silence, everyone was pleasantly surprised, believing Ye Lin had won. But just as everyone was immersed in the joy of victory, the blazing flames disappeared without a trace, as if instantly swallowed up by a black hole. The demon leader, slightly irritated, appeared to be slightly burned on his left arm. Then, in just a few breaths, his left arm was restored to its original state. He admits to be interested in Ye Lin after seeing how he was different from the rest, and for that, he would grant him the honor of becoming his dog. This damn demon leader wanted to recruit the Forbidden Spellcaster, but Ye Lin countered with an offer of his own. Ye Lin replied that he also admired the demon leader, so why don't he become his son? When he becomes the emperor, the demon leader would be crowned as the prince of bootlicking. Realizing that there was no point in talking, the demon leader decided to just kill Ye Lin. The very moment Ye Lin used the spell, Illumination, the demon leader was upon him in an instant, interrupting him. Stunned, Ye Lin sacrificed his left kidney and used his fleeting dance to dodge the attack, which left a large crater on the ground. Anyway, the very second Ye Lin tried casting the Illumination spell again, the demon leader blitzed to his side with another yet devastating punch. Ye Lin, a bit caught off guard even with his fleeting dance still active, spurted out a mouthful of blood as he was forced to block the punch. Ye Lin tried again, but just like earlier, he was interrupted. This kept repeating as the confusion from the crowd below grew with every passing second. They believed Ye Lin was insane for attempting the same thing repeatedly, expecting a different outcome. And the craziest part was that he had yet to use a forbidden spell. He just kept dodging wave after wave of attacks that his defeat seemed to be predetermined. And since everyone was aware that if Ye Lin dies, their deaths were also assured. But out of nowhere, someone suddenly pointed out of being thirsty, and this alerted the rest since they too felt the same. And not only that, the entire area was getting hotter and hotter that their lips were cracking as well. Back to the duel, the demon leader laughed and mocked Ye Lin, stating that as long as he interrupts his spell, Ye Lin can only escape like a cornered rat. So in the end, Ye Lin was just as weak as the rest below. Ye Lin, huffing profusely, simply told the idiot to look around since he hadn't caught on what he had been doing. The demon leader was stunned to see countless illuminating spells hovering everywhere around him. The entire airspace became a landmine, waiting to be detonated. The demon leader, baffled and confused, turned from side to side, wanting to know what and when this happened. Ye Lin spared no time triggering the ordinary illumination spell to explode. You see, the spell, illumination, was practically a little skill of the fire element which releases a minuscule ball of bright flame. However, under the shocked and horrified gazes of everyone, flames even more violent than before burst forth as the air around the demon leader seemed to be ignited, forming a vortex of hot flames as it closed in on its target. And although the demon leader was caught off guard yet again, he was quick to cast a huge dark magic shield condensed from the surging magical power around him. The collision of flames and magic stirred up a massive gust of wind, and the surrounding air seemed to be distorted by this force. Then, with a contemptuous sneer, the demon leader mocked Ye Lin for the failed attempt. But before he could get another word out, a dazzling golden spear, the eternal thunder, streak across the space in between the two and pierce the bastard straight through the chest. The golden spear was stained with dark blood as the demon leader, with his head lowered in disbelief, coughed and spurted out a mouth full of blood. He also couldn't comprehend how a mere level 25 human could hurt him. The demon leader slowly clasped the spear, and with a slight squeeze, it shattered into fragments as he roared furiously, wanting to tear Ye Lin apart. He no longer had any reservation and charged towards Ye Lin like a deranged beast. In an instant, his shadow claws slammed into the red flame staff used to block his preemptive strike. And although the attack was blocked, the full brunt of it was extremely powerful, which sent Ye Lin flying, crashing into a massive rock below. Seeing Ye Lin's battered state, the demon leader was a bit pleased with himself. He intended on cutting Ye Lin's head off as a trophy. But amidst the debris, Ye Lin sacrificed his duodenum and activated the burning reincarnation forbidden spell. With the 50% fire elemental amplification of the red flame staff and the active burning karma status enhancement, Ye Lin held nothing back and went all out, daring the fucking bastard to withstand his next attack like he did previously. He again used an elemental fire spell, the illumination spell, only this time around, countless number of them were summoned at once. Then the very next second, they exploded with an extremely terrifying power. A trace of fear flashed in the eyes of the demon leader as he hurriedly condensed his magic power into an indestructible magic shield for the second time. However, the flames seemed to be beyond his expectation. With the dual bonus of the burning reincarnation and the red flame staff, the power of this forbidden spell was now enough to threaten a level 50 job changer. Cracks appeared on the magic shield one after another as it began to tremble violently under the scorching flames. With another impact, the giant magic shield shattered and the flames directly hit the demon leader like a sledgehammer, slamming him into the earth like a crashing meteor. For a moment there, the crowd was stunned into silence, their shock and fear clearly evident, simply because the attack they just witnessed was extremely horrifying and brutal. But more importantly, it seemed that Ye Lin had truly won this time around because the arrogant bastard couldn't even muster the strength to get up. It didn't take long for the smoke and debris to subside, leaving a massive crater similar to a meteor crash. And at the center of this crater was a charred figure trembling in defeat. It seemed that although the demon's recovery ability was strong, it also had its limits. Barely conscious, the demon leader knew he'd lost even though he didn't want to accept it. Evidently, he still couldn't fathom how a mere human possessed such formidable combat power at level 25. Meanwhile, Luta, upon seeing the current state his lord was in, cursed furiously and charged towards Ye Lin, dismissing his fight with Zhang Qinqi, who was huffing profusely in exhaustion. He warned Ye Lin to watch out, but at this point it was unwarranted because everyone, including Ye Lin, could clearly see the frigging brute charging in like a freaking train with no brakes. Ye Lin suspects Luta to be above level 100, and was certain he couldn't defeat such a monster with his current level. Fortunately, something unexpected intervened, cleaving through Luta midair and instantly splitting his sorry ass into two halves. The crowd, especially Zhang Qinqi, was relieved and delighted upon seeing the attacker, He Yunfeng, the city lord of Shunqing. This meant that they were saved. After all, as the lord of a top city, He Yunfeng's strength was among the best in the entire Daxia. And since the demons dared to sneak into human territory and cause trouble, it seems they've already purchased a one-way ticket to hell. He Yunfeng calmly raised his hand as a bright golden beam shot out from his fingertips like laser cannons, raining down on the group of monsters below like a meteor shower. Obviously, this overwhelming showcasing of power further dazzled the crowd, whom were astonished just witnessing how strong the city lord of Xincheng really was. Anyway, as the scene cuts back to the demon leader, the contemptuous fucker no longer had the arrogant demeanor he flaunted earlier, and as a subordinate of his helped him to his feet, he was urgently informed about the need to leave because they were clearly outmatched against He Yunfeng. The demon leader, already aware of Ye Lin's name, finally introduced himself as Gallagher. He promised to remember Ye Lin, declaring that one day, he would avenge his humiliation by cutting off Ye Lin's head as a reward. And with that, he fled towards the shimmering rift connecting to the demon realm. Ye Lin just watched his departing figure without engaging. But luckily, He Yunfeng spotted this and was even more annoyed that Gallagher was now fleeing like a sewerage rat. He shot out a massive golden beam which streaked across the night sky like a bullet. Gallagher was warned to watch out as the golden beam closes in. His eyes widened in horror as he realized that there was no time to dodge. So he summoned a gigantic demonic hand from the depths of the earth to intercept. With the collision imminent, he tells the city lord not to get too cocky. And just like that, a loud bang reverberated upon impact, creating a massive cloud of smoke. It took a moment for the smoke to subside, and this created the perfect opportunity for Gallagher to slip into the rift. But before entering, he challenged He Yunfeng to come to the demon realm if he dare. He Yunfeng calmly retorts that there will come a day when Daxia's warriors would enter the demon realm and slaughter the entire demon clan. Anyway, with the demon invasion finally suppressed, He Yunfeng made his way to the ground and offered his apologies to everyone, especially the top scorers. As the city lord of Xincheng, he was to be blamed for the lack of proper security which led to the sudden demon invasion. Zhang Qinqi made it clear that the fault wasn't his but the demons, so he shouldn't blame himself, and he totally agrees with him. There would eventually be a day when they would not only wipe all demons and monsters from Daxia's land, but conquer the demon realm as well. Turning in the direction of the top scorers, He Yunfeng informs them that the teleportation portal had been restored. Also, they can rest assured knowing the test results would be published later. The candidates who were seriously injured by Gallagher and his demon minions stayed to receive treatment, whereas the rest left the secret realm and made their way back to the hotel where they originally stayed. Outside, Ye Lin silently let out a sigh of relief, glad the entire incident was finally over. Back at the hotel, Ye Lin was still reeling about the demon encounter in the top scorer realm when a sudden knock on his door jolted him out of his thoughts. As the knocking persisted, he even wondered if it was Mi Shui knocking on the wrong door again. Ye Lin made his way to the door and upon opening it, he was surprised to see He Yunfeng. He invited him in and questioned the reason for his sudden visit. He Yunfeng made a lame excuse of checking up on his injuries. Ye Lin appreciated his concern and replied that he was almost fully recovered. After all, they weren't major injuries to begin with. He Yunfeng was a bit surprised but didn't dwell on it. What he was more concerned about was Ye Lin defeating a royal blood demon in a head-on confrontation. Ye Lin tried being modest about it, but this only further impressed He Yunfeng. He was even willing to back Ye Lin as a rising prospect to serve Xincheng. Stunned, Ye Lin reiterated what he just heard, questioning if He Yunfeng was really serious. He Yunfeng confirmed that he was. He was very much aware that Ye Lin was a forbidden spellcaster, and although cultivating a student of his profession was indeed not worth it, the demon clan seemed to be scheming something major, so the city of Xincheng needs an existence capable of deterring them if the need arises. Ye Lin was still reeling about the fact that a prosperous city like Xincheng was willing to cultivate him. This was an extremely beneficial deal no matter how he looks at it, and although he really wants to accept the offer right away, he needed to first ask Zhuge Qianxing, his teacher. He Yunfeng agreed and even offered to personally go to Xincheng and ask Zhuge Qianxing himself. This was unexpected, but before he could reply, another knock on his door interrupted the two. Ye Lin informed the person at the other end that the door wasn't locked. A waitress wearing a maid outfit with cat ears and black stockings presented a tray of fruits after being invited in. She informed him that the fruits were prepared by the hotel for the top scorers. Ye Lin, sensing that something was off, thanked her as she walked in with the clattering of her high heels. The moment she placed the fruit tray on the table, Ye Lin cleverly antagonized her, pointing out the sudden pungent smell from the fruits. The waitress, upon hearing this, realized she'd been made and her expression suddenly changed. He Yunfeng was quick to notice her murderous intent and warned Ye Lin to watch out as she launched towards him with a dagger. He Yunfeng intercepted the attack and questioned who sent her. The level 50 assassin's face was ashen to see the city lord as he reiterated his earlier question. And even though he threatened to kill her, she was unwilling to reveal the person responsible. She knew very well that being caught in the act by He Yunfeng, she would either die or live a life worse than death. But her family will be fine, however. If she offends the Wu family, her whole family might be ruined. Therefore, in the current situation, the best option was her death to settle her debts. And as for whether the city lord would investigate the person responsible, that's his business. So, the moment she was trashed across the room by a simple kick from He Yunfeng, she quickly grabbed the dagger she dropped. And without any hesitation, she plunged it straight into her stomach. It took less than a second for the bitch to drop dead from the poison coated on the dagger. He Yunfeng narrowed his eyes, his face gloomy as he stared at her lifeless corpse. Obviously, the people behind this assassination weren't ordinary, since a level 50 job changer chose suicide rather than reveal their identity. And what's more, the poison used seemed to be extremely powerful to be able to instantly kill her. Ye Lin suspects the Wu family, as He Yunfeng reassured him not to worry. He would personally investigate this incident thoroughly and make Wu Shaoqi apologize to him. But Ye Lin knew a simple half-ass apology wouldn't stop the Wu family for trying again. So he decided to give up the offer on joining Shenqing. His reason was simple. He was afraid he wouldn't live past a month if he stayed. He Yunfeng walked off, furious at the Wu family for crossing the line and fucking up his deal. But he still intended on investigating. And the moment he left the room, there was another knock on the door. Ye Lin was close to losing it when he noticed that it was Mi Shui. She rushed inside, all excited, informing Ye Lin that the results were finally out. And as expected, he was the nation's top scorer. Mi Shui even added that he had brought honor to his family. But upon realizing Ye Lin was an orphan, she visibly tensed up, a bit embarrassed. Anyway, since her teammate was awesome, she wanted to take a photo to commemorate his achievement, and also boast about clearing a dungeon with the nation's top scorer. But in doing so, she found the dead woman behind them. Mi Shui freaked out, questioning why a dead person was inside Ye Lin's room. But before answering, Ye Lin delegated the task of cleaning up to her. He also had to stop her imagination from running wild. The dead bitch was an assassin sent by Wu Shaoqi to kill him. Upon hearing this, Mi Shui got pissed off, suddenly all fired up to teach that spoiled fool a lesson. Meanwhile, Wu Shaoqi, upon receiving the news about the failed assassination, got furious as he questioned what kind of worthless trash carried out the attempt. After all, the disparity was so vast that he couldn't comprehend how a level 50 assassin couldn't kill just a mere level 25, regardless of the profession. But no sooner was he done lashing out in anger than a dignified middle-aged man walked in. And upon seeing this person, who happens to be his father, Wu Shaoqi's face immediately turned ashen. The middle-aged man sneered, his face full of disappointment and rebuke as he questioned Wu Shaoqi if he even respected him as his father. He didn't care if his son sent someone to deal with Ye Lin, but why did he have to be so stupid to do it in front of the city lord? A sudden unease washed over Wu Shaoqi, and he could only reply that he didn't know. He had no idea He Yunfeng would be there, but his father wasn't having it. Anyway, since he was the direct heir of the Wu family, He Yunfeng will most likely give him a minor punishment as a warning, and won't do anything devastating to him. Wu Shaoqi was then instructed by his father to pack his things. They were going to apologize to the city lord. The young master of the Wu family immediately deflated like a wilted eggplant, not daring to utter a single word in rebuttal, but his resentment towards Ye Lin only grew stronger. Later during the next day, Ye Lin soon received the National Champions Award, which was personally presented to him by the city lord He Yunfeng. As the top scorer in the national exam, he was to receive only 2 rewards, both of legendary grade. But to be honest, Ye Lin initially thought he was going to receive money, but receiving a legendary skill scroll and equipment would also do, especially since the ranks above legendary were forbidden spells and god-tier equipment. For the legendary grade equipment, it was the Great Sumeru Ring with a 100% psychic power enhancement, but can also be refined. Its first skill was the Sumeru World, which allows the user to absorb energy-type attacks and store them inside the ring, upon which the stored energy can be converted to temporary psychic power enhancement. The second was the Inside World, which also allows the user to open the storage space inside the ring. The storage space's size was equivalent to the user's psychic power. So basically, not only will the ring be able to absorb energy-type attacks and convert them temporarily into psychic power, but it also comes with a storage space. Ye Lin couldn't help but smile slightly. Obviously, with this ring, even if he's attacked by a group of mages, he can absorb all attacks and convert them into temporal psychic power. Then use forbidden spells to retaliate and quickly make light work of them. It's evident that the Sumeru ring, together with his undying body, significantly makes him stronger the more attacks he's dealt with. He thanked the city lord and promised to continue to work hard and improve. Pleased with this reply, He Yunfeng was also quick to add the matter concerning his earlier offer. He wants to discuss it in more details later. But for now, Ye Lin would be sent back to Qingqing using a teleportation array. It didn't take long for the scene to cut back to the city of Qingqing, specifically the teleportation square. The very moment Ye Lin stepped out of the portal, a series of high-pitched sounds filled the air, and for a moment there, these chorus of cheers and praise startled him. Principal Gao and Hu Wang, both beaming with joy, rushed over to congratulate him. The city of Qingqing now had a national top scorer. Ye Lin replied modestly that it was nothing, and before he could get another word out, the frenzied crowd also rushed over and nearly swamped him. Principal Gao and Hu Wang tried to curb the situation, but that quickly proved to be a challenge. Clearly, the crowd didn't relent. Some wanted to take a photograph with him, others wanted his signature, a hug, and all kinds of weird shit. Ye Lin felt a chill run down his spine and subconsciously took a step back. This kind of crowd were overly enthusiastic for his liking, especially the group of middle-aged women who claimed to want just a hug. Fortunately, before things could escalate any further, Principal Gao grabbed his arm and flew him out of there. In the air, Ye Lin informed him that he was tired and wanted to go home to rest. But seeing Principal Gao heading in the wrong direction, the old guy explained that Zhuge Qianxing wants to meet him first. He led Ye Lin through a couple winding alleys and soon entered Zhuge Qianxing's courtyard. Zhuge Qianxing, who was making tea, couldn't help but smile when she saw Ye Lin's disheveled state. Pouring himself a cup, he remarked that it seems being the top scorer in the nation wasn't easy. Ye Lin sighed and agreed, replying that it wasn't. However, the rewards were still quite generous. It was clearly evident that Ye Lin looked exhausted, so Zhuge Qianxing suggested he go rest. There were more important things waiting for him when he's fully invigorated. Curious, Ye Lin wanted to know what his teacher was hinting at. Zhuge Qianxing calmly replied that the Gate of Apocalypse has appeared. Recalling the bits and fragments intel he had on the topic, especially the fact that that realm once had the 7 great ancient origin artifacts, Ye Lin reached for the key. He asked Zhuge Qianxing if he wants him to venture into the Gate of Apocalypse. However, to be precise, Zhuge Qianxing divulged his intention to go with his student. Ye Lin, slightly caught off guard, got up and left the courtyard. He planned to head to the Job Changer Guild to have some equipment handled. You see, Ye Lin had never understood why Zhuge Qianxing wanted to take him as a disciple and always harbored a degree of wariness towards him, since his profession was that of an extremely mysterious fortune teller. He knew there was no free lunch in this world, and even suspected that Kensen and the agents from the Investigation Bureau were all part of a scheme set up by Zhuge Qianxing. And of course, the purpose was to put him in a desperate situation where he would legitimately owe Zhuge Qianxing a huge favor. If the truth is indeed as he suspects, then it means that Zhuge Qianxing has grand ambitions, and the only thing he possessed that someone like his teacher would covet was his immortality. But regardless of whether his intentions, Ye Lin, due to his limited strength, can only play the role of a dutiful disciple for now. Anyway, the moment Ye Lin left, Zhuge Qianxing, who was calmly drinking tea, suddenly started coughing violently. Zhuge Qianxing's face turned ashen as a mouthful of bright red blood spurted out from his mouth and onto the floor, trickling through his fingers. Zhuge Qianxing was fully aware Ye Lin fully didn't trust him, but he really didn't have much time and can only give it a try. Meanwhile, at the Guild of Job Changers, to avoid causing trouble, Ye Lin entered the place with his appearance altered by the illusion mask. He walked up to the receptionist, and after a brief exchange, he announced that he was there to trade skill scrolls and equipment. In a respectful tone, the lady informed him to follow her. But before leaving the trading section, Ye Lin spotted a familiar figure in a tight leather outfit that accentuated her perfect curves. Her long hair cascaded down her back, and her features were exquisite, drawing the attention of any passing job seekers. However, upon seeing this woman, Ye Lin frowned instead, because this person was none other than Zhuge Nini. Ye Lin secretly rejoiced that he had worn the illusion mask. Otherwise, encountering Zhuge Nini might have caused even more trouble. Ye Lin quickly looked away, keeping his eyes straight ahead. However, at this moment, Zhuge Nini seemed to sense something and suddenly turned her head in his direction. She stared intently at Ye Lin's departing figure and found it so familiar. It reminded him of the person whom she had been searching for, and for some inexplicable reason she couldn't explain, Zhuge Nini felt that this person was Ling Yi. She quickly rushed over and grabbed Ye Lin's arm, apologizing for her abrupt interruption. She then asked for Ye Lin's name, explaining that he looked a lot like someone who saved her not long ago. Although Ye Lin replied that Zhuge Nini had mistaken him for someone else, he was inwardly rattled as he describes her intuition as terrifying. He then coldly shook off her hand. But to Zhuge Nini, this only confirmed his identity as Ling Yi. A faint blush even rose on her fair and delicate face as she blocks Ye Lin's path, wanting to know why Ye Lin won't admit it. To Zhuge Nini, there was no mistake. That cold indifference was the same as when Ling Yi saved her. Ye Lin simply turned in the receptionist's direction and asked if the Job Changer Guild often encounter this kind of situation. The lady, momentarily stunned, advised Zhuge Nini not to disrupt the order in the trading area. Otherwise, she would have no choice but to ask her to leave. Zhuge Nini reluctantly complied, not wanting to cause any more trouble. But the commotion attracted the attention of several job seekers around who clearly couldn't mask their envy and jealousy. They couldn't comprehend why such an outstanding beauty was fawning over Ye Lin, whose appearance seemed so ordinary. They deduced that Ye Lin must be rich, hence why he seemed so indifferent to Zhuge Nini. Ye Lin had originally wanted to keep a low profile, but Zhuge Nini had made him the center of attention. Fortunately, he hadn't been made. Ye Lin simply ignored the gazes of the others and took out more than a dozen high-level equipment from his great Sumeru ring. These were the very pieces he had tricked out of Wu Shaoqi and his group of minions, along with the intermediate and low-level equipment that he got in the Scholar's secret realm. In an instant, the trading platform was filled with piles of equipment, each piece exuding a different aura, some full of power, while others full of mystery. Everyone, including Zhuge Nini, were completely stunned to see so many extremely precious equipment piled over like some cheap garbage. But any pieces could sell for millions. The lady from the Job Changer Guild eventually came to her senses and asked if Ye Lin wished to trade the items for gold coins. But to her surprise, Ye Lin simply states his intention to trade them for other items. The lady handed a tablet to Ye Lin and instructed him to select the items he wants for the trade. It didn't take long for him to skip through and make his selection. But after counting the pile of equipment, the lady informed Ye Lin that he needed to pay an additional 3 million because his items couldn't cut it. Ye Lin gave a slight nod, not bothered by this. However, he also have something else to sell. Ye Lin then took out a shimmering golden stone decorated with dragon scale patterns, a dragon scale gold ore, from his great Sumeru ring. The surrounding air seemed to freeze, emanating a chilling sense of oppression, containing a strange magical power. You see, the dragon scale gold ore was an incredibly precious material that can be used to forge epic-level equipment. The lady's reaction, like the crowd, were filled with shock, far more so than when Ye Lin had just taken out more than a dozen pieces of high-level equipment. Compared to the dragon pattern gold ore, a dozen or so high-level equipment pieces were nothing. Meanwhile, Zhuge Nini's eyes sparkled as she stares at Ye Lin in amazement. At this point, her resolve about the guy in front of her being Ling Yi was practically sealed. Suddenly, a calm and authoritative voice questioned the lady what the commotion was all about. This person, Chun Kai, made his way onto the stage and even added that he recalled teaching the lady about the importance of staying calm in these kinds of situations. Chun Kai was apparently the vice president of the Qingqing Job Change Guild, and his level was rumored to be close to 60. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes when his gaze finally lands on the dragon scale gold ore in Ye Lin's possession. Pleased, he asked Ye Lin what he wants in return. Ye Lin calmly announced his desire to have a refining stone. Apparently, a refinement stone can refine the star rating of equipment, making it more powerful. A rare-grade equipment refined to 7 stars can even rival an epic-grade equipment that has not been refined in terms of attributes. Chun Kai had no issue with this request and even suggested exchanging 800 pieces for the dragon pattern gold ore. But Ye Lin asked for 1,000 pieces. The vice president readily agreed, considering it as a friendly gesture for future cooperation as the two shook on it. With this transaction, a mutual partnership had been formed, and Ye Lin plans on dealing only with the Job Changer Guild in the future. Chun Kai, delighted with this partnership, informed Ye Lin the guild would always welcome him to trade with any incredible item in the future. Then, as he instructed the lady to quickly arrange for someone to retrieve 1,000 refining stones from the warehouse, Chun Kai didn't forget to remind the lady to behave as exemplary as he just did during such situations in the future. But no sooner had he said this than Ye Lin, in his usual cold indifference tone, announced that he still had one more item to trade. He took out the legendary skill scroll from his ring to the shock of everyone present, especially Chun Kai, who was nearly losing his shit seeing such item. For someone bragging about always remaining calm and composed during transactions, he was practically screaming as he called for the president. Nearby, Zhuge Nini, in a daze, cemented her belief that Ling Yi was definitely not an ordinary person. After all, he just took out a legendary skill scroll which was previously non-existent in the entire city of Qingqing. Chun Kai's earth-shattering call quickly attracted an old man in a robe, who suddenly appeared in front of everyone in an instant. His calm and ominous aura emanated a sense of mystery. His name was Wang Lichuan, the president of the Qingqing Job Change Guild. At this moment, Chun Kai felt as if he had seen a savior, as the old guy also behaved exactly as Chun Kai did when he first arrived. But upon seeing the legendary skill scroll, He was briefly stunned before glancing in Ye Lin's direction. Apparently, this legendary skill scroll, which was already incredibly precious, was also adaptive. You see, an adaptive legendary skill scroll was even more coveted simply because it was suited for any job changer regardless of the profession. Wang Lichuan calmly asked what Ye Lin plans on trading it for. Ye Lin declared his intention to trade it for all the normal skill scrolls the guild had. Obviously, with the ultimate sublimation skill, legendary skill scrolls were useless to him, so it was better to exchange them for a few thousand ordinary skill scrolls to cast forbidden spells. However, Wang Lichuan, like the rest, was dumbfounded upon hearing this. They all stared at Ye Lin as if he was an idiot, and wondered if they heard him correctly. Zhuge Nini quickly interjected, advising Ye Lin not to follow through with the trade. He was making a terrible mistake with this deal, and besides, ordinary skill scrolls can be bought with money, costing between 8 and 20,000 each, but legendary skill scrolls were priceless. Zhuge Nini even offered Ye Lin the needed fund if he was short on money. And although Zhuge Nini was sincere and resolved with her offer, Ye Lin directly refused without hesitation. Wang Lichuan asked if Ye Lin was sure about the trade, and the moment he replied that he was, the old man quickly ordered the staff to retrieve all the ordinary skill scrolls they had, and not a single one should be left behind. Soon, the transaction was complete and Ye Lin was offered the highest level membership card from the guild. With this card, he can enjoy a 30% discount when shopping in the Qingqing Job Changer Guild. Thanking the president, Ye Lin then left the guild immediately after. With his departure, Chun Kai suggested if they should have someone secretly follow and protect Ye Lin. After all, he was carrying so many valuable items. But the president advised against it. He reasoned that there was no need because someone who once possessed a dragon-scale gold ore and legendary skill scrolls couldn't possibly be an ordinary person. If they were to take the initiative without his knowledge, it might only make him resentful. Anyway, the very moment Ye Lin left the Job Change Guild, Zhuge Nini, who had been waiting patiently at the entrance, followed him without any form of discretion. At an intersection, she again confronted Ye Lin, and this time around, she was already convinced that he was Ling Yi. Even when Ye Lin reiterated that she had mistaken him for someone else, Zhuge Nini paid no mind. She wants him to follow her home. There was an imposter who had deceived her father with his identity, and she wants to prove that the real Ling Yi and that shameless scoundrel were not the same person. But seeing Ye Lin's hesitation, Zhuge Nini stated that it was okay if Ye Lin didn't want to admit the truth for now, but she clearly recalled Ling Yi's silhouette perfectly matching his, and if he was still unwilling, she would just have to involve the investigation bureau. Ye Lin reluctantly agreed to follow along, but once they turned into a less crowded area, he would immediately use his fleeting dance to make a quick getaway. It was already nightfall when Zhuge Nini dragged Ye Lin back to the courtyard to meet her father. Excited as hell, she introduced a disguised Ye Lin as Ling Yi. Zhuge Qianxing tried to tell her daughter the truth, but seeing as she was convinced now that the two weren't the same person, and on top of that, she was also practically trying to sell the person she brought as someone better than Ye Lin, Zhuge Qianxing, speechless and unable to shatter her daughter's fantasy, gave a tacit acknowledgement, even though this made the two guys cringe in embarrassment. And to make matters even worse, this annoying redhead wants her father to choose Ling Yi as apprentice and discard Ye Lin. Zhuge Qianxing adjusted his glasses and played along once again, complimenting her daughter. Ling Yi was indeed an outstanding young man, and he would like to have a private chat with him. Delighted with this response, Zhuge Nini gave the two some privacy since she needed to go change clothes anyway. She wanted to wear her most beautiful dress to please her guest. The moment she was out of earshot, Ye Ling asked his teacher if he was ever going to tell her daughter the truth. That's when Zhuge Qianxing revealed that the entire situation might not necessarily be a bad thing, even though it was all just a freaking coincidence. It had also inadvertently given him an idea to which Ye Lin was quick to catch on. He wants Ye Lin to enter the gate of the apocalypse as Ling Yi. This way, his real identity would be preserved and wouldn't conflict with him going all out if the need arises. Although Ye Lin looks calm and collected at the moment, giving nothing away outwardly, he was actually laughing maniacally inwardly, knowing full well that impersonating Ling Yi also meant that his disappearance inside the gate of apocalypse wouldn't matter either. And for some fucked up reason, this guy was excited, looking forward to what exactly his teacher was plotting against him. Ye Lin gave a reply, agreeing to go with Zhuge Qianxing's idea. So with this go-ahead, Zhuge Qianxing promised to deal with Zhuge Nini so they can set off in a few days. Back inside his room in the Zhuge family's villa, Ye Lin made thorough preparations for the Apocalypse Gate exploration by first refining his equipment. After all, he must always be wary of others regardless of how powerful he becomes. Unexpectedly, on his first try in refining his Sumeru ring, it was successful with its current refinement level at 1 star, and the mental amplification at 120%. Ye Lin was amazed. With just 1 star, the mental power bonus had increased by 20%, pushing it into the tier of wearing an advanced piece of equipment. And just like that, Ye Lin, enticed by this stroke of luck, continued the refining process repeatedly and failed at every turn. Yet, this addicted idiot refused to believe all the 1,000 refinement stones will fail, so he continued, wanting to end his unlucky streak with the numerous refinement stones left. But as the number grew higher and higher, Ye Lin felt like he was losing his mind. Seriously, out of almost 1,000 refinement stones, he only managed to get 1-star refinement. How could he be so unlucky to not catch a freaking break? Ye Lin was about to cut his losses when the Sumeru ring suddenly glowed with a successful refinement process, reaching 3 stars with its current refinement level. The mental power amplification rose to an astonishing 160%, further dazzling the broke national top scorer. Early the next day, Ye Lin decided to pay Ji Lingyu a visit to see how he was faring. It's been quite some time, but the moment he descended downstairs, a delighted Zhuganini, believing he was Ling Yi, stated what a coincidence their encounter was because her crush was also going out for some fresh air too. But upon realizing it was rather Ye Lin, Zhuganini's delightful smile fell so fast that one might think they imagined it. She was immediately irritated seeing her scoundrel classmate whom she believed deceived the world. And hadn't her father already made it clear to him that she had found the real Ling Yi? So what was he still doing in her house? Ye Lin was not in the mood for her bitchy attitude, and simply replied that he was just leaving after packing up his stuff. But of course, this bitch wouldn't be called Zhuganini if she didn't have the last word. She rudely brushed off Ye Lin's departure as something he should have done long ago, so she wouldn't be seeing him off. Ye Lin also shouldn't leave anything behind just to have an excuse to return. Ye Lin left without another word, knowing full well engaging in a verbal spat with this bitch was absolutely pointless. He made his way to the Ji family's villa an hour later, and the new butler led him into the villa's courtyard. It didn't take long for Ji Lingyu to spot him and quickly rushed over. Excited, he expressed how much he'd missed him, and also wondered why he wasn't informed about his visit in advance. If he had known, he would have sent a car to pick him up. After the two exchanged a quick pleasantries, Ye Lin asked about his friend's injuries. Ji Lingyu replied he was doing great. His dad found him the best priest in Qingqing to treat his injuries. Ye Lin then asked for a favor. He came to see Ji Lingyu about something important. Ji Lingyu just wants his boss to tell him what the matter was, and even though it was undisclosed, Ye Lin basically wants Ji Lingyu to spread some information for him. Ji Lingyu, a bit puzzled, wanted to know if that was all, and Ye Lin just simply gave a nod. He then assured Ye Lin not to worry, this issue was no problem at all. Shortly after, at the center of the most crowded streets in Qingqing, the news of the student who just won the nation's top scorer title, Ye Lin, was frequently seen visiting high-end entertainment venues. Most of the crowd, wanting to know exactly what was going on and why the national top scorer had become so depraved, speculated that Ye Lin was probably really going to die soon from overexerting his body and snatching the title. This was why he had fallen so low. Then, gradually, they lost interest in him. After all, everything was about interests in the adult world. And a top scorer who indulges in wine and women and willingly degenerates can't provide them with much value. Some laments that it was a shame. If Ye Lin wasn't a forbidden spellcaster, the city of Qingqing would have really produced a true dragon. Amidst the crowd, Zhuganini watched the news and comments on how hopeless her scoundrel classmate was. Anyway, after the days of build-up, Ye Lin was certain the attention on him as the national top scorer had died down significantly. Disguised as Ling Yi, it was already nightfall when he returned to the Zhuge family's villa. And upon seeing his return, Zhuge Qianqing asked if he was ready. After receiving an affirmative reply, the two were about to set off when someone suddenly called out to Ling Yi. Obviously, it was none other than the redhead bitch, Zhuganini, who was blushing profusely as she invites her crush to go watch a movie when he returns. Ye Lin curtly replied that they would talk once he's back, and Zhuganini could only dutifully agree, hoping he be careful. Her father bid her farewell, and soon the two took off in a black set of wheels. On the way, Ye Lin asked if they were heading to the teleportation portal. Zhuge Qianqing replied that there was no need because the Gate of Apocalypse was right in the wilderness of Qingqing. Also, Ye Lin shouldn't call him teacher, otherwise it could expose his identity. He can simply call him Mr. Zhuge Qianqing instead. The ride was brief, so they arrived in less than no time. They got out of the car and made their way to the Apocalypse Gate where it seems other people were already waiting. Ye Lin was stunned with the gate's enormous size, and Zhuge Qianqing comments on how he too was surprised when he saw it for the first time. As the two approached, they met a familiar face who seemed a bit gassed that Zhuge Qianqing made it. If he hadn't arrived anytime soon, someone would have been sent to find him. As the two exchange a firm handshake and a forced pleasantries, Tan Qingjiang was officially introduced as the Deputy Director of Qingcheng Investigation Bureau. Tan Qingjiang handed the key in his possession back to Zhuge Qianqing, wanting him to do the honors by opening the Gate of Apocalypse. After all, time was tight. Zhuge Qianqing took the key, assured Tan Qingjiang, then approached the gate with Ye Lin. Ye Lin whispered to Zhuge Qianqing that he suddenly feels a chill down his back. And Zhuge Qianqing assured him that the feeling was mutual because he had tricked Tan Qingjiang with a fake key. So he would kill them if he finds out. This made Ye Lin ask if he should take out the real key. Zhuge Qianqing tells him that there was no need. He just need to get close to the gate. Zhuge Qianqing then pretended to fiddle with the fake key close to the stone gate. And at the same time, Ye Lin, who apparently had the real one inside his stomach, seemed to suddenly feel some kind of connection with the ancient stone door in front of him. He placed his hand on the stone door the moment Zhuge Qianqing instructed him to open the gate. Upon contact, the Gate of the Apocalypse seemed to sense the real heavenly revelation key and began to react. There were no earth-shattering phenomena or dazzling lights, just a deep and long mechanical sound. Then the stone door slowly opened just like an ordinary door, revealing a pitch-black passage that seemed to have no bottom. And an ancient and mysterious aura wafted from the passage, inspiring awe in all who beheld it. Tan Qingjiang's eyes lit up instantly with a hint of surprise and greed. After all, this was the place where 7 ancient artifacts of origin once fell out. He immediately requested for the key to be returned to him. Zhuge Qianqing obliged, adding that the ancient key of the apocalypse originally belonged to the deputy director anyway. This was when an uninvited guest suddenly announced his presence, commenting on how the Gate of Apocalypse was actually right in their city of Qingcheng all along. This person was none other than Wang Lichuan, the guild president of the Qingcheng Job Change Guild. Tan Qingjiang's face immediately darkened. It was one thing for Zhuge Qianqing to follow along, but the guys from the Job Change Guild, that wouldn't do. Tan Qingjiang questioned Zhuge Qianqing if he was the one responsible for calling them. Zhuge Qianqing, who seems to be at loss, replied that he wouldn't do something this foolish, but he quickly deduced Ye Lin to be the most likely culprit to have called the Job Change Guild. After all, if he wanted to take action against him, the more muddied the water was, the more advantageous it would be for him. Wang Lichuan feigned being surprised about their coincidental encounter, and asked if they could tag along for the treasure hunt. Tan Qingjiang didn't like this idea. After all, the old geezer hadn't done any work but want to have a share of the loot right from the start. Wasn't that inappropriate? Wang Lichuan proposed the Job Change Guild takes the lead, scouts ahead, and even become cannon fodder if necessary. Tan Qingjiang took a moment to think of the proposal and find it appealing. Since the Job Change Guild was already there, they sure as hell won't leave empty-handed. And given how dangerous the Gate of Apocalypse was, it wasn't a bad idea to have them scout ahead. Tan Qingjiang agreed to the arrangement, and upon hearing this, Wang Lichuan and his men took the lead after thanking the deputy director. As he passed by Ye Lin, he glanced in his direction with a smile, surprised to find the young lad there as well. Ye Lin, seemingly oblivious to everything, calmly followed behind Zhuge Qianqing as Wang Lichuan and his men head straight into the pitch-black passage stretching deep into the gate. Further inside, a strong light pierced through the darkness, instantly illuminating the entire dark passage. The light was so intense that it took a while for them to adjust before they could open their eyes. But what they saw left them completely stunned. Even Ye Lin looked completely incredulous. The world behind the gate was not as bizarre and fantastical as they had imagined, nor was it a scene teeming with monsters. On the contrary, what appeared before them was actually Qingcheng. However, the Qingcheng before them was clearly different from the one they lived in. The towering city walls, winding streets, and lush trees have all been reduced to ruins and rubble. Cold rubble lay scattered, and dust flew everywhere, as if a devastating disaster had occurred. A gust of wind blew by, bringing with it an indescribable sense of desolation. The expression on everyone's face was still filled with shock and confusion, wondering if they were in some sort of an illusion. They had heard that the world behind the Gate of Apocalypse might be full of dangers and unknowns, but they never imagined it would be like this. It took a while before Tan Qingjiang gave an order for them to head inside to take a look. So, suppressing their shock, the members of the Job Change Guild scouted ahead, with Zhuge Qianqing and the members of the Investigation Bureau following behind. Upon entering this ruined version of Qingcheng, they discovered that there were traces of battles everywhere, as if a terrible war had destroyed everything. Broken and shattered equipment fragments were scattered everywhere on the ground. But strangely, not only were there no living creatures, but they also didn't see a single corpse along the way, whether human or demonic. A faint unease settled over everyone. After all, the unknown was always the most frightening thing. Zhuge Qianqing crouched down, reached out and picked up a delicate metal fragment. Its edges were sharp, and it was covered with ancient runes. Tanqingjiang asked if he had discovered anything, and he simply answered that the metal was a fragment of a divine artifact, but unfortunately, it has lost all its value over the years. This was some sort of a positive start for the group, but after searching for hours, Wang Lichuan, visibly frustrated, expressed his displeasure of not finding anything. No danger, no opportunity, absolutely nothing but concrete ruins. If there was really nothing of value inside the gate of the apocalypse, then it means this entire exploration was a complete waste of time. Zhuge Qianxing suggests they split up and search thoroughly. Maybe then they would find something of value. And if anyone encounters any danger, they can just shout out loud. The entire place was deathly quiet anyway, so any distress call would be carried far enough for the rest to hear. Tanqingjiang agreed to this and instructed the group to disperse and search separately. The three groups immediately spread out, each searching in a different direction. Suddenly, Ye Lin not only had the opportunity to act alone, but he was also assigned to head towards the slums. And coincidentally, the apocalyptic key inside his stomach had already been restless, trying its best to rush in that direction he knew all too well. However, since he didn't trust anyone nor intend on telling a soul, whether it was Zhuge Qianxing whom he had reason to believe had begun to doubt him, or Wang Lichuan whom he had summoned, he didn't rush to the slums following the guidance of the key, but instead searched along the way, going into any building he encountered to see if he could find anything. Then, out of any prying eyes, he took out a scroll containing the underground escape technique. It was a technique that allows a mage to manipulate the surrounding earth elements with their own mental power, allowing them to move freely underground within a distance not exceeding 50 meters. But upon using his ultimate sublimation talent, the technique was fully upgraded to Spatial Leap. And a Spatial Leap was now a forbidden spell that allows a Forbidden Spellcaster to sacrifice their own organs to achieve short-distance cross-space movement, during which they are immune to any physical attacks and most energy attacks. In an instant, the space around Ye Lin was torn apart, revealing a deep, wavy, boundless void that swallowed him whole and made him disappear from the spot. Elsewhere, a moment later, Ye Lin's figure got pieced back together like a jigsaw puzzle and appeared in the slums he was familiar with. And before him stood a dilapidated, low-lying apartment, its walls covered with withered vines and moss. This was his home back in the real city of Qingqing. An indescribable smell permeated the air, and everything there seemed more desolate than he remembered. A deep sense of unease washed over him as he realizes that his home was the endpoint indicated by the ancient key of apocalypse. Suddenly, the air was filled with an indescribable sense of antiquity and decay as something calls out to him from behind, glad that he'd finally made it. Ye Lin turned to see what appears to be a huge ball of flesh, and this fleshy mass looked more like a massive brain, with an uneven surface, as if it were made up of countless small pieces of meat. Its color was a sickly reddish-gray, and it emitted a nauseating stench with numerous tiny tentacles extended from the surface of its grotesque fleshy ball, sticking to the walls of the room. It introduced itself as the guardian of the ancient artifact of origin, and declared that it had been waiting for him for many, many years. Ye Lin, still reeling about the fact that the monstrous ball of flesh actually spoke and knew his name, asked why. But the creature simply mentions that with his arrival, the eternal scale should be returned to its rightful owner. Suddenly, the large ball of flesh began to writhe violently, as if something was about to break out of its shell. Then immediately afterwards, several of its tentacles plunged into its ball of flesh and pulled out an ancient artifact before Ye Lin. The object looked like a balanced scale, with an ancient and deep luster and intricate patterns carved on its surface. After spitting out the balance scale, the mass of flesh became noticeably weaker. The appearance of this balance scale seemed to freeze the air in the room. On one side of the scale floated a dazzling golden gem, while on the other side was a cloud of black mist, and the two seemed to represent light and darkness, eternally confronting each other. The creature disclosed that the ancient artifact once belonged to Ye Lin. This was why he had the power of infinite regeneration. After all, only ancient artifacts can create such abilities that were completely beyond the realm of common sense. Ye Lin's heart pounded wildly as the eternal scale was handed over to him, and as it drew near, a sense of familiarity etched deep within his soul swept over his entire body, intertwined with his flesh and blood. Suddenly, a familiar voice whispered in Ye Lin's ears, complimenting him for really finding the ancient artifact. Then a piercing beam from the person's fingertip tore a hole on the side of Ye Lin's abdomen. Ye Lin used his fleeting dance to instantly put some distance between himself and this familiar middle-aged man in an elegant trench coat who was none other than Zhuge Qianxing, his face devoid of any emotion. He demanded Ye Lin hand over the ancient artifact of origin. This was the first time Ye Lin had witnessed his teacher in action, and his power seemed to be totally underestimated as he connected the dots, everything making sense to him now. Since the astrology profession allows a job changer to glimpse the secrets of the unknown, Zhuge Qianxing apparently had the power to even see a glimpse of the future. But such a powerful profession would naturally suffer a backlash. However, if he had an immortal body, the backlash from peeking into the future can be ignored. This meant that all of Zhuge Qianxing's previous actions, such as inexplicably wanting to take him as a disciple and giving him the key, was a scheme against his immortality. Perhaps even the key must be in Ye Lin's possession to find the eternal scale. After all, that sense of familiarity etched deep in his soul couldn't be faked. So this eternal scale must be inextricably linked to him. And perhaps, from the moment Ye Lin began his job change ceremony, everything he had been doing was within Zhuge Qianxing's calculations. With a hand covering his regenerating wound, and the other tightly gripping the crimson flame staff, Ye Lin stared at Zhuge Qianxing with a complicated expression. And although this deduction seemed entirely plausible, Zhuge Qianxing, coughing a couple of times, neither denied nor confirmed anything. He simply informed his disciple that it was already too late. In that moment, the fleshy mass once again began to writhe violently after instructing Ye Lin to take the eternal scale and run. Because apparently, it had the power of equivalent exchange, and Zhuge Qianxing wants to use it to transfer Ye Lin's infinite regeneration ability to himself. Ye Lin, upon hearing this, was absolutely livid. So this was his teacher's true purpose, wanting to steal his power to heal his dying body. Zhuge Qianxing, with an unbothered yet impatient tone, simply informed Ye Lin that he talks too much. The creature also attacked him in that moment with its tentacles, but Zhuge Qianxing, unfazed, simply raised a finger, his movements elegant and composed as he points at the ball of flesh. Then suddenly countless swords, formed from a condensed beam, appeared out of thin air, densely packed and shot out. These sharp swords exuded a cold and dangerous aura, instantly piercing through the fleshy mass. Then the countless sharp blade converge into a terrifying torrent of blue beam that completely annihilate the creature, leaving not a trace of flesh or blood, as if it had never existed at all. The beam was so powerful that it tore a hole through the dilapidated building, leaving a wide-eyed Ye Lin momentarily petrified, staring at Zhuge Qianxing as he approached with a terrifying aura radiating off him in waves. He questioned Ye Lin if he still planned on resisting. Ye Lin's immediate thought was to use his spatial leap to run, but he also knew no matter how far he go, Zhuge Qianxing would catch on with little to no effort. So he raised his staff and cast a fireball spell. With the Sumeru Ring's mental power at 160%, and the staff's 50% power bonus for fire spells, the fireball unleashed after being sublimated into a forbidden spell was so powerful that it came crashing down on Zhuge Qianxing with an intensity like that of the sun. However, Zhuge Qianxing remained unfazed by such a terrifying attack. After all, no matter how powerful Ye Lin's forbidden spell was with his immortal body, he was still just a mere level 25 job changer. He then advised Ye Lin to quit with his futile struggle. With a simple gesture of his raised hand, he clenched his fist, which instantly annihilated the crimson gold sun. Ye Lin gritted his teeth, a bit shaken at how easily Zhuge Qianxing dispelled his forbidden spell. But he wasn't going to give up. He unleashed one basic fire skill after another with reckless abandon, and under the ultimate enhancement, they all became forbidden spells. The surrounding air seemed to ignite instantly, and scorching flames raged wildly around Zhuge Qianxing, turning everything into ash. Yet, amidst the sea of flames, Zhuge Qianxing's figure stood tall, as if the intense heat surrounding him, which was enough to melt steel, had no effect on him. Seriously, his disciple should have understood by now that struggling was useless in the face of absolute power. As the flames reached a fever pitch, Zhuge Qianxing calmly walked out and cast a barely audible spell of his own, the Starlight Imprisonment. Suddenly, a streak of starlight shot out from the raging flames and hit Ye Lin, directly enveloping him. Zhuge Qianxing casually made his way towards him and placed a hand on his staff. Ye Lin, who was apparently frozen in place, felt as if his body was being crushed by an invisible mountain, making it difficult to even move a finger. He tried his best to break free from the restraints, but the force seemed endless and was something he couldn't resist. Since this was the best way to deal with an immortal being like himself, he had a countermeasure. But before it could take effect, Zhuge Qianxing cast another spell, the Star Shield. This nullified the 5 seconds celestial explosion, which was apparently Ye Lin's self-destruct spell. Now he had been outmaneuvered at every turn. Zhuge Qianxing questioned if he was still looking down on him as an astrologer by using such an obvious level of skill. Zhuge Qianxing raised his hand and grasped the eternal scale in his hand. Even with his temperament, he couldn't help but admire the exquisite nature of one of the 7 ancient artifacts of origin. Coughing violently, he thanked Ye Lin for their encounter. And of course, he really had done too many divinations and had received a divine punishment because of it. Now he was already near death. Using the power of the stars would have been like adding insult to injury. But in the end, his dutiful disciple still helped him find the ancient artifact of origin. Although he was curious as to when Ye Lin started to doubt him. And to this question, the answer had been always. Ye Lin hadn't trusted him for a second. Zhuge Qianxing gave a wry smile, thinking it was such a pity. If Ye Lin had completely trusted him, this process might have been less painful. Holding the eternal scale in one hand and placing the other on Ye Lin's head, he began the sacred ritual. Ye Lin let out a hysterical roar, feeling as if an invisible hand was tearing his soul to pieces bit by bit. This pain was far beyond what any physical pain could compare to. He can clearly feel a powerful suction force coming from above his head. Ye Lin's consciousness began to blur little by little, and along with it, his ability to live, which also gradually began slipping away. Something in his body seemed to be pulled frantically away by the eternal scale. And just as the soul-tearing pain reached its peak, a dimmed light shot out from his body. It was half of an exquisitely crafted balance scale, echoing the eternal scale in Zhuge Qianxing's hand. Then very abruptly, it ceased its agitation and floated quietly in Zhuge Qianxing's palm. Zhuge Qianxing was stunned by this scene for a moment, before realizing that half of the eternal scale had always been within Ye Lin's body. You see, when the half-light and half-dark eternal scale tilts, it will amplify the power of one side infinitely. And the one who controls the eternal scales will increase in strength as the sun rises, reaching unparalleled power at noon. As the sun sets, the controller's strength will gradually weaken, but their physical recovery ability will increase significantly until night falls completely. At the moment of dawn, they will then possess the power of immortality. Possessing the dual abilities of immortality and invincibility, the eternal scale was hailed as the strongest ancient artifact of origin. Unfortunately, there was no longer an eternal scale in this world. This thing was destroyed by repeated wars thousands of years ago. Furthermore, the complete eternal scale possesses an extremely powerful ability for equivalent exchange. As long as both parties are willing, they can exchange things of equal value, such as level, profession, lifespan, or even gender. So when the eternal scale still exists, the Forbidden Spellcaster was the strongest SSS level class without exception, because as long as a level 90 job changer and a Forbidden Spellcaster are exchanged for each other, a level 90 Forbidden Spellcaster can be created instantly. Ye Lin wanted to know why Zhuge Qianxing was telling him all this. Zhuge Qianxing didn't reply and just continued, his face extremely pale as he began coughing once more. As he guided the flow of his fingers, the half-dark of the eternal scale began to emit a faint mysterious glow with a vibrant life force, as if being repaired. Soon, the fine cracks on the half-dark balance scale actually got repaired, and the moment it did, a dazzling light shined from Ye Lin's forehead with an excruciating pain. He also felt he'd lost his immortality, meaning Zhuge Qianxing had succeeded. The aura of death grew stronger, and Ye Lin could clearly feel it looming over him. No longer immortal, he was absolutely terrified as he begged his teacher to stop, but Zhuge Qianxing showed no sign of doing so. However, what he did afterwards was unexpected. Instead of using the eternal scale on himself, he used it on Ye Lin. The now complete ancient artifact of origin was smacked straight onto Ye Lin's forehead. Then everything felt pitch black. When his sight returned, Ye Lin stared wide-eyed, panting heavily, a look of terror still lingering in his eyes. He was still alive. And not only that, he also felt a familiar power within him. Obviously, his immortal body had returned, and it seemed to be even stronger than before. When he looked down, he found that his teacher had fallen to the ground, barely breathing. Zhuge Qianxing gave a self-deprecating smile, and from the looks of it, this seems to be his end goal all along. Ye Lin, utterly confused, stared at him with complicated emotions. Clearly, he could have taken his immortality for himself, so why had he returned it? Was there really anyone in this world who can resist the temptation of eternal immortality? Moreover, what exactly was Zhuge Qianxing's purpose in doing this? Ye Lin really couldn't comprehend why. After all, if the roles were reversed, he would definitely kill and steal his immortality without hesitation. Zhuge Qianxing coughed out blood, but his smile was still evident. He asked what exactly did he do to make Ye Lin so disrespectful to him. He won't even call him teacher? Hearing Zhuge Qianxing even trying to ease the tension, Ye Lin felt complicated. It seemed that he didn't understand his teacher at all. Zhuge Qianxing stared calmly at Ye Lin, seemingly unconcerned about his impending death, and began to speak slowly. He told Ye Lin not to worry. He guessed right because he did actually plot against him all along. However, his scheme was not for his immortality, but for the future of humanity. For several years, he had used his talent to observe the stars, and had seen countless possible endings of her daughter's future. But in all those possible endings, she always dies at the same point in time. Even if he obtained Ye Lin's immortality for himself, then passed it to Zhuganini later on, she would still die in various ways at that point in time. In the future, Zhuge Qianxing had seen Zhuganini die over 1,000,000 times. Of course, a couple of times could be a coincidence, but if the same thing happens that many times in the future, it can no longer be a coincidence. There was only one possible explanation for this. That is, at that point in time, it is very likely that the entire Great Xia dynasty, and even the entire human civilization, was completely wiped out. Ye Lin's breathing quickened instantly. He wondered what kind of catastrophe could wipe out the entire human race that even someone with immortality couldn't escape. Zhuge Qianxing's tone was calm as he points at Ye Lin and continued. Apparently, he could see everyone's future, everyone except Ye Lin. There are 50 great Dao, but there are only 49 celestial manifestations, and only one human who survives. Zhuge Qianxing believes Ye Lin was likely that very person. Ye Lin crouched beside him and stated that he didn't understand, but basically there are a total of 50 laws governing the operation and development of all things in the universe. Heavens can only produce 49, and the one hidden away was the variable. Ye Lin may be the only one who can change the ending. In the glimpse of the future Zhuge Qianxing saw, there are 6 people fighting alongside him. He'd memorized their characteristics. They will come to him on their own initiative, so he shouldn't refuse their requests. Zhuge Qianxing then handed him a brocade pouch. Also, about that fleshy ball that claimed to be the guardian of the ancient artifact. Zhuge Qianxing explained that it wasn't a guardian at all, but a fragment of the butterfly emperor of the demon race. Its purpose was to use a fragment of the eternal scale to lure the other half within Ye Lin. You see, within the gate of apocalypse, the ancient artifacts of origin can be forcibly stripped away. Hence why he acted so decisively before Ye Lin could actually touch that false scale of eternity. And fortunately enough, he was also able to use it to repair the broken external scale in Ye Lin's body. Then, with a hint of sadness in his eyes, Zhuge Qianxing asked Ye Lin for a favor, which was to take good care of her daughter. The moment Ye Lin promised he would, Zhuge Qianxing's pupils gradually dilated until the light in them eventually dimmed, and his last words was thanking Ye Lin for his promise. Ye Lin stared at Zhuge Qianxing's corpse, grateful for everything he had done for him. Ye Lin now wholeheartedly recognized him as his teacher. And about Zhuganini, he promised to keep her safe no matter what. In his eyes, Zhuge Qianxing was undoubtedly a figure to be revered like a towering mountain. His calculations were flawless, as if everything in the world was under his control. However, this respectful sent-off was interrupted by a series of hurried footsteps. Tan Qingjiang and Wang Lichuan led their respective group to the scene. And upon seeing Zhuge Qianxing's lifeless corpse, Tan Qingjiang asked if Ye Lin was responsible. Ye Lin ignored him, his head still bowed as he paid his respects. Tan Qingjiang, who obviously had limited patience, told Ye Lin to explain himself or pay the price for his silence. But seeing as Ye Lin was still ignoring their existence, Tan Qingjiang immediately ordered one of his men to go seize Zhuge Qianxing's corpse and search if there were any treasure on him. The guy drew out his sword and launched toward Ye Lin, demanding he hand over his teacher's corpse. Ye Lin turned sharply at the dimwit in the air, annoyed that in order to save scums like this bald idiot, his teacher had to die. Ye Lin decided on the spot this guy had to go, and if anyone wants to disturb Zhuge Qianxing's body, then they would die too. Through ultimate sublimation, the summoned wood's technique was instantly elevated to the forbidden spell, the descent of the wood realm. In an instant, the ground beneath his feet began to tremble, and as the earth shook violently, enormous vines sprouted from the ground and restrained the guy in the air. He tried to struggle, but found that the more he did, the tighter the vines restrained him. Ye Lin then raised his hand and instinctively started to devour the guy's lifespan. He trashed violently in the air and wailed as his body began to deteriorate rapidly. Everyone, including Tan Qingjiang and Wang Lichuan, stared wide-eyed in horror at the scene before them. They had never seen anything so bizarre and terrifying. The wailing continued until the guy finally disappeared completely, not leaving even a corpse, as if he had never existed. And in that moment, a series of prompts also notified Ye Lin that he had devoured a level 42 job changer and gained moisture, fat, protein, carbohydrates, minerals, and a small amount of trace elements. His lifespan had increased by 45 years, experience points by 420, strength by 4 points, agility by 2 points, and spirit by 1 point. You see, with the eternal scale repaired, it completely tilted toward the dark side. And although it lost the attribute of being invincible at noon, it permanently retained its immortality. With the scales tipped toward the dark side, the original equivalent exchange ability had also turned into endless devouring. This means that even though it's no longer possible to transfer other people's levels to oneself like before, it has gained the ability to plunder others. Shocked and furious, Tanqingjiang believed Ye Lin had obtained the 8th ancient artifact of origin and killed Zhuge Qianqing. He ordered the rest of his men to seize the artifact from Ye Lin. Like the bald idiot, the group launched towards him simultaneously. But he boldly declared that they weren't enough to kill him. Then right before their eyes, Ye Lin disappeared like a ghost. These idiots were perplexed, guessing Ye Lin must have used an earth escape technique, but was puzzled how it could be so fast. Suddenly, a weird mushroom cloud loomed over them, and before they could react, it exploded. Most of them were fast enough to escape the blast range, but they couldn't wrap their minds on what exactly their target's profession entailed. After all, he'd just used fire, wood, earth, and a devouring magic. Wang Lichuan watched the scene with an expression of surprise and uncertainty. He thought Ye Lin was simple to deal with, but he never expected him to be so terrifying when he actually fought. Meanwhile, when Ye Lin finally reappeared, his first victim was the guy he promised his revenge at the Investigation Bureau's prison. Using a simple low-tier water-type spell, it immediately upgraded to the Wrath of the Sea God. This was a forbidden spell that allows the user to condense the surrounding water element and summon the phantom of the sea god's trident after sacrificing 2 kidneys. Also, when casted in a place with abundant water source, its power increases by 20%. As the water elements in the surrounding air instantly surged and gathered together, forming a phantom of the sea god's trident which immediately locked on its target. It had a terrifying aura, and before the guy could even process what had just happened, the phantom trident tore a massive hole within his body, cleaving it in uneven halves. Blood gushed from his mouth, and he could clearly feel his life force draining away in a split of a second. Subsequently, under the cover of his death, a sharp energy arrow, transformed into a streak of light, was shot toward Ye Lin, to which he barely dodged with a slight tilt of his head, though he was still nicked on the cheek. Tanqingjiang, a level 62 holy bow hunter, cursed loudly upon realizing he'd missed. He even blamed the idiot who just died for not providing a proper cover before instructing the rest to attack in unison. If they were incapable of defeating Ye Lin, then they should at least overwhelm him to create an opportunity for him to deal a fatal shot. Unexpectedly, Ye Lin neither chose to block the barrage of skills meant to overwhelm him nor dodge with his spatial leap, but instead activated his Sumeru ring to absorb all the energy-based attacks. As for the physical attacks, he simply bore the full brunt of it with little to no effort. But at this moment, with all the energy-based attacks converted into a temporary psychic boost, the spiritual power bonus of the 3-star refined Sumeru ring also increased from 160% to 220%. Now, with his amplified mental strength, Ye Lin raised his hand and unleashed a fire-type area of effect spell, the Rain of Flames. But in its ultimate sublimation, the Rain of Flames became a forbidden spell, the world-devouring heavenly fire. Above, pitch-black clouds gathered, as if the end of the world had arrived. Countless crimson-gold flames condensed from the dark clouds, then poured down on Tanqingjiang and the others with an earth-shattering power. Apart from Tanqingjiang, the rest could only let out shrill screams as the flames engulfed their bodies. When it eventually subsided, leaving a thick cloud of white smoke, Tanqingjiang was the only one left alive, encased in an energy barrier. His expression was that of annoyance as he claimed to be surrounded by a bunch of useless people. Anyway, seeing how effortlessly Ye Lin wiped the floor with their asses, Tanqingjiang realized he couldn't defeat Ye Lin in a head-on confrontation. So he aimed and shot an arrow at Zhuge Qianqing's corpse. Rather than aiming at a target that could teleport, it would be simpler to aim at a dead person. And since Zhuge Qianqing seemed to be extremely important to Ye Lin, Tanqingjiang gambled that he will try to block the arrow, giving him a chance he'd desperately been hoping for. The arrow was unleashed with no restraint, its ferocious aura sweeping out. With Tanqingjiang's level, this arrow was enough to obliterate Zhuge Qianqing's remains. However, just as the arrow was about to strike the dead body, a violent fluctuation came from the space in front of Zhuge Qianqing's corpse as Ye Lin's body teleported over. Tanqingjiang's arrow pierced Ye Lin's forehead with a soft click. Then the violent power attached to the arrow encased Ye Lin in an ominous bubble, rapidly altering his metabolism. Tanqingjiang approached him with a scornful laugh. He'd made the right guess, and Ye Lin was stupid enough to use his own body to shield a dead man from the demon god's arrow. Ye Lin felt like his body was being torn apart internally. Then with a loud bang a moment later, he exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Fragments mixed with blood splattered everywhere right in front of Tanqingjiang, who confidently believed Ye Lin wouldn't be able to recover after being blown into a pile of fresh meat, regardless of the eternal scale. Tanqingjiang snorted coldly, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes as he walked off with a smile of a victor, or so he thought. But unbeknownst to him, Ye Lin's body fragments began to show movements, twitching ever so slightly before starting to regenerate wildly. In one breath, the blown-off hand grew into an arm. In 2 breaths, half a shoulder grew out of a fully recovered arm. In 3 breaths, a head grew out, connected to the shoulder as muscle fibers constantly started to build together like silkworms, regenerating flesh and blood in the blink of an eye. Although Ye Lin only had 1 head and an arm in just a few breaths, that was enough. He raised his hand and unleashed a forbidden spell at Tanqingjiang from behind. The level 60 Holy Bow Hunter froze very abruptly with an expression filled with absolute disbelief as blood trickled down his mouth, and the intense pain caused him to spurt out fresh blood. His whole body convulsing as a golden energy shot seemed to have pierced him directly from behind. In that moment, Ye Lin's entire body had almost recovered, and if it weren't for his clothes being blown into shreds, there would be no trace of his injuries. He stared down at a terrified Tanqingjiang, who tried to use his status as the deputy director of Qingcheng Investigation Bureau as a threat, warning Ye Lin the trouble he would be in if he kills him. But Ye Lin sarcastically asked if he should be scared. After all, he already given him a chance, but he didn't cherish it. Tanqingjiang fired another arrow in a desperate attempt to catch Ye Lin off guard, but it was utterly pointless. Ye Lin unleashed the endless devouring skill which immediately engulfed him and gradually drained his lifespan till he decomposed into nothing but nourishment. He had devoured a level 62 job changer and gained moisture, fat, protein, carbohydrates, minerals, and a small amount of trace elements. His lifespan had increased by 2 years, experience points by 620, strength by 8 points, agility by 4 points, and spirit by 4 points. Ye Lin also devoured the rest, which suddenly shot his level from 25 to 28 with the 3 main attributes simultaneously improving significantly. He then called out to Wang Lichuan, telling him to stop hiding and come out. Wang Lichuan came out from his hiding spot with a forced smile, reminding Ye Lin that he was never his enemy and didn't have any intention of attacking him like the rest. Ye Lin wouldn't want to kill an old man to silence him, would he? Ye Lin questioned why President Wang would think of such an act. They were friends after all, weren't they? Wang Lichuan felt slightly at ease after hearing this, and now that it's certain Ye Lin possesses divine power, he promised to submit under his command, along with the entire Job Changer Guild in Qingcheng. Since the benefits of keeping the old geezer alive as a puppet outweighs his death, Ye Lin agreed to this arrangement. He was looking forward in working with the Job Changer Guild in the future. With that out of the way, Wang Lichuan politely suggested they leave the apocalyptic dungeon as soon as possible since it wasn't a suitable place for a long stay. Ye Lin agreed once again, but before they leave he still had something to take care of. Under the ultimate sublimation, he sacrificed an arm to cast the forbidden spell, the extreme ice spirit coffin. When the strange blue light suddenly condensed into a crystal-clear ice coffin, Ye Lin slowly picked up Zhuge Qinqing's body and carefully placed him in the ice coffin, promising to take him home. He then hoisted the ice coffin onto his shoulder before instructing Wang Lichuan to follow. As the two raced to the entrance of the exit, Wang Lichuan, upon realizing the men he left behind to stand guard had disappeared, comments on how the dangers of the Gate of the Apocalypse, though it might seem desolated, was beyond their current abilities to explore properly. Ye Lin simply replied that they would return once they have enough strength. An ominous aura settled at the exit as the two approached, and the very moment Wang Lichuan warned Ye Lin to be careful, a level 34 dragon-blooded behemoth literally dropped in front of them, causing dust and debris. It spurted a massive torrent of fire breath to which Ye Lin and Wang Lichuan effortlessly evaded. Ye Lin told the old geezer he would handle the monster before taking out his staff. He then casted the forbidden spell, the Flame God's Breath, which literally dropped a massive ball of flames on the monster's head, killing it instantly. Wang Lichuan was gobsmacked once again upon seeing such a terrifying forbidden spell. Ye Lin then devoured the level 34 dragon-blooded behemoth and gained moisture, fat, protein, carbohydrates, minerals, and a trace of extremely rare elements. His lifespan increased by 424 years, experience points by 340, strength by 6 points, agility by 2 points, and spirit by 1 point. Ye Lin also received the dragon bloodline with its current concentration at 0.000001% of unknown effect. Although Ye Lin was pleased to have absorbed a considerable amount of lifespan, he couldn't help wondering what exactly the dragon bloodline was. But he didn't have time to mull things over because in that very moment, the entrance looked like it was on the verge of collapse, so the two rushed in without hesitation. But the very second they did, a strong force began to suck them in. Then the key of the apocalypse inside Ye Lin forcefully came out and automatically flew away to close the gate. The entire experience seemed to be completely different from when they were entering. Fortunately, they made it to the other side in one piece. The gate immediately started to disappear, and along with it the ancient key of apocalypse, meaning the next time the Gate of Apocalypse and its ancient key appears, no one would know when or where that would be. Anyway, as the two bid a farewell to each other, Ye Lin expressed his desire to give Zhuge Qinsheng a proper burial before anything else. But if any problem arises afterwards, he will come find Wang Lichuan. As Wang Lichuan watched Ye Lin take his leave, he declared that the Job Change Guild would always be at Ye Lin's service. Meanwhile, as the scene shifts to the Zhuge family's manor, Zhuge, faced with the truth about his father's death, still desperately denied the very sight and convinced herself that it was a prank. Like a drowning person desperately grasping at the last straw, she yelled at Ling Yi to confirm that the person lying in the ice coffin wasn't her father. She believed the two must be playing a trick on her. But faced with Zhuge question, Ye Lin could only reply with an apology, explaining that he failed to protect his teacher. And per his wish, her father wants to be buried together with her deceased wife. Zhuge still didn't want to accept the truth, claiming that her father was a renowned strategist. So how could he possibly be dead? Zhuge collapsed onto the ice coffin and wept bitterly, tears streaming down her cheeks and freezing on the coffin. Ye Lin remained silent as Zhuge gradually got overwhelmed with grief. In this world, very few people can remain calm and composed after witnessing the unexpected death of a loved one. He didn't know how to comfort Zhuge, so he could only stand there like a statue, quietly watching her to prevent her from doing something foolish because of her emotional state. After crying for an unknown amount of time, Zhuge sobs subsided somewhat. Her gaze remained fixed on her father's corpse as she asked how he died. Ye Lin replied calmly that Zhuge Qinsheng did too much divination and received divine punishment. He also died for the sake of all humanity. With this intel, Zhuge understood that her father had already foreseen his death. But he had been so cruel not to bid her a proper farewell. Zhuge then tells Ling Yi to leave. She didn't want to see him anymore. Ye Lin was about to tell her about his promise to her father, but Zhuge didn't want to hear none of it. She then yells for Ling Yi to get the hell out of the manor. Ye Lin opened his mouth as if to say something, but in the end said nothing. Perhaps what Zhuge wants most right now was to be alone for a while. Ye Lin turned and left, gently closing the door behind him. The very next day, news of the sudden disappearance of Tan Qingjiang and several other important figures was broadcasted throughout the city of Qingcheng. Moreover, the famous astrologer Mr. Zhuge Qinsheng also suddenly passed away, and the specifics related to his death was still being investigated. These deaths had surely caused a stir in Qingcheng. Also, needless to say, the death of Zhuge Qinsheng had shaken the entire Daxia kingdom. At this point, with just a little bit of investigation, it can be found out that Zhuge Qinsheng went out of the city with Ling Yi. This also meant that the identity of Ling Yi must never be traced back to Ye Lin. But the main issue lies with the investigation bureau, specifically Officer Huang, who was dead set on finding Ling Yi. So in order to create more evidence that Ye Lin, who was still suspected of being Ling Yi, hadn't left Qingcheng in the past 2 days, he kept visiting high clubs arranged by the Ji family. Investigator Huang paid Ye Lin a visit in one of these clubs, wanting to know where he had been all week. Ye Lin feigned being oblivious and replied that he wouldn't know. He had done so many things in the last 7 days, so how can he possibly remember anything of importance? Annoyed with the antics, Officer Huang suddenly grabbed hold of his hand, then directly asked if he disguised himself as Ling Yi to accompany Zhuge Qinsheng out of the city. Unexpectedly, Ye Lin simply pulled out his phone and calmly informed Officer Huang that he was recording their conversation. So if he didn't have any evidence to back his accusations, he would be sued for defamation. His female junior reminded him in a whisper that there was currently no evidence proving Ye Lin went out of the city. For the past few days, he had been seen appearing in high-end entertainment venues. So with reluctance, Officer Huang let go of his hand, but still expressed his desire to find the evidence to prove his claim. Ye Lin then gave him a piece of intel that made the uptight officer do a double take. And since he had eyes that can see the falsehood of any statement, he was completely shocked to find out that Ling Yi got blown into pieces just a few days ago. Ye Lin claimed to have seen the entire thing with his own eyes, which was technically true since he did get blown up. Upon realizing that Ye Lin wasn't lying, Officer Huang started wondering how it was even possible. And although he hadn't had any conclusive evidence yet, he had been so sure about his investigation. Anyway, as his junior questioned if something was the matter, Ye Lin walked off after inviting them for a drink sometime. On a massive downpour the very next day, which also happens to be the day of Zhuge Qinsheng's funeral, the entire Zhuge family's courtyard was enveloped in a somber atmosphere, filled with people, their faces etched with reluctance and grief. Some wept silently, while others bowed their heads in prayer. Inside, a shrine with a portrait of Zhuge Qinsheng, his face still bearing a faint smile, and enwreathed with white chrysanthemums densely packed together was set up. Many important figures, some shrouded in vague mystery and clearly not from or rarely seen in a small place like Qingqing, had gathered there at this moment, paying their respects one after the other. But the faint whispers of Zhuganini shouldering this heavy loss alone with no one to take care of her was the topic of discussion. Though they also recall that the deceased astrologer had taken in a very capable disciple not long ago, and his absence at such an important day not only seemed disrespectful, but unforgivable. Anyway, speaking of the capable disciple in question, Ye Lin walked straight in at this precise moment to pay his respects, but everyone's expression changed slightly, finding his sudden late appearance outrageous. They were pretty much aware about the news of Ye Lin's frequent indulgence in debauchery after Zhuge Qianxing's death. Ye Lin's eyes were filled with complex emotions as he ignored the bombastic side eyes and insults whispered his way. He also asked for forgiveness for arriving late. But a moment later, he was cut short by Zhuganini, who questioned if he was done paying his respects. If he was, then he should leave because he wasn't welcome. Ye Lin reiterated that he had no other intentions and just wants to see his teacher off on his last journey. But Zhuganini wasn't having it. She claimed Ye Lin shouldn't pretend to be her father's disciple anymore. He had long since cut ties with him, the fraudster who keeps deceiving everyone. Zhuganini's words caused an uproar as Ye Lin became the target of everyone's scorn. They wondered what kind of unorthodox thing he had done to make Zhuge Qianxing severed his master-disciple relationship with him. Ye Lin tried to reason with her, but she was too emotional and only wanted him to get lost. Didn't he understand human language? The two were suddenly interrupted by a flash of lightning in the dark clouds outside, and along with it, several men dressed in black robes, their faces hidden behind masks as an ominous aura radiate off them in waves. The leader of the group calmly offered his condolences. And the moment Zhuganini asked who they were, the guy told her to rest assured. They mean no harm. He explained that they were there to examine Zhuge Qianxing's body to find out the cause of death, which seems suspicious. Zhuganini immediately asserts her displeasure. They were not allowed to mess with her father's corpse. But the masked leader wasn't asking for permission. He instructed his men not to dilly-dally and advance. They were to secure their target at all cost. But Zhuganini didn't give a flying fuck about their suspicion. She warned them not to cause trouble at her father's funeral, so they needed to get the hell out before she's forced to torch their asses. The gathered crowd were also enraged on her behalf, agreeing to stand with her. They won't tolerate their rude misbehavior at such an important funeral. With the exception of the leader, the rest were equipped with swords, and with a sharp click, their swords were unsheathed, followed with the splattering of blood as they began killing anyone who dared oppose them. This sudden scene startled the crowd so much that they froze for a moment, never imagining that these masked men would dare to kill people indiscriminately in full view of everyone. They were so frightened that they scattered and fled. They respected Zhuge Qianxing, but they were not willing to join him, especially when it's over a simple autopsy. But in the next instant, the surrounding air around Zhuganini became scorching hot as the temperature rose rapidly. A dazzling crimson gold flame erupted from her, forming a raging inferno which she directed towards the masked leader. However, the guy didn't take her all-out attack seriously at all. He casually brushed off the crimson sea of flames like it was nothing. And at this sight, an indescribable fear rose in Zhuganini's eyes as she realized that the masked leader wasn't just a regular job changer, but a level 50 at that. A level considered as a pinnacle of power in Qingqing. The masked guy grabbed hold of Zhuganini's throat and hoisted her in the air. He wasn't going to kill her simply because of her father. But if she keeps up with her pointless antics, he would be forced to do something drastic. He then asked if Zhuganini was willing to do them the honors by opening the coffin. But before she could tell them to fuck off, Ye Lin yelled for them to stop, his tone chilling and commanding. The masked leader, who hadn't even noticed Ye Lin's presence until now, turned in his direction, only to see him charging towards him with a hand crackling with blue lightning. Fortunately, with his faster reflexes, he was able to let go of Zhuganini in time and evade most of the lightning attack with ease, though the lightning still scorched his arm upon detonation. And since it was solely directed towards him, Zhuganini was unharmed. Ye Lin declared his intention to kill them all if they still insist on taking the ice coffin. But instead of feeling intimidated, the masked group were rather excited. Since Ye Lin also insists on looking for death, they will send him off with a bang. The leader then instructed his masked guys to set up a barrier. In an instant, energy pillars dropped from the sky and sealed Ye Lin in a rectangular prison. But within the slight gap in the barrier, his crazed expression could be seen as he sacrificed his liver to summon the eternal thunder. A golden spear instantly broke through the barrier upon release, tearing through the air and creating a gaping hole in one of the masked men before piercing another into a wall. The two didn't even realize when they got hit before dropping to the floor with a thud. The leader cursed, his eyes filled with disbelief. Ye Lin had just used a forbidden spell to instantly kill one of them and fatally wounded another, a power that made his scalp tingle, but Ye Lin seemed to be on a roll. He raised his remaining hand and released a terrifying energy beam that totally obliterated another masked man and anything in its path into nothing but a pile of ash. The rest stood there dumbfounded, not knowing what to do. Ye Lin, on the other hand, was huffing profusely, looking disheveled and deathly pale, but his gaze never left the masked men. Zhuganini watched Ye Lin with a somber look, wondering if he was out of his mind. But the masked men, upon seeing Ye Lin's exhausted state, believed he wasn't much of a threat now, no matter how strong he was, though it was a poor lack in judgment on Ye Lin's part for sacrificing his life just to save a corpse. At this point, the masked men were no longer afraid and charged towards Ye Lin, flanking him from both sides while the leader delivered a fatal blow from an opening. So the very moment Ye Lin got close and fell into the trap, the masked leader suddenly appeared behind him and delivered a shot that tore through his throat. Zhuganini tried to warn him, but it was too late. A gaping hole was pierced through Ye Lin's throat, and bright red blood gushed out from his artery. Such injuries clearly indicate certain death. The masked group secretly breathed a sigh of relief, realizing how truly terrifying it was when forbidden spellcasters fought with their life on the line. Meanwhile, Zhuganini was left clutching her chest with a look of horror. Although she never particularly liked Ye Lin, she felt remorseful seeing him get killed. The masked leader instructed his men to go retrieve Zhuge Qianxing's body. But when they suddenly heard the voice of the person they believed was dead, they turned with a look of fear in their eyes. Meanwhile, despite his horrific state, Ye Lin was pretty much alive. He reiterated his earlier threat about sending them off to hell if they insist on taking his teacher's corpse. Ye Lin then cast the undying forbidden spell, and immediately upon doing so, the blood hole in his throat repaired and regenerated at an incredible speed, and so did his arm. This sight stunned the three remaining masked men speechless. Ye Lin should be super dead at this point, so how is it even possible? Was he the devil? Zhuganini was also left wondering the same thing. The entire scene was beyond anyone's comprehension. Ye Lin's eyes shriveled, and 2 lines of bloody tears flowed from the empty eye sockets as he cast the forbidden spell. The eyes of eternal freeze. The expressions beneath the smiling masked men changed drastically as a chilling aura instantly spread out, and their bodies were bound by an irresistible force. They wanted to escape, but found that they could not move. Everything around them began to slowly freeze, even the air seemed to be frozen solid. And as Ye Lin's figure gradually blurred in their vision, a pair of eyes shimmering with a ghostly blue light appeared in their view. The coldness and deathly stillness in those eyes amplified the fear in their hearts. As the smiling masked men let out a defiant roar, their voice filled with despair, they were frozen into crystal-clear ice sculptures, completely losing all chance of survival. A couple audience who still stuck around were gobsmacked upon seeing this terrifying showcase of power. After all, it wasn't every day you see a level 27 Forbidden Spellcaster kill 4 level 50 job changers. This record was enough to make anyone's scalp tingle. Even though Ye Lin was now blind and emaciated, he calmly walked over to the ice coffin and hoisted it onto his shoulder. Initially, Zhuganini tried to say something but stopped short, and Ye Lin didn't even spare her a glance as he confidently walked off. It was then that Zhuganini, finding Ye Lin's silhouette weirdly familiar, asked where he was taking her father. He simply stated his intention to bury Zhuge Qianxing himself, exactly per his wishes. Meanwhile, as the scene shifted to a high-rise building not far away, a middle-aged man dressed in an elegant dark suit stood in front of a floor-to-ceiling window, calmly watching the city below. His gaze was deep, exuding an air of authority, clearly the kind of charisma cultivated from years of holding a high position. As a black-robed man in a brown trench coat and wearing a rat face mask walked up to the middle-aged man, he casually asked if Tiger and the rabbit had returned. The rat face masked man replied respectfully that they had. He also reported that inside a valley 79 kilometers east of Qingqing, there were traces that showed that the Gate of Apocalypse did indeed appear. The middle-aged man gave a slight remark about how he just knew. Otherwise, how could the esteemed Zhuge Qianxing have died so inexplicably? Though he also wondered what exactly he did inside the gate to have even lost his life so suddenly. The rat-faced masked man then asked if they should continue to send men to retrieve Zhuge Qianxing's corpse. But the middle-aged man simply raised a hand to gesture that there was no need. They've already made too much noise. But some men should be sent out to spy on Ye Lin and Zhuganini. Also, he needs him to find someone. When the rat-faced masked man asked who, the target was revealed to be the president of the Jobchanger Guild, Wang Lichuan. Meanwhile, as the last handful of yellow earth was gently scattered, Zhuge Qianxing's funeral came to a solemn and successful conclusion. The afterglow of the setting sun was cut into mottled golden fragments by the leaves, which were scattered on the freshly turned soil, giving the final resting place of the famous astrologer a faint glow. As time passed and the sun gradually began to set, Zhuganini thanked Ye Lin for what he did earlier. She then took out a card and offered it as compensation. Zhuganini declared that the money inside the card was enough to cure Ye Lin's eyes if the need be, and also ensure he had enough to eat and wear for the rest of his life. As of now, she doesn't want the Zhuge family to owe him anything. Ye Lin rejected the offer and walked off. When she asked the meaning of his refusal, Ye Lin calmly replied that he didn't need any reciprocation for what he did, and besides, it was to repay his teacher, not the Zhuge family. But Zhuganini's problem was that she was too opinionated and arrogant. If her father wasn't Mr. Zhuge, she would have been a useless person. Ye Lin's words stunned Zhuganini, her face turning pale, a truly fascinating sight. She desperately wanted to refute or argue her case, but remained silent. Though it might be harsh, every single word was true. She had always lived under the protection of her father until his death. And when she realized how weak she was to not even have the power to protect his dead body, her proud self-esteem was completely shattered. Zhuganini, as if she had lost her soul, slumped down in front of her father's grave, gently stroking the tombstone and questioning if she was indeed really useless. Ye Lin left the cemetery and made his way to the Ji family's villa, where he was warmly welcomed by Ji Lingyu. But upon seeing Ye Lin's bandaged eye, Ji Lingyu asked out of concern. Ye Lin replied that he was fine. President Ji appeared right after, asking what Ye Lin's next plan was. He then suggested Ye Lin stay with them at the villa, and even added that he could work for him given how arduous and life-threatening his job-changer profession was. Ye Lin thanked President Ji for his kindness, but still expressed his desire to go to university. And besides, he didn't have much time left, so he might as well leave with no regrets. President Ji was silent for a moment before agreeing to Ye Lin's decision, and also promising to support him. No matter where Ye Lin goes, the Ji family will always be behind him. Ye Lin thanked President Ji once again before taking his leave to go rest in his room. As he drops onto his bed, he murmured with a sigh that he was really exhausted. But in that very moment, the brocade pouch Zhuge gave him suddenly fell out of his sumaru ring, startling him. He initially thought a message was left for him. 2 scrolls then came out from the brocade pouch, making him wonder if Zhuge had predicted his second profession before his death. The scrolls were the Phantom Technique and the Turtle Breathe Technique. The Phantom Technique allows the user to create a phantom shadow in front of them to confuse the enemy, and the Turtle Breath Technique allows the user to slow down their breathing rhythm until it completely stops, entering a state of apparent death. Ye Lin quickly used the scrolls on himself, and under his ultimate sublimation, the Turtle Breath Technique was enhanced to the Great Void Technique, and the Phantom Technique was enhanced to 1 Qi transforming into 3 purities. Anyway, the Great Void Technique allows the Forbidden Spellcaster to sacrifice a bone of their own body every minute to enter a void state, achieving complete invisibility. When attacking or being attacked, this forbidden spell will be nullified. And for the 1 Qi transforming into 3 purities, the Forbidden Spellcaster loses half of their lifespan to create a clone identical to the current self. Up to 3 clones can exist simultaneously. And there was also a note informing Ye Lin that when a clone dies, the original is unaffected, but when the original dies, the clones disappear. Ye Lin couldn't help being amazed, because even in death, his teacher still acted with purpose. With these 2 scrolls, Ye Lin would be able to ditch the surveillance on him. He immediately used the 1 Qi transforming into 3 purities forbidden spell, and was delighted to see an exact clone of himself. Ye Lin then places the eye patch on his clone's eye, excited with this foolproof plan of being able to stay with the Ji family, and at the same time, do whatever he wanted without the fear of being watched. His instruction for the clone was to stay in the Ji family's villa while he investigate just who exactly was monitoring him. He activated the Great Void Technique forbidden spell, then leaped off his room window. Ye Lin moved like a phantom, and on his way out, he saw the job changers ordered to monitor his movements from the shadows, silently perching on the trees nearby. Ye Lin, with his stealth already activated, thanked his teacher once again. He was truly the #1 astrologer capable of predicting everything. Ye Lin made his way to a teleportation gate that leads to a monster hunting ground outside the city, once again with a different appearance and a completely new identity. He approached the 2 guards, and when asked if he was heading outside the city, Ye Lin gave a slight nod and replied that he was. The guards then warned him that monsters had recently been appearing frequently outside the city, so he should be careful. Ye Lin thanked them and entered the gate. Outside, he leaped from one tree branch to the next, pleased that he can now freely kill monsters and do whatever he wanted without being under constant surveillance. As of now, he can start his journey of leveling up. A canine monster heard a rustling sound from behind and immediately bare its sharp fangs when it saw Ye Lin. Its dark eyes flashing with ferocity as it growled wildly, saliva dripping out of its mouth with a foul stench. Ye Lin, in a great mood, decided to only use ice-type skills to ensure his identity was easily hidden. Curling his lips, he taunts the beast and flicked his fingers, instantly releasing a chilling aura. Activating the Ice Blade technique, it instantly elevated to the forbidden spell, the Frost Morn. Then a massive blade of pure ice crystals condensed in the air, incomparably clear and emitting a faint blue glow. The moment Ye Lin flicked his finger, the ice sword, carrying a chilling aura, directly shot out at the hideous canine beast. The ice sword slashed down without any resistance, splitting the monster's body in two, and the ice crystals shattered, turning into a frosty expanse and reducing the corpse into two ice sculptures. Ye Lin then launched his endless devouring, consuming a level 32 normal monster and gaining water, fat, protein, carbohydrates, and minerals. His lifespan increased by 125 years, experience points by 320, increased strength attribute by 5 points, agility and spirit attribute by a point each. He also killed and devoured a level 36 normal monster and gained the same kind of nutrients. Increased his lifespan by 360 years, experience points 360, increased strength attribute by 7 points, agility attribute by 2 points, and spirit attribute by a point. Then a level 37 normal monster gained nutrients, increased his lifespan by 245 years, experience points 370, increased strength attribute by 5 points, agility attribute by a point, spirit attribute by 3 points. In spite of all this leveling, Ye Lin was still not satisfied. He needed to level up even faster. 3 days later, he finally exited the gate and was now level 30. The speed at which he had been killing monsters these past 3 days showed that he'd already reached his limit, but it was still not enough. He wondered if he should ask someone else for help. That's when it hit him he could use the Job Change Guild. Meanwhile, at the Job Change Guild, Ye Lin was a bit surprised to find it busy and bustling with people, and from the looks of it, Wang Lichuan's disappearance seems to not have affected the business at all. He approached a female receptionist and expressed his desire to post a mission. The lady led him to a male helper in charge of handling such task. And when the guy asked the kind of mission he wanted to be posted, Ye Lin replied with recycling monster corpses. The guy then asked for the price he was prepared to pay for the recycling, but Ye Lin asked for the normal market price. Apparently, it depended on the level and type of monster. Normally, a level 10 monster corpse is worth 300,000 each. Special monsters like the Golden Armored Demon Rhino requires extra payment, about 450,000. The prices were decent, so Ye Lin requested for him to just follow the market price. For monsters below level 20, he would take them all. The guy, clearly taken aback for a moment, judged Ye Lin as a newly changed enchanter based on his appearance, so he might not know of the handling fee when a client wants to post a task. And since Ye Lin seemed to be collecting so many at once, a verification of funds was required first. Ye Lin pulled out his top-tier lifetime VIP card and asked if it would do. The guy, stunned upon seeing the card, immediately started the procedures. And in just 3 days after, job changers had been rushing in the guild with different types of monster corpses non-stop. Just the submission of this task had created a long queue which no one could ignore. They wondered who this mysterious spendthrift was, and why he needed so many monster corpses. Forgers and alchemists were even finding it difficult to buy monster materials because Ye Lin had apparently been hoarding all the monsters. His prices were too high, and no one could comprehend why anyone in their right mind would recycle monster corpses at such a price. Evidently, it's a big loss. The guy responsible for recycling monster corpses guided Ye Lin to the recent batch they've gathered. And after inspection, he paid the required amount and instructed the guy to leave. The very moment he closed the door on his way out, Ye Lin activated his devouring skill. He comments on how with money, everything had been made easy and much more efficient than killing monsters by himself. Notifications started pouring in the moment he consumed all the monster corpses, gaining a massive boost in nutrients, lifespan, experience points, strength attribute, agility attribute, and spirit attribute. About half an hour later, all the monster corpses in the entire warehouse got devoured, and Ye Lin's level was also successfully raised to 32. Keep in mind that he was only level 25 when he entered the Gate of Apocalypse just over half a month ago. Anyway, the very moment he left the warehouse, he immediately got tailed. The hidden mercenaries nearby, upon seeing Ye Lin's description, his short dark hair and his gray hoodie with a black combat suit underneath, got them totally convinced about his identity as their target. They quietly followed Ye Lin into a shady alley, which led to a secluded underground parking lot. And after ensuring no one was around, Ye Lin clipped his tongue, annoyed that he was being followed even after changing his face. It didn't make any lick of sense. So, with a contemptuous tone, he turned and questioned the job changers tailing him if they weren't tired, because they did a really shitty job following him. Anyway, since they had been publicly called out, the two mercenaries saw no point in hiding and revealed themselves, before rhetorically asking if Ye Lin was the person responsible for posting missions to collect monster corpses. Well, someone was paying top dollar for his life. As the two charged in simultaneously, the swordsman aimed for Ye Lin's legs as the other slashed a cold glint towards his throat. Evidently, the blonde was an assassin, and his level was not low, probably around level 30. Sighing helplessly, Ye Lin grasped the assassin's arm, before effortlessly evading the swordsman as he tried a counteroffer. He told the two that he would double the price if they stopped trying to kill him, but they refused decisively. The assassin immediately freed himself, then suddenly reappeared behind Ye Lin, his dagger aiming once more at his throat. He was even incredulous that Ye Lin was still haggling when he was about to die, and besides, wouldn't his money become theirs after they eliminate him? The swordsman, after instructing his partner to quit wasting his breath on their target, joined in on the attack, and judging from Ye Lin's aura, his level was about the same as theirs. Also, after dealing with him, they still had to rush to the 79th secret realm of Qingcheng, a new one which opened recently. Anyways, just as the cold glint of the two blades were inches away from Ye Lin, he cast the forbidden spell, the Eyes of Eternal Freeze. In an instant, their entire bodies were frozen into ice sculptures, leaving their heads. Only then did they realize what a terrifying monster of a person they had provoked. Ye Lin casually approached, wanting to have a proper chat with them. Mainly, he was curious as to who sent them. The two chose to remain silent and Ye Lin wasn't having it. So with just a flick of a finger, the left ear of the swordsman was sliced off with blood splattering over. Yet he insisted on not saying shit, then yelled for the assassin to do the same, but the fucker was scared shitless and began to spill everything. The people who hired them were a group of professionals from the Life Skills Job Changer Alliance. They felt that the quest Ye Lin released had disrupted the market. Ye Lin pressed for their names, and was informed that it was the high-level blacksmith Yin Xiang, and the two high-level alchemists Yuning and Zhou Heping. With that out of the way, Ye Lin also noted down what the swordsman said about Qingcheng's 79th secret realm. He wanted to know what that's all about, adding that whoever speaks up first will survive when he noticed their hesitation. This startled them awake, and the blonde immediately spoke up, saying that the 79th secret realm was a newly spatial rift that suddenly appeared 2 days ago. It was located 30 kilometers north of the city, and that's all they knew. After getting the intel he needed, Ye Lin walked off, and the swordsman begged for them to be freed. They would freeze to death if left like that. But Ye Lin simply bid them farewell, chuckling slightly before even inciting them to survive until the ice melts. As night fell and starlight dotted the sky, Ye Lin arrived at the location which was indeed 30 kilometers north of the city. The entrance to the 79th secret realm resembled a giant black vortex, constantly emitting a dark aura with a powerful force emanating from it. At this moment, many job seekers had already gathered at the entrance, waiting as they speculated what exactly was inside. Apparently, there hadn't been any feedback from the first group of job changers who went in 2 days ago, and this had made them cautious. They now wanted to wait until someone comes out before going in, since there was the possibility of the secret realm being a dead zone, which made it unsuitable for them to enter to level up and improve their strength. Undoubtedly, there will be other secret realms in the future, but they only had one life. So each one of them was hoping the other would go ahead and explore the realm first. Anyway, just as everyone was discussing this, the black vortex at the entrance to the secret realm suddenly became transparent. And through the transparent vortex was a dazzling light, which seemed to be projecting an object. As the light dimmed slightly, a slender scepter hovered at its center, its body shimmering with a colored radiance. A transparent crystal gem was set at the top of the scepter, engraved with ancient runes which exuded an ominous aura. But to the crowd, who only saw the scepter to possibly be a divine artifact, forgo all reason or the terrifying aura it exuded and suddenly rushed inside like a plague of locusts. Their greed palpable as they all expressed their intention to kill one another if it means obtaining the scepter. After they all entered, Ye Lin approached the black vortex with a slightly narrowed eyes. He had a vague feeling that this was likely a trap. After all, if there really were divine artifacts in the secret realm, real powerhouses would probably have arrived long ago. Just as Ye Lin was hesitating whether to go in or not, a very pleasant voice reached his ears from behind, stating that he must have also noticed it too. Something was seriously off with this secret realm. Upon first glance, Ye Lin noticed that this lady, Xie Xiaoxiao, had disguised herself as a guy. So when he asked why, Xie Xiaoxiao was shocked to have been figured out almost immediately. She began to wonder if her disguise was that clumsy. And indeed it was, because Ye Lin gave his honest critiques, saying that no guy would put on so much lip balm, and with her figure, she should have hidden it a bit more. Xie Xiaoxiao's cheeks flushed slightly, finally realizing why everyone had been looking at her strangely. Ye Lin shook his head helplessly and turned to leave, but she pleaded for him to wait. When Ye Lin asked what else she's got to say, Xie Xiaoxiao explained that if she's not mistaken, this secret realm was very likely set up by demons to lure human job changers. Therefore, she proposed they team up and enter together. Demons were indeed powerful, and if Ye Lin could devour just a few of them with his ability, what would his level be afterwards? Ye Lin was intrigued but feigned being disappointed, pointing out that the risk was way too high. Xie Xiaoxiao, upon seeing Ye Lin's disinterested look, promised to pay him if they team up. But Ye Lin refused the offer, stating that the education he received growing up doesn't support him doing that kind of thing. However, the very moment she proposed paying him with an epic-level piece of equipment, Ye Lin was beside her in a flash. And with a fawning smile, he made a deal with her on the spot before even asking for her name. Xie Xiaoxiao, a bit shell-shocked with Ye Lin's sudden attitude, wondered just what kind of education he received as a child as she introduced herself. And as for the equipment, she first inquired what profession Ye Lin was in order to know what epic level was suitable. Ye Lin gasped in shock. She can even choose her equipment type? This woman was a real rich lady. He announced that he was an ice-type mage, but wasn't picky about the kind of equipment since he can practically use anything. Fortunately, an ice-type mage seemed to be perfect because Xie Xiaoxiao actually had something that would suit Ye Lin. She took out a small box from her spatial ring and opened it. The item was a crystal-clear bracelet inlaid with blue gemstones, resembling an eternal blue ice which emanated a faint chill. It was the Ice Crystal Heart, an epic-level bracelet with an attribute spirit power amplification of 60%. It can also be refined if necessary. And the skill was Absolute Zero, which make the wearer expands a domain centered on themselves, and was infinitely close to Absolute Zero, within which Ice-type skills have their power amplified by 100%. Ye Lin was impressed. The bracelet was actually a domain skill, and upon wondering just what more incredible items Xie Xiaoxiao had, Ye Lin briefly conceived the idea of killing and looting her spatial ring. But thinking of the abundant resources with extensive knowledge, yet lacking common sense and even appearing somewhat foolish, Xie Xiaoxiao was clearly a spoiled brat who has lived in a secluded compound for a long time. And killing her could invoke the wrath of some powerhouse he might not be ready for. Xie Xiaoxiao snapped Ye Lin out of his thoughts, wanting to know if they really had a deal, because she needed to quickly explore the secret realm and hurry back home. Otherwise, she would be grounded if her mom finds out. This made Ye Lin wonder if she sneaked out just to explore an unknown secret realm. But Xie Xiaoxiao was indignant about her situation. So what if she sneaked out? She was very capable of protecting herself. Anyway, from their brief encounter, Xie Xiaoxiao had a gut feeling that Ye Lin was pretty powerful. She asked of his level and name, and Ye Lin introduced himself as Yi Mushuang, a level 45 job changer. Xie Xiaoxiao was a bit taken aback because Ye Lin looked about 20 years old, yet he was already level 45. Was he a genius? However, compared to her, who turned 17 this year and was already at level 37, Ye Lin wasn't even close. Seriously, like who wants to be compared with her? Ye Lin feigned being amazed, and even cheered her on as she basked in the delusion of her greatness. With her level, then she must have been the top scorer in the final exam. Xie Xiaoxiao replied that she wasn't, simply because she didn't take the final exam. Her dad said it was a waste of her time. That's true. After all, even the top scorer in the country is only rewarded with a legendary piece of equipment. And for people with powerful backgrounds, the college entrance exams being a waste of time was perfectly valid. Anyway, since that's the case, Ye Lin agreed to team up with her to enter the secret realm. Xie Xiaoxiao, pleased to hear this, immediately handed over the bracelet before urging that they enter the rift right away. From now on, they were a team. The scene then shifted to a vast expanse of black earth, seemingly an abandoned ancient battlefield inside the secret realm. The ground was covered with dark red soil like dried blood, and in the sky, there were only 2 or 3 stars, twinkling with an eerie light. There were also majestic mountain ranges, each with different shape and size. Every now and then, the roars of monsters can be heard from deep within the mountains. It seems Xie Xiaoxiao was right. There must be real demons inside this secret realm, and the stench within the place also seemed very familiar. Ye Lin wondered if she often deal with demons. Xie Xiaoxiao gave a slight nod, before whispering that she always deal with them under her parents' supervision. But this time around, she planned on facing them without their assistance. At the moment, she kept wondering where all the job changers from earlier had disappeared to. Did they get randomized locations? Suddenly, a giant claw loomed over her, and before it could pounce, Ye Lin grabbed her and evaded the crashing paw, which caused a cloud of dust upon impact. After putting some distance between themselves and the beast, Ye Lin cast the Ice Blade spell, which immediately froze the giant demonic monster into an ice sculpture. Xie Xiaoxiao was amazed, questioning why Ye Lin's Ice Blade spell was so powerful. Ye Lin simply reiterated that he was an ice-type mage, so of course his ice spells would be powerful. But his next action left Xie Xiaoxiao a bit puzzled. He stashed the monster corpse inside his sumeru ring. When she asked why, Ye Lin suddenly starts to cry dramatically as he explained that he's an orphan, and these monster corpses can be worth quite a lot of money. He really had no other way of making money besides this, even though it was too hard. The job change fee alone was 100,000 yuan. Then there's equipment, skill books, and materials. None of them were free. But he had no family, no support, no one to back him up. His life is so hard that he doesn't believe in fate. Ye Lin kept rumbling on, laying it on so thick that Xie Xiaoxiao had to beg him to stop. She apologized for even asking. Ye Lin shouldn't worry. He can have all the corpses of the demons they hunt, since they were much more valuable than monster corpses. She doesn't want them anyways. However, he had to help her record a video of her dealing with the demons they would hunt. Xie Xiaoxiao wants to prove to her family that she can hunt demons on her own. Ye Lin thanked her for her generosity, adding that she was truly a good person. And as for the video, she needn't need to worry, he would make sure he capture everything in 4K. Inwardly, he admits that Xie Xiaoxiao's mind doesn't seem very sharp. Anyhow, judging from the journey they've covered, it's either she had been intentionally leading Ye Lin in one direction all along, or she can sense the traces of demons in this secret realm. On the way, they finally encountered a group of job changers around a campfire, and upon sensing their presence, the group paid them no mind. One of them deduced the two were there to snatch kills, but another judged them not to be very strong. The two in question left the scene as Ye Lin points out that their gazes feel unfriendly. Xie Xiaoxiao told him to ignore them. As the two ventured deeper into the mountains, passing through a gorge, the air around them seemed to grow heavy and cold. They leaped out as Xie Xiaoxiao informed him that they were very close, just up ahead. Ye Lin nodded and followed the direction she indicated. There, they encountered a giant demon, nearly 3 meters tall. The demon, startled to see them, had its body covered in black scales, its eyes as dark as the abyss, and its fangs protruded from its mouth, making it appear exceptionally ferocious. Judging from its aura, the demon was probably around level 40. Ye Lin asked with concern, wanting to know whether Xie Xiaoxiao was certain she could handle the demon. Under the same level, the combat power of demons was far more terrifying than that of monsters. A level 40 demon can easily defeat more than a dozen level 40 monsters. In other words, demons were an enhanced and evolved version of monsters. As Xie Xiaoxiao dashed forward, she calmly reassured Ye Lin not to worry. He should just start recording. A sly glint flashed in her eyes as she waved her hand. The next moment, her 10 jade fingers began to move gently, and the surrounding air seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, trembling slightly as well. Using a cell phone, Ye Lin zoomed in and saw thin lines, which were almost invisible to the naked eye, being constantly thrown out from Xie Xiaoxiao's fingertips. These fine threads only occasionally shimmered faintly under the flashlight, and like nimble snakes, they swiftly coiled around the demon. The demon seemed to sense the danger. It let out a roar, and its dark scales seemed to harden even more, trying to withstand the attack of the fine lines. However, these fine lines were as sharp as swords, completely ignoring the demon's scale armor and easily piercing through it. In an instant, dark blood began to seep out from beneath the dark scales. Ye Lin, who was filming, was astonished. Although he couldn't figure out Xie Xiaoxiao's profession, judging from her actions, her combat skills were definitely not bad. These nearly transparent threads were absolutely the best weapon for sneak attacks. Even a level 50 job changer could easily have their head cut off by her if they're not careful. Xie Xiaoxiao was confident in her star puppet strings, believing that once it entangled its prey, they can't break free. Furious, the demon tilts its head back, opened its blood-red maw, and gathered a dark red energy. And although Ye Lin warned her to watch out, it was already too late as the demon shot it out towards Xie Xiaoxiao. If this energy were to hit her, she would be seriously injured and even die. Fortunately, she reacted very quickly as countless fine threads wrapped and crossed in front of her, forming a semi-transparent shield. A thunderous boom resounded as the energy unleashed slammed heavily into her shield, picking up a cloud of dust. And as it eventually subsided, Xie Xiaoxiao had been pushed back dozens of meters, but fortunately, she was protected by the thin silk shield and was not injured. although her breathing was a little disordered and her shirt had also been shredded. The demon had also successfully broken free from the shackles of the invisible threads, and as it made its way towards her, it declared that it was going to eat her alive. Xie Xiaoxiao's face turned dark as she coldly admits that she underestimated the demon. She then jacked up her power to the max, sprouting butterfly-like wings. She raised her hand, and invisible threads surged out once more, aiming to wrap around the demon. But having learned from his previous experience, the demon dared not let the star puppet strings entangle him. He turned and fled without hesitation. The star puppet strings, though powerful, were clearly inadequate in terms of pursuit and missed him. Xie Xiaoxiao immediately gave chase, unwilling to let the demon escape. Ye Lin warned her not to pursue because it might be a trap, but it fell on deaf ears. Ye Lin had to activate his fleeting dance and follow along. The demon, using his familiarity with the terrain to evade all the invisible threads launched in his way, suddenly stopped dead in his tracks when he reached what seemed to be his well-laid trap. However, with Xie Xiaoxiao hot in pursuit, the demon's abrupt stop made her foolishly believe it had run out of stamina. She demanded for it to prepare to die, but unexpectedly, instead of the demon feeling scared and helpless, it lets out a chilling laugh, before stating that she was the one who should prepare to die. Then, almost instantly, the scene before her changed. The once large empty space was now occupied by more than 20 demons, tall and imposing like iron towers. Xie Xiaoxiao's delicate face was filled with disbelief. She never expected that there would be so many demons in a secret realm of a small city like Qingcheng. And although this seemed impossible, she suddenly revealed a resolute expression and whispered an apology to Ye Lin. She would take responsibility for getting him involved in this mess. When the fight starts, she would use her star puppet strings to hold back all the demons so Ye Lin can escape. When he asked about her, Xie Xiaoxiao confidently assured him not to worry. She had a way to escape. Ye Lin didn't say anything more and turned to leave, but upon seeing this, the demon instructed the others to stop him. They weren't allowed to let a single human in this secret realm to survive. No sooner had he finished issuing this order than several demons attacked simultaneously. Ye Lin evaded an attack aimed directly at his back, his speed impossible to lock on. Multiple dark flames were then hurled in his direction mid-air, but Ye Lin used his fleeting dance to evade once more, and under the cover of the thick fog created, he silently hid behind a rock. As the scene shifted back to Xie Xiaoxiao, her expression was solemn, and upon seeing that Ye Lin had successfully escaped, she withdrew her star puppet strings and also tried to run away. Unbeknownst to her, Ye Lin was still recording her from a nearby rock, curious to see just how she plans on escaping. Xie Xiaoxiao turned and fled at max speed, and when two demons blocked her path, she rid them to shreds with her star puppet strings. The rest of the demons gave chase after she broke through their encirclement, but it was obvious they couldn't catch up. In that moment, believing she was in the clear, she promised to settle the score with them in their next encounter. But the scaled demon had other ideas. He condensed a dark energy orb in his palm and hurled it at Xie Xiaoxiao. It traced a strange trajectory in the air and chased after her with an eerie chill. Xie Xiaoxiao felt it closing in from behind and tried her best to lose it. But the damned energy sphere was like a leech locked tightly onto her. She then tried her fine threads next, but it too was of no use. This shocked her greatly as the dark orb rapidly approached, hitting its target with a perfect bullseye. Meanwhile, Ye Lin decided to step in when it became obvious that Xie Xiaoxiao couldn't escape. As the scene cuts back to the explosive hit, Xie Xiaoxiao was now trapped in the very center of a spherical cage known as the Heavenly Demon Cage. And this surprised her since the demon was actively spending big just to capture her. Apparently, the Heavenly Demon Prison Cage was a human capturing device forged only by demon with imperial bloodline. Once trapped, unless one's strength surpasses that of the creator, it was impossible to break free in a short time. Xie Xiaoxiao, who never expected the demon to actually have something like the Heavenly Demon Prison, wondered aloud if the secret realm was possibly related to the demon race with imperial bloodline. The demon deemed Xie Xiaoxiao's status in Xia Kingdom to be quite high, and to think at her age, she can actually use the star puppet strings, a divine artifact. If captured and brought back to the demon realm, his reward would far exceed the price of a single Heavenly Demon Prison Cage. Xie Xiaoxiao refuses to be used as a bargaining chip, but she's got no choice in the matter. The demon reached a hand inside the cage and demanded for the star puppet strings. However, his finger claws suddenly got frozen, then his entire arm, which frightened the hell out of him. He demanded for the culprit to show himself. Meanwhile, Xie Xiaoxiao, upon seeing the frozen demonic hand, immediately realized that it was Ye Lin. She turned sharply in his direction and asked why he didn't escape. Ye Lin just casually tossed back her phone and said he'd finished the recording. But he only kept the previous parts. Xie Xiaoxiao was incredulous that Ye Lin didn't run away, but instead kept recording the video from wherever he was hiding. Ye Lin simply replied like it was a matter of fact since he was paid to do so. Xie Xiaoxiao still reiterated that he should have run away. After all, in such conditions, which sane person would still keep filming a video? Nearby, the demon clutched his frozen arm and ordered the rest to kill Ye Lin. With this order, they pounce on him like a pack of hungry wolves.